Killua and picking up a hero for the jungler as well, Keishi. I think that is their usual drafting pattern, and it seems to be a different one this time. I got that half right. They got a Barretts and the Valentina, but then again, Eterna, the Barretts is also very flexible, right? It can go to the XP lane.
Yeah, it can go into the XP lane, it can go in the jungle, and the beautiful. Oh, wow, okay.
Wow.
So the Valentina pickup is understandable, right? Because perhaps if they want to go for a Faramis, you'd want that Valentina to be locked in to deny that Faramis pick out. But Team Vitality, they go a completely different way, right? They pick up the Ling and the CC. And the thing is, after the changes of the patch, where when you go into the invade to your enemy jungle and you get much more damage onto you if you go for the invade, assassins have been working so well, especially in the early game, for just kill pressure, for sustainability. They can go in for neutral objectives. Assuming that is a CC in the EXP lane, right?
Yeah, not unless it's a roam. I'm still not sure here. I mean, with how complex our patch is right now, there's so many things that the CC can do. I've actually seen that, like a CC in the mid lane, but I think it's kind of far out right now. They lock in the carry as well, something or a hero that Shinoa loves so much. And we're going into the second banning phase. They're now taking away some of the marksmen here. I believe that should be a Claude ban as well for Smart Omega, since it is one of the most used heroes by Shells.
Okay, and on that note, right, very interesting. And Natan being banned out as well from Smart Omega Empress. I personally don't like the Natan that much, right? Because with the way that the meta is shaping, early game is the way to go, right? Most teams who can win it in the early game, they can snowball, and it's so difficult for you to bring back the game into your hands in the late game, which is what a Natan actually needs, right? The Natan needs time to scale. The Natan needs time to farm to get to that power spike. So this Natan has to be a respect ban, right?
Oh,
for
there
Shell.
you go. I
And
think
with the Claude as well, right? One of the top heroes that Shell has utilized. We've seen her pick up MVPs all around with the Claude as well. But now with the Kaja and the Matilda ban.
yeah, wow, this is I think good bans coming out from Omega, as well as Vitality taking away some of the heroes that Mirai is known to pick up from time to time. And looking at this, we're down to the XP lane. Pick up somebody that can go head-to-head, of course, with the CC here on the side of Vitality. What I'm really worried about is the great early game that Vitality has. But then again, if, Smart Omega does invade, this Ling and Angela kind of has that expiry time, right? Like when it doesn't get a purple buff, or not unless they have a fast rotation. I feel like Vitality really wants to go for the swift game, and maybe go for a late game marksman as well.
The thing is, for the first 2 minutes, it's not going to be as easy to invade because of the change in the patch notes, the one that I mentioned earlier on. So maybe after minute number 2, you might be onto something. With the Minotaur here, you can also see that there is a lot of counter-engage potential that Omega Empress has also picked up. But the last 2 picks for Team Vitality, we're lacking either a roamer or a mid laner and a gold laner, depending on where this Angela goes. See, that's the beauty of having such a flexible drafting phase. You're not really sure what will come out next, but it looks like 2 heroes have been locked in. It's going to be the Terizla and the Rogers. So, wait a minute. CC...
Yeah, see?
Wait. What's going on?
Oh man, wait, hold on. Is it okay? It makes sense that you mentioned it earlier, Eterna, that it is a mid lane, possibly a mid lane Angela, and then maybe like get the. Okay, between the Terizla and the CC, who do you think is more? I would say fits the mid lane more, because I don't know. Honestly, both of them can. The Terizla has the setups. CC has fast wave clear as well. So I don't know. Mirai, they're already putting their hands together right now for this final pick. It should be Ayanami's pick. Maybe perhaps a classic Lapu Lapu. Or
We'll
maybe
see.
Esmeralda. They haven't revealed it just yet.
Upon the edge.
Okay, it's a Nolan. So they flexed the Barats
Barats,
into the EXP lane and put Nolan in the jungle. So Fumi will be on the Terizla. No, CC. Terizla mid.
Yeah.
It's a Terizla mid. We've seen this in Indonesia for Rebellion. We've seen Suelo in the mid lane pick up the Terizla in the mid lane. It's a really strong mid game. So maybe that's what they're trying to go for here with this draft.
Yeah, I mean it's so mobile. I mean it's Mobile Legends after all, right? I mean it's mobile. These are heroes that can actually go for invades, go for like fast setups and wave clear for vitality. So I think for Smart Omega, what's crucial for their draft is to be able to make the Nolan work as well. I think that's what they were talking about earlier, right? Like I think what Smart Omega had in mind was to put the Barretts as the jungler because usually I see Keishi on these types of heroes, but now they made their adjustments as well up against Vitality after seeing their draft.
So we'll see, ladies and gentlemen, both of these compositions have been set in stone. And like you mentioned, Keishi did pick up the Nolan during C-Lab, if I'm not mistaken, right? Their road to
Yep.
MWI. So she's comfortable hero. She's on her one of her picks. But we'll get into the light of dawn to see game number 1 in this best of 3 series.
Okay, two assassins, something that I haven't seen in the Philippine MLBB scene for female. I mean, it does pop up from time to time, but I think this is what we were all expecting, right? A high action, very mechanically based types of heroes. And see, I mean, the early game should definitely either go to Vitality or Smart Omega Empress, but as of now, right, we're seeing a lot of pressure as well on the gold lane.
That's definitely going to be the main focus here because with Shell committing onto the Roger, this means that Shell needs to go for a snowball. Shell needs to be given the as much space as possible because in order to utilize the Roger properly, you need to be able to snowball from that early game. So we're going to see a lot of evidence there. Meanwhile, Shinoa, of course, needs a little bit more time to progress into her power spike. So we'll see how that actually pans out.
Yeah, I mean for Shinoa, right? A carry up against the Roger with Vivian as well, kind of like assisting the Roger here. Shell's able to scale up pretty well. You can see like a lot of the focus of Omega Empress is actually on the top side. I'm not so sure even if they will try to go for the turtle. Bottom side as well is a little bit sticky here as Fumi Echo. Already chunking down not Ayanami to half HP. Both of them are still level 3 though, but this is going to be crucial to Eterna. The level 4 power spike that both the XP laners need, especially when it comes to the turtle fight.
For sure, we're gonna take a look at that, and we're also gonna take a look at the levels for the junglers. I mean, meanwhile, both Pipal as well as Keishi, they're all at level 4, which means it is a 50-50, but it looks like Team Vitality aren't going for the contest at all. Keishi gonna be able to pick up that turtle uncontested.
I think Vitality just gave it away to Smart Omega since Pipals was just trying to secure the purple buff first. I mean, that's definitely something you need as an assassin. But the gold lead, not that far, just a 200 in favor of Omega Empress. And I think what's really important right now is just to get their lanes contained, not to get anyone picked off as early as now.
Okay, we'll see. Smart Omega Empress, looks like they're looking for an opening here in the top side. Shinoa gonna be able to grab a little bit of gold there. So, oh, we do have a technical pause though, ladies and gentlemen. But now we kind of get to break down as to what occurred in the first few minutes of the game.
Yeah, man. Turtle went to the side of Smart Omega, actually, without any contest at all from Vitality. There's a lot of focus as well from Vivian. Usually you'd see her like very omnipresent all around the map, but this time, like, there's a lot of focus onto Chels, right? So to make sure that he gets the carry of Shinoa contained on his lane. But so far in this BO3, you need to get everything fixed right before everyone heads into the game. And it's crucial, Eterna, to get the momentum, especially on a BO3. The match 1 is very important for both sides.
For sure, momentum, right? The mentality that you can carry that momentum with to game number 2 and then game number 3 if it gets to that point. But ladies and gentlemen, sportsmanship and of course is going to be our utmost priority. We want to make sure all the players, all the teams, and of course you guys watching at home get the best viewing experience as possible. So let's go back into the game. Is this what you expected? Did you expect that Team Vitality would let the first turtle go?
I actually did not expect that at all, Eterna. I mean, usually I'd see Vitality go for these objectives, right? And then eventually go for the ganks. But this time, I think what they want to secure is just to make sure that Pipals gets her buff. I mean, that's really important for a Ling. I'm not so sure if you play a lot of Lings, but I mean, if the Ling does not have the purple buff, right, it's going to be really difficult to do the rotations that they want. So I think for Vitality, that's what they had in mind.
All right. maybe you can expect them to kind of wait on for that power spike, right? For Shell, especially for the Roger, at least 2 or 3 items in, depending on what kind of build she wants to go for. We've seen the Roger go attack speed, we've seen the Roger go crit, and with that, I think it will be then that will be like the moment where they try and look for something on the board. But we are back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. 2 minutes have elapsed. So far, 1 turtle has been taken by Smart Omega Empress. But we'll see what happens here. How does this work, right? Cine on the Turizla in the mid lane. Sure, there's that mid-game power spike, but the lack of range against Amor. What do you think?
I think they really lack that CC, right? So I mean, if you look at Omega Empress's lineup, they have like two. You got that in the form of perhaps the Valentinine as well as the Minotaur here. But looking at this, right, for Team Vitality, their lineup is kind of like a dive setup, and we haven't seen the first blood happen just yet. It's already 3 minutes and 30 seconds already into the game, and no one has initiated just yet. And this is what I'd like to call like the roller coaster type of game. Like it's really nice and slow, and then when you head up into the climax, it really does take some time, especially for these two teams that are they're both very mechanically gifted.
Yeah, it seems like both teams, they're really focusing on the objectives, right? They're not going to go for too many risky plays, not looking for ganks just yet. But wait a minute.
Yeah. Yep. Bottom side though, you got a Daytona's welcome here onto not Ayanami. Really low up against the two. You got the heart guard there, but they're not gonna commit just yet, Eterna. But speaking of that, second turtle actually of the game is back up again, and it seems like Smart Omega is here.
Yeah, looks like Omega already on the setup here, posturing. Oh, but here we go.
Yep. Amore going in for the penalty zone. It's still gonna be KC taking in the turtle. Hard guard is up here for Pipals. Not gonna be going for anyone just yet. Smart Omega is really low. They're trying to go for the basic attack. Shinoa as well dashing out with no casualties still. Eterna, we're going into 5 minutes into the game already.
And it looks like Smart Omega Empress got the better trade there. Peoples is going to be able to trade it back with stealing that orange buff. But all in all, Smart Omega Empress picking up 2 neutral objectives. And Team Vitality, they went for the counter engage. They looked for something to trade with, but they couldn't find it just yet.
Yeah, and now we see a switch up of the lanes as well right on the 5-minute mark. But Cine really low here. KC gonna be able to get the first blood here, but he's in trouble as well, as Pipals is gonna be able to get in that revenge play. 1-for-1 trade, Eterna. As the bottom side as well, Shinoa is able to get in this tower up against Fumi Echo. So good trades all across the board for both sides.
1-for-1 trade, but it does look like Smart Omega Empress were able to pick up that turret in the bottom side, and because there were no objectives on the board, you could even say that it's way more worth it for Smart Omega Empress. Team Vitality, they're the defending champions of MWI, but it looks like they're finding it difficult to look for their rhythm here in this first game in this best-of-3 series.
Yeah, I think both sides are really playing it calculated right now. I mean, you've seen all of the clashes, right? It's so clean from both Smart Omega and Team Vitality. I mean, they kind of back away when it feels like they're not going to get in a good trade. And at the same time, Smart Omega is kind of wise here, right? Like kind of opening up their side lanes to make sure that happens so that they can take in a lot of these objectives like the Turtles and the Lord. A lot of the resources are going to be used on the bottom side as not Ayanami going to be forced to defend up against Tree. But look at Smart Omega. They just want to take in towers here, Eterna.
Yeah, very objective-centered, and that's great. And Smart Omega Empress, they have so much respect because taking a look at the items, right? For Amor, you could go Enchanted Talisman first, but she went for NOD. She wanted to respect the healing coming in from Vivian, but wait a second, in the top side.
Yeah, Fumi Echo going to be able to zone everyone away. And finally, Team Vitality is going to be able to get in that turtle for the price of Fumi Echo. 2-1 is our score, 6-minute mark, and Vitality will secure in that last turtle.
And there you go, right? The step back coming through from Team Vitality, looking to stop that snowball from Smart Omega Empress from happening. People are going to be able to rack in some more gold by clearing out those minions in the top side. But again, right back to that point, looking at the items, we saw that there were dominance ISAs being built up by not Ayanami as well. So there's a lot of sustainability being hindered. But wait a second.
Okay, you got in the Heart Guard onto Pipals, gets in the Tempest of Blades, is able to escape in the nick of time. Nice initiation from Ayanami, but that was a flicker burned and the ultimate as well. But here comes the clapback from the side of Vitality. Amor is going to be the target, and Vitality will be able to take what they can get.
So even despite a lot of CCs coming through, not the hero CC, right? But
Yeah.
CCs.
Crowd control.
Crowd
Yeah.
controls, exactly. No
get what you
Purify on the
mean.
board, right? So
Oh, yeah.
with that being said, Sydney was able to utilize that penalty zone really effectively, being able to pick up more, and we can expect that from happening again in the future team fights.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this, I mean, this is Vitality and Smart Omega that you're talking about. Two of the teams that have already qualified to MWI, a very low kill score here for game number 1. And this is exactly what you can expect from two teams that really know how to work around the map. And so far, I think both sides have good traits. The gold lead has finally gone to Team Vitality right now, 700. Why is this the case, Eterna?
That's actually a really interesting question. I think wave clear is massive. We've seen Shell being able to farm up until this point uncontested, being able to get that gold shields in. Those small things that don't necessarily seem big onto the map actually do double up and create this much of a difference despite the low kill on the board, right? So this is something that we've seen with PH teams. They don't
Oh,
really
yeah.
like going in for the kills. They're very disciplined. Oh, but wait a second.
no.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. That's huge. 8 minutes in, the Lord is up, and I think it was Keishi trying to clear out the lanes on the bottom side, and that's what Vitality was doing, right? Trying to distract Keishi, trying to get someone to actually clear out that lane, because if you think about it, Vitality has such good split push potential here. Lord is going to be worked on here by Team Vitality. Half HP already. Pipals are going to be setting that up. Nice Minoan's Fury here from Mirai. No follow-up just yet, but everyone's low from the side of Smart Omega. 1 more HP, and that's going to be Pipals picking up the first Lord of the game.
That was great timing, right? That was excellent timing by Team Vitality. Despite people being 2 levels ahead in EXP, they didn't want to go for the gamble. They didn't want to go for the 50-50. Well, it being actually 70-50, 70-30, with people being 2 levels ahead. So that timing of the pickoff onto Keishi was excellent, was brilliant. And that was basically a free turtle, uncontested, a free lord, sorry, uncontested for Team Vitality here in the 9th minute of the game.
Yeah, this is what I really don't like going up against a Ling. It's so mobile. It can go all, somebody has to deal with that lane, and just like that, 1.8k going to Team Vitality. Pipals though, he's in trouble. Mirai to soak up the damage. He's gonna be able to use that Finch Poise out, as Smart Omega still needs to melt down this Lord.
They can't even take her down. And now Pipal picks up the Malefic Roar. So very aggressive build here, and you can understand it, right? 201, they need the damage. They need to find that steamroll, that snowball over Smart Omega Empress here in the 10th minute of the game. And so you can expect that damage just being a kill, like being so much more magnified, and the kill pressure going to be so much more seen, as Smart Omega Empress will start to kind of falter when it comes down to this map pressure.
Yeah, this is, I mean, for Smart Omega, you see them kind of grouping up right now. And it's good for Cine, right? They can set up the penalty zone. You see Amore as well taking in that ultimate for herself. But right now, I think no one is safe under their own turret. And you can kind of see how Team Vitality took control over the entire map. It was Smart Omega trying to do that very early on, but now it seems like Team Vitality, 11 minutes in, they got control over the jungle side of Smart Omega as well. Shinoa be able to dash out. 1 HP, still safe. Get the rest of Smart Omega. Gonna be able to back away safely to the base. The falls looking really scary. Vitality finally gets in that mid tower.
Oh, but Amor goes back in.
Tries to go for the penalty zone. Everybody's still able to heal up here from Smart Omega. From the side of Vitality though, they have to back away. All they want to do is kind of disrupt the farm here of Keishi.
And you can see Smart Omega Empress now still finding it so difficult to get their hands on their own buff. City's gonna go in actually very aggressively, but that's a purple buff taken in. Luckily, still by Keishi. Keishi's still gonna be able to take that purple buff for herself, but the aggression, the control over the map for Team Vitality has been extremely present.
Yeah, I mean 9,700 for Pipals here. That is huge. Comparing it to Shinoa and Keishi, that is not actually not that far behind from Chels. But what we're looking at here is the massive control that the Team Vitality has, right? Like you're looking at the score right now. It's 3-2. You think it's still the started game, but it's actually going to the mid game already as Vitality is already wasting no time here, Eterna. They're starting up this Lord.
This is the mid game power spike that was brutal, right? With the Charizla being placed in the mid lane. One of the disadvantages is that there's not much magic damage. So as this game progresses into the late game, I do believe that Smart Omega Empress has more of a fighting chance, especially when those items start getting built up. But you can already see, like you mentioned, right, the pressure that the lane can have all over the map. You can even consider it a quote-unquote global presence. The fact that it can roam to the top side, to the bottom side, to get those side lanes in for that proper setup on the Lord.
Yeah, that is so unfair though. I wish I knew how to use a Ling, but yeah, that is the beauty of it, right? Like you see Amore actually going back into the top lane just to clear it out. So somebody has to pressure out either, one of the players here of Smart Omega to go back and clear the lane, and Pipals can just, jump in, dive in at any time and just click in that retribution for this Lord fight. So you can see that Smart Omega is not really committing just yet.
Yeah, it's never a 1v1 with an Angela present in the composition, right? Like you think it's a 1v1 and then
Oh, yeah.
suddenly Heart Guard comes in and it becomes a 2v1 and then you kind of get out macroed and out microed. So the funny thing is they could actually even utilize Vivian to go in for the... Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, yeah. Yep, they're starting at Pipals right now. Going in for Keishi, the first one down. We got a Tempest of Blades as well. Hard guard still up. Gonna be able to slow everyone down. Mirai and the rest of the squad gonna be able to back away. Fumi Echo gets in that Vengeance with 1
Ooh.
HP and gets the kill. As well for Smart Omega, you got a 4v4 situation here. Smart Omega still going to be pushing this. Amore going to go in for the penalty zone, but they're not able to take in the Lord as Vitality Pipals will be able to secure it. And right now, Smart Omega still going to be fighting this one. So much damage coming through from Pipals. You get the hard card. This is when you were talking about Acer that you think it is a 5v. It's a 5v5 situation, but no, actually, it's really hard, especially if you have that Angela up. You got the health back up, you got the shields as well. Here of the Flash of the Oasis, 3.1k in favor of Vitality.
Peoples has been popping off. What is she on? A 402 KDA so far? That re-engage, honestly, from Amore with the IMU on the penalty zone was beautiful, right? They were able to trade it back wonderfully 3v3. But Pipals is like, you know what? No, bro. I'm going to go back in. I'm going to deal my damage and I'm going to make it a better trade for our team. And that's exactly what she was able to do. She is hard carrying this game and she goes back in again.
Whoa, okay, he's trying to go for Keishi there. Get the Tempest of Blades out. As long as you have that hard guard, I think Smart Omega is going to have to think it through if they want to go for the engage. But now Cine going to be able to use that penalty zone out. Smart Omega still doing for their very best, but not able to defend that top inhibitor. Now they melt down the Lord as Vitality will be able to take in 2 inhibitor turrets, make that 3 as Pipals destroys the last one. It's an open base here for Smart Omega Empress as Vitality as well. Gonna be respecting that as they back away.
Wow. That was a beautiful Lord push. Very clean as well, being able to take 3 inhibitor turrets at that. And we can take a look at the items now, 16 minutes in. You can see the Roger is almost at full items, right? With the Wind Talker, we have the Endless Battle, the GDS, and the Malefic Roar. So the attack speed, the damage is there. We have the damage coming through from the Bloodlust as well, the true damage. So even if they want to itemize against it, it is going to be a little bit more tricky. With the blades already picked up, I'm curious as to what Shell's next item is. Is it going to be the Wind of Nature? Is it going to be a BOD? If they want to play it a little more safely, maybe a Wind of Nature, because so far Shell has been one of the biggest, how would you say, focuses from Smart Omega Empress being able to be taken down once. And even in that previous Lord fight, before that Lord even pushed into the base of Smart Omega Empress, Shell was taken out earlier on for Pipals to eventually get the benefit out of it. But that is kind of what we're seeing here. As we also take a look at the XP graph for both of these teams, you can see it kind of shift up and down, but for the most part, we're already entering that late game point, so that XP is not going to be as important as it was before.
Yeah, I think it's going to be down to the items. I think this is the point in Aeterna when it reaches the mid to late game. You're going to be seeing all of these heroes start to buy in that immortality. So team fights are going to be a little bit more extended here right now. And speaking of the team fights though, Vitality is Smart Omega going to contest this though. It's really hard to contest this type of Lord fight, especially when your base is really open. Like you're so susceptible to like a wipeout and then your opponent just goes for the straight push. But right now, for Smart Omega Empress, they're just gonna give away the second Lord to Team Vitality and of course just defend their base as of the moment.
Yeah, it looks like they don't want to go for the contest. I think it's a little bit too risky. I think they're looking for a way to somehow defend. They do technically have wave clear, but
Yep.
they're not all long range, right? They don't really have high ground, which is kind of difficult here. Right? Shinoa on the carry, very low range. So we'll see how Team Vitality want to close this out.
Oh, okay.
I love the
Wow.
suspense, Burger Kim.
Yes.
Give
I
us
was
more
so ready to go
suspense,
for it.
please.
Yep, I like it. Just right before at least it's not when the Lord is in the base. So at least that gives some time for our players to actually fix what they need to get. But this has been really interesting, Eterna. A very low kill score count. And it kind of feels like Team Vitality is that kind of team that is slow burn. Like you kind of see them taking in towers like one by one, and then eventually you see them, oh, it's all gone. And I just don't know how they manage to do it every single time, considering that Smart Omega has already taken in like 2 turtles from the start of the game. They only took 1 and eventually was able to kind of get the map control to their side.
They're very intelligent with timing, I think, right? They understand their composition, they understand the winning points of their draft. So they know that, okay, with the Charizla in the mid lane, with the Roger, we want to be able to kind of cover the Roger from the early game. But of course, with the Charizla, that mid game power spike is going to be lethal, especially with the Ling as well. And that's when they kind of switch their tempo, right? Because like you mentioned, in that early game, we felt like the tempo from Vitality was quite slow. It was Smart Omega Empress that were looking for the initiations. They were looking for the openings. They were trying to make it their tempo. But Team Vitality, they figured out, okay, this is the time to shine. But
Okay.
ladies and gentlemen, we're going back into the game.
Okay, Smart Omega, they're gonna have to take a big breath right now. City going in for the penalty zone. Hard guard's been up onto Pipals. Lord is still up. There's the shutdown by Not Ayanami. But Team Vitality, they're still not able to lock in the base as Smart Omega is able to successfully defend that. And a huge shutdown as well onto Pipals.
That was crazy. That was crazy. Was it not? Smart Omega Empress, right? Despite the 6k gold lead, mind you, they were able to defend it. And now it looks like they're looking for more openings on the map. They're looking to take control over the game. And this is it, right? Shell with the last item went in for BOD instead of the Wind of Nature. It's a glass cannon build. It's risky. Oh, let's see if it pays off.
Okay, Shells. Gonna get in the hard card this time. Not gonna be calls from the backline. That's all you see. Fumieko gonna be able to zone everyone away. Not Ayanami is down.
Shell?
Able to get a double
Triple kill?
Triple? Is it a maniac? Flickers in onto Amoria and gets the first maniac of the Snapdragon Pro Series Women's League. And there you have it. It's a wipeout. And that is what we were saying, right? When the base is open, you can just go for it. Team Vitality gonna be locking in the base and showing Smart Omega Empress why they are the defending champions of MWI.
Wow. Wow. That just, wow. I asked, right? I asked the question. I posed the question, was that BOD last item worth it or not? And then she goes ahead, picks up a maniac, and goes like, you know what, Aeterna, you have no idea what you're doing or what you're saying, right? BOD is the perfect item for me. I know the strengths and the weaknesses. I know the ins and outs of the Roger, and I will be able to find a loophole through it and make it my advantage. What a beautiful game by Shell on that Roger.
Yeah. Nice to see you, Aeterna. I mean, the first maniac too of Team Vitality, right? Shout out as well to our Malaysian casters, Adian, by the way, right there. And for Vitality, right? I think this is a game that you can kind of see really their strengths as a team. And, you know, it's no joke to have like, how many championship titles is that, Aeterna? Like, was that 19? Almost going
19.
to a... Yeah, that is a lot of championships under their belt. And you're talking about a team that has been playing since the start of like Bigatron era and been undefeated since, ever
Yeah.
since.
19 times. Literally every tournament that they have entered since 2021, they've won first place. No second place, no third place, first place. So I was actually quite curious as to how, I mean, Omega Empress has faced Vitality before in several different
Yeah.
tournaments. So I was wondering if the adjustments were there. But for game number 1, it looks like Team Vitality got the better out of Omega Empress here. 19 minutes. It was actually quite a
Yeah.
long drawn game.
Yeah, it was a 19-minute game. Omega Empress was able to defend their base. I think they were trying to go for at least a straight push in the mid lane, right? And that's when it kind of backfired. You were talking about the BOD just then. Shells was already setting things up. You got Vivian as well on the hard guard. I was like, something's about to happen here. And there you have it. Like, was able to pick up the first Maniac here for our challenge finals. And looking at this, it's not really that big of a lead, right? It's a 5k lead for Vitality, but really what they have under their hands was the map control. And at the same time, despite the fact that they weren't able to take in, the first 2 turtles of the game, they still managed to pull it through. And Omega, for them to be able to defend this long, right? They were trying to go for that late game. I think they were also dubbed as the late game queens here in the Philippines. So I think they were trying to go for that, like, get Shinoa to have the items, and you can kind of see it, right? They were already dishing enough damage to actually cause Vitality to back away.
Yeah, there were so many moments that you were like, okay, Omega Empress, now's their time to shine. We're already in the late game. Shinoa full items was already dishing out the damage, like you mentioned. But again, the setup in the team fights, those were very important moments that I think Team Vitality got the better out of Omega Empress. Cine was able to find so many great penalty zones, and because there were no purifies on the board for Omega, it was very difficult for them to look for that opening in these 5v5 team fights. But as you can see here, 839 GPM by Pipals. Alright, so not the gold laners being the gold miners here. It's not Shinoa, it's not Shell. It was actually Pipal with 839. That's a solid amount on a lane.
Yeah, I think by the time it hit like the 15-minute mark of the game, I think Pipals had like 4k more than both the gold laners from both sides. I'm not so sure. I think it was because of the fact too that Pipals has gotten in a lot of kills, and at the same time, like Keishi, most of the time you see her kind of clearing out the waves from time to time, so she wasn't able to take as much farm as Pipals. But looking at this gold and XP graph, you see right, like the first few minutes of the game, it was kind of controlled, and when it reached the mid game, that's kind of where everything changed, right?
Yeah, we talked about the mid-game power spike for Team Vitality, and that's when it kind of shifted. Because earlier on, Smart Omega Empress, they were able to get the first and second turtles, right? They had control over the neutral objectives, which is why you see the graphs the way it is at that point. But again, the farming pattern from Pipal, the farming from Shell, just really allowed that gold graph to really gravitate towards Team Vitality. And I think you were the one to ask, right, in that early stage of the game, how it was possible that Smart Omega Empress had control of so many neutral objectives, but the gold gap was only like at 600 or 300. See, that's the reason, right? The farming pattern from the players on the team. And we got to give the MVP for game number 1 here to Team Vitality's Shells with that maniac in the last second. She was waiting for that power spike. The GPM is quite average, but gameplay definitely not average. And we're going to take a look at the highlights here real quick.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Vitality, right, the gold swing was already pretty big when it reached this point, like the 14-minute mark. They were able to take in the objectives. A lot of wins as well from both sides. I think for Smart Omega, they were just trying to lock in the heroes here at this point. But eventually, if you see it, right, like you see the overall picture, you see Pipals being able to get in a majority of the hard guards coming through from Vivian, and eventually able to get in a lot of the squishier heroes from the side of Smart Omega Empress. This is one of the biggest plays coming out. I thought they would have ended it here. They were actually able to defend their base so well here, Eterna, and this is where it all turned around. The maniac coming out from Shells, right? You got the hard guard onto him. I think Shells also was able to pop in the flicker to get in that last one. Fumi Echo was the last one to go, but that really enabled like Shells to be able to get in the kills that she wanted. So I thought Amori would have been able to get out of this one, but unfortunately she did not have the flicker and yeah, the mobility, right? We were talking about it earlier. It was just way too good here for Vitality.
For sure. It also really shows you the difference in the impact when it comes down to the items, right? Because that last Lord fight, that was Shell before she had the Malefic Roar and the BOD. So she was taken really early out of the team fight and was unable to have the impact. And so afterwards, they were able to get the Malefic Roar, and then they were able to get the BOD, and that's when things kind of just really turned around for Team Vitality in that sense. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break before we get into game number 2 in this best of 3. So we'll see you right after. Don't go anywhere.
Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rev. Foot on the gas till you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, faster.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Women's League. In this first match, we do have, in this best of 3, Team Vitality lead this against Smart Omega Empress with a 1-0 so far.
Very low kill score count from both sides, which kind of goes to show that both teams just want to go for the objectives earlier. And you see, like, there was not a lot of clash until it reached the late game.
I blacked out on you there, bro.
Yeah,
I'm
health
sorry.
creep.
I was too stunned
Yeah.
by like that maniac in the last second. I had to like kind of disappear for a bit. Oh, there we go again. I gotta go sometimes, man. I can't
Yeah.
handle the maniacs. Burger King,
Yeah.
help me.
I don't know. Why is your cooldown so short though? It's way too
Dude,
short for your. For
I
the
got
ultimate.
Enchanted Talisman. Okay, fleeting time.
Fleeting
I
time
got
on the health creep.
Oracle.
Okay,
Yeah,
I guess that
everything.
works. Yeah. Okay,
Right?
I guess that helps on your cooldown. But yeah, I was also pretty surprised. Let's see what kind of adjustments that the teams will do here in the second round. And Eterna, I think it's Smart Omega here that is going to be on the blue side this time. So that means they have the first pick here for the second game.
This is actually a very interesting topic. I've talked about it with Reptar in MPLID in the grand finals about this blue side, red side meta, and so far a lot
Ooh.
of teams have actually found success on blue side. So we're gonna see if that actually pays any dividends to both of these teams, because so far Vitality was able to get the dub on blue side. We'll see what happens when they are on the red side. With the bans coming through, with the Luoyi, Moskov, and the Claude. And we also have the Harith as well as the next two bands coming through with the Chip as well as the Angela. So the main difference here is Angela has been taken out. So
Oh, yeah.
respect by their own team.
Yeah, Vitality's like, we're the only teams that will be able to use that this time. I mean, for Smart Omega, it's both Amore and Mirai that can really rock this hero. Right now, this is the biggest question that I have every time you're on the blue side. Yes, you do have the first pick, but there's so many heroes that are open. You got the Matilda was banned away. And speaking of that, wow, just like that, Smart Omega will lock it in. I was actually thinking that they might go for a Shinoa here because that's what they actually do sometimes when they're on the blue side. They lock in a carry, they lock in a Roger, but yeah, Matilda, I would say this is a good start.
All right, Matilda being taken out. Matilda Airlines, as what people call it. We'll see how they're going to pair it up, because usually when we see the Matilda, we see heroes like the Barats that are kind of low mobility, kind of work their way in that combination with the Matilda. But let's see the response from Team Vitality first and foremost. All right, with the Arlet ban in the first game, in the first phase, we actually do see the Arlet coming through as well as the Fredrin. But we do need to note that both of these heroes are flex, Burikim.
I think they're kind of baiting Smart Omega here to take the Valentina, right? Like, there's a lot of good ultimates on their side. Take the Valentina. But I would say, like, Amor is just really good with the Valentina, but at the same time, you kind of need that burst damage, right? These are just really two tanky heroes that you need to burst down before they can even head into the team fight. And now, they pick up a Yuzhong here for not Ayanami, something that I don't see so often from her. Like, usually she goes for heroes like Barats, like the Terizla, so it's a very early pickup onto the XP lane. They might actually go for an Amor here, or maybe a Shinoa hero before all of the gold laners are out. It is a Matilda Vexana combination here from Smart Omega. I would say this is pretty new, Eterna. I don't really see this kind of draft from them, but I guess it really depends on who they're up against.
Well, what we can say is that this is really fast wave clear, right? With the Vexana and the Matilda in the mid lane. At the moment, they do have mid prio. But we'll see. Minotaur going to be picked up by Team Vitality. So this is actually a very interesting combo, right? Because with Smart Omega Empress, it looks like they want to go for the dive with the Matilda, who can dive in with the Circling Eagle. We have the Yuzong with the Black Dragon form. And the Minotaur is so good at counter engage, and that's what makes the Minotaur so expensive. It's not just initiation CC, which kind of lacks, honestly, for the Minotaur, but the counter engage potential that now Team Vitality possesses.
You know what, Eterna? I have to disagree with you on that. I don't think Minotaur is that expensive in the game. I mean, it's like 15,000 gold, so it's pretty easy to take it. And one of the heroes that you can actually buy very early on. But you know what I'm really worried about too here about Vitality is they got, earlier on they had just one CC in the form of Cine that had the Terizla, and now they have loads of it. Like, you got the Arlot, you got the Fredrin, and you got the Minotaur. I'm not even sure like what Omega can do here, right? Like, usually you'd counter these types of heroes with a Diggy, but I'm pretty sure they have something in mind. Maybe go for high burst heroes for Keishi and Shinoa here. So maybe like a carry would still be an option here for Omega.
Definitely. Or another option is Purify, right? Go for heroes in the gold lane that can actually opt for the Purify. Don't go for, let's say, like the Beatrix who can't go for the Purify. They need the Flicker. So that carry option is definitely still up for grabs for Smart Omega to utilize. But in the second phase of the bans, we have the Baxia being taken out as well as the Faramis. So this is already very interesting earlier on for Smart Omega.
Oh, I think it's a smart ban coming out from them. I mean, if they put up the Faramis as well for the side of Vitality, that's going to be a lot of extended team fights. And, of course, the Novaria. that has so many bodyguards here if you think about it, right? Like, it's gonna be hard to reach her, especially it's only gonna be the Yuzhong here that has the access to the back line. Now, Vitality has the first pick here. Will they go for the Claude? That's really great to go up against the Matilda as well. A comfort pick for Shell and something to deny Smart Omega from picking up that type of hero that can also burst down the tank here. So they actually opted to go for the Valentina here for Vitality.
Play together.
Valentina being picked up. It looks like they were trying to put Smart Omega, Empress, Team Vitality to the test, right? Because so far, Cine has only picked up the Novaria, Angela, and Vexana in the latest tournament. So with Angela being banned out, and then Smart Omega Empress picks up the Vexana for themselves. Novaria banned out in the second phase. We'll see how well Cine will do on the Valentina. But Smart
Wait.
Omega Empress, they picked
Yeah.
up a Chang'e. We haven't seen a Chang'e
Okay.
in so long in
It's
like
a
the
gold
professional
lane.
leagues.
Okay,
But it
that's-
looks like it might be a gold lane. You're right.
Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering if this was actually the thing. I was gonna ask you, like, are you seeing what I'm seeing here? It's a Chang'e. So I thought it was like a misclick from their side, but it actually seems to be the right pick for Smart Omega, right? They locked this in. Great amount of wave clear, great early game, but I'm not so sure if this is exactly the best answer to like the three tanky heroes that Vitality has. Not to mention the Claude that Chels loves so much is still here to pick up. So I'm not so sure if this is going to be. I mean, it's a surprise, I would say, for most of us, right? But at the same time, you know what? Vitality has their own surprises also up their sleeves. They pick up the Clint. What do you think about this matchup, Eternal? Clint and the Chang'e on the gold lane.
This is something that I have not seen, I think, in my entire career.
Wow, that's how
Chang'e
long.
versus the Clint. Clint is currently not in the meta, Burger Kim. I haven't seen the Clint in the Indonesian Professional League. I'm not really sure about other regions, but I do know that Clint's early game is something that can be kind of utilized. But against the Chang'e, I'm not really sure how this is gonna go, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, you can poke up against the Chang'e early on, right? Like with your first skill. But at the same time, it kind of makes me wonder, right? Like, what do these two teams have in mind right now? Like, both of them actually, you know, the Claude was open, the Roger was also open. All of these meta heroes are open. But you know what? Vitality and Smart Omega, they're just like, okay, you know what? It doesn't matter. We don't want the same heroes. We want to pick up something new here in possibly the last game of Vitality, or perhaps we might actually just see Smart Omega take in this game and, you know, open up a game number 3. I mean, this is a very interesting lineup, I would say. Rest of the composition here from both sides are pretty standard, but it's only going to be up to the gold lane. That is a little bit different this time.
So ladies and gentlemen, let's get you into the Land of Dawn for game number 2 in this best of 3 series. Team Vitality going head-to-head against Smart Omega Empress for game number 2. Which way will it sway? Will Smart Omega Empress be able to force a game number 3? Or can Team Vitality go for a clean sweep? We can already see some damage being actually placed onto Cine in the early stage of the game. And we talked about mid-game prio, right? The mid trio with Murray on the Matilda, with Amor on the Vexana. That clear speed is going to be quick. And we can actually see that coming through. But Cine on the Valentina has a lot of aggression. So the trade in damage is definitely going to be more visible in game number 2 than it was in game number 1.
You know what, Eterna? They actually flashed in the emblem pickup here by both sides, and pretty interesting to me is that Shinoa is rocking a mage emblem that has a weakness finder. Am I right? That's a weakness finder on the Chang'e.
That is a weakness
Right?
finder. But wait a second, in the top side.
Yep. Narayanami, a little bit too deep there. I think he's going to be able to get taken down here by Pipals. Gets the Appraiser's Rat onto Keishi. Nice attempt on the XP lane though. And Team Vitality off to a good start this time for game number 2.
It's great setup for the turtle, which is what exactly what they're going for here. This 1v1 trade right in the gold lane.
Yeah.
What we were so curious about is the weakness finder, right? That basic attack that is utilized by the Chang'e can actually be used to slow down in that 1v1. But wait a second.
Yep, you got a Daytona's welcome here. It is going to be Keishi picking up the first turtle of the game once again. But now Smart Omega they're able to chunk down the members of Vitality real low. They're going to be able to heal up and back away as Smart Omega will be able to take in that first turtle. And looking at how this is being played here, Eterna, look at the gold lane. Like, Shinoa is actually able to cause Shells to actually back away. So I think she missed like a gold card or two here.
Yeah, and that's going to be a problem, right? The range, the early game damage that the Shinoa can have, the ease with the shielding as well, and we love our producers, right? We love our producers. Yeah, they actually gave us information. The Chang'e Shinoa utilized Swift, Bargain Hunter, and Weakness Finder. So what we can gather from that is the fact that Shinoa, Smart Omega Empress, they're really banking on this early game, right? With the Bargain Hunter to be able to get those items a lot quicker. But that's where it ends, right? The early game, the mid game, perhaps up until that point, because later on, in terms of siege potential, it's going to be very difficult for Smart Omega Empress.
Even not Ayanami here as well on the XP lane. A little bit of a hard time up against the Arlot that kind of gets her contained in that XP lane, not being able to join in as much team fights as before. But looking at this Chang'e of Shinoa, right? Like, it's able to farm up pretty well. And at the same time, I actually thought this was a rank game joke. Like, usually people would say, okay, why don't you, okay, you don't play the gold lane, why not try like a mage gold lane, right? Like a Chang'e that I've seen in MPL Philippines like seasons ago, but not this current patch, right? This is pretty new.
No.
It's good wave clear, and they also buffed up her basic attack. So I think that's what Smart Omega is going for, the heavy basic attacks onto like the Clint here. And for Vitality as well, it's kind of interesting that they picked up this Clint too, knowing that, you know, the Claude was still open, right? They chose to go for a marksman like Clint.
It's, you know, it's the heavens just smiling upon us today, Burger Kim. Right? In game number 1, we had Charizla in the mid lane.
Oh, yeah.
That's far from conventional. In game number 2, we have now Chang'e in the gold lane, and we have a Clint in the gold lane. I don't know which is more absurd, the Chang'e or the Clint, but it makes sense, right? In game number 1, Smart Omega Empress, they saw that one of the main, I would say, risks that they were facing was Shell in the gold lane, right? They couldn't find a way to shut Shell down from the early game, the mid game untouched. They were able to take one kill on her to go in, but even that wasn't a shutdown. And Shell, after she was able to get all her items, she was able to get that Maniac. So that was like that target from game number 1. And so in game number 2, they're like, okay, now we need to figure out a way to bully Shell in the gold lane. And what better way to go for a mage that generally gets that power spike a lot quicker than most gold laners. So the Chang'e comes through, right? And we've been seeing that it actually is working out quite well against Clint, who is quote-unquote quite a low-range gold laner.
Yeah, I mean, looking at how this is being played again by Smart Omega is that they really want to go for the early game pressure, which is something that they did very well in game number 1, and I think it's still pretty much mirrors to game number 2. Like, they're able to take in the turtle, they're able to pressure out Shells, but then again, like, what's really important here is how are they able to kind of make this work up until the late game. And as you can see, Shinoa already be able to chunk down a lot of the gold plating here on the bottom side, so they should be able to take this tower down to, with no aggression as well coming out from Vitality.
This is perfect just pressure on the gold lane by Smart Omega Empress. Ladies and gentlemen, as we get back into the game here, 4 minutes has elapsed. Smart Omega Empress now leading with a 1k gold lead. The only lane that I would say is being heavily pressured for Smart Omega Empress is that EXP lane, which is what we're seeing right now.
Yep.
Camera shift. Can we see what's going on?
I do see the Black Dragon form and the Circling Eagle. I mean, they're going around in circles right now. So I don't think they went in for the full engage. Okay, Mirai tried to save not Ayanami there right before the turtle. Impeccable timing. And right now, they're going to try to bounce back here onto Fumi Echo, who's already at half HP. There's the heals coming out from Vivian. Keishi, known to be the Retribution Queen, needs to be zoned out from the turtle. Nice Soda's welcome onto Vivian. There goes the Circling Eagle as well. Able to miss out. Fumi Echo's going to be the target, but with all of that being said, Vitality was just doing that to take in the turtle for themselves. Pipals can be able to back away right now. 5 minutes in, and both teams have secured at least one turtle.
That's a 1v1 trade, ladies and gentlemen. Fumi got taken down, but they were still able to get their hands on the turtle. But with this Smart Omega Empress, they do still have more of the control over the map, right? This EXP lane, that outer turret will fall to the hands of not Ayanami. And meanwhile, in the
Whoa!
bottom lane,
Wow, what was that insane amount of damage coming out from the Clint as well as from City? And now they might
Uh-oh.
actually just get punished here. Flicker out from City, but here comes the circling here from Mirai, able to punish City. And now Smart Omega Empress gets in 2 kills, able to protect their gold laner as well. So this is pretty much good for their side. XP lane though, I think they picked up the Yuzong very early on here for Smart Omega. They're kind of anticipating, somebody to take down the backline since Vitality was already picking up a lot of these heavy hitters in the front line. So I think a very early pick up onto the Yuzong, but the matchup wasn't really that great on the XP lane, right? Like Nara Yanami was so contained. And right now they actually did a switch up of the lane right in the 6-minute mark. But look at the map control so far. It is actually still Smart Omega that has it in the bag.
yeah, you can even see from the item builds, right? A lot of the members from Smart Omega Empress already has an item over Team Vitality. Amore actually opted to go for Glowing Wand earlier on instead of the Enchanted Talisman or any other item here, signifying that with so many heavyweight heroes on the side of Team Vitality, the Glowing Wand does have a lot of value against heroes like Pipal on the Fredrin. We have the Vivian as well on the Minotaur. And Cine goes in for the NOD to respect that coming through from Keishi as well as not Ayanami, as well as Shinoa and the shielding.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a heavy weight for the side of Team Vitality, a lot of lightweight actually here for Smart Omega Empress. If you think about it, it's only Keishi and Naria Ayanami and Mirai actually fronting for the team. And now, last turtle is up. Here comes the Black Dragon form, zoning out Vivals, but Keishi gonna be able... No, it's actually Vivals is gonna be able to steal away that last turtle from the side of Smart Omega. And now it's an all-out brawl here. There goes the meteor shower from Shinoa from the backline. It's not enough damage just to take down the front line, and that's just the beauty of it. They get Pipals for the price of none. Still a good trade here for Smart Omega. They might want to pressure out this mid lane though. Team Vitality backs against the wall. A lot of pokes coming out from the side of Smart Omega, but they're still unable to take that mid lane.
Yeah, 1-for-1 again, right? So exactly the same story when they went in for the neutral objective contest. And honestly, that is one of the values of having a Fredrin on your team, right? The fact that you can utilize and just combo in and use that domino effect with the ult as well as the retribution to get a little bit more of an advantage in that neutral objective contest. And that's exactly what we saw. But again, like you mentioned, Smart Omega Empress going to be able to get a member down. And with this steamroll happening, with the snowball happening, looks like it's going in again.
Yep, it's gonna be Pipals. It's gonna be able to soak up the damage. He's just still able to heal up care of Vivian. Even with all those tossed out, he's still able to survive. Can you imagine the insane amount of damage? And plus, the Eternal Guard coming out from Amora as well. That was way too much damage coming out from their side. 1,500 for Smart Omega, despite the fact that they've already taken in 2 of the towers from the side of Vitality.
This is the winning condition that Smart Omega Empress need to try and figure out, right? Because with utilizing Shinoa, with utilizing the Chang'e in the gold lane, they have a small window of opportunity in that early towards that mid game. As soon as Radiants are built, as soon as Athenas are being built, Smart Omega Empress, they don't have enough physical damage to be able to contribute in towards these team fights, which Team Vitality has, right? They still have the Clint, despite the Clint being so heavily just brutalized and harassed in the early game.
Yeah,
And
so
that
far-
is going to be a big problem, especially Shinoa. Her damage is based on her ult, the meteor shower. After that's utilized, if it even gets baited out, even before a team fight, what else does Smart Omega Empress have in their arsenal for damage?
Yeah, I mean, the DPS, it might just rely on to Keishi and perhaps not Ayanami, by the way, who's on the top side trying to get in shells right before the turtle take. Shinny is also there. Let's see the cover happening. Actually using in that circling eagle just to get out. But for their side of Vitality, they know what they want, right? Pipal's already working up this first lord of the game for Vitality.
Posturing at the moment. Pipal's level 11. We have Keishi at level 12. So in terms of EXP, Keishi does have a bigger advantage to get this neutral objective. Team Vitality looks like they may want to look for perhaps a pick off before they go in But in terms of team fight, they do have a lot of CC that they can utilize to their advantage.
Yep, Fumi Echo as well, trying to look for an angle. You can kind of see Chels as well starting to hurt here. You can see the pokes coming out from the lane. They're just not letting up that mid lane. And right now, Vitality, they're still working on this Lord, forcing someone to focus fire on the mid lane, which is actually going to be Mirai, trying to get in Cine. Nothing just yet, as the Lord is still going to be worked on. 1/4 HP here, Eterna. Let's see if Smart Omega or Vitality will be able to take that in. But look at that. Nice Minoan's Fury just in the nick of time, as Vitality will be able to take in the Lord. The side of Smart Omega right now going in for the clapback. Fumi Echo is going to be the target here, as not Ayanami going to be working on that. But it's not going to be easy to take her down. Takes a whole 2 seconds to take down that Arlot, but at the same time, Vitality as well. They got in some good trades, despite the fact that Fumi Echo was down. Shells was able to get in that mid lane.
But what? How did... Wow, Peepals was a level below and was able to get that retribution. That Minuan Fury went in clutch. That was beautiful timing by Vivian to make sure that Smart Omega Empress did not get their hands on the Lord. And that's exactly it, right? That 1-for-1 trade. You can even say it's a 2-for-1 trade with the fact that Shell was able to get that mid turret. So I would say that that was worth it for Team Vitality. And looking at the Lord advantage so far, 2K, and the Lord is still marching down. I want to see how Team Vitality utilizes Lord as all 3 lanes are pushing.
Yep, Meteor Shower to clear that out. I mean, Shells is starting to hurt at this point. 11 minutes in, got in the items, but she still has to face the wrath of Amore, as well as Shinoa, who has a decent amount of damage right now. And as you can see, Smart Omega, they're still going to force this out. Circling Eagle, out for Mirai. They're not going to commit more as Smart Omega. They know their limits. They're just going to back away for now.
But look at how the gold just instantly shift here in the 12th minute. It was a 2k gold lead for Smart Omega Empress earlier, and it's basically non-existent, right? 600 only, 300 now, right? Team Vitality are so good at taking control of a game that wasn't supposed to be theirs, and that is what I find as one of the loopholes to the composition that Smart Omega Empress actually utilized. But Team Vitality already trading in blows here in the bottom lane.
Yep, now they might just go for the team fight. 2 circling Eagles. Who's gonna be the next one? It is gonna be Cine. The first one down here, care of Amore. Nice knock up there by Vivian from the Minoan's Fury, but look at Not Ayanami gonna go in for Shells. Will she be able to successfully do it? But not enough, as Pipals and Fumi Echo make sure that Shells is alive. Mirai as well.
Flicker?
Not gonna go for more. She does not have the flicker and now might be punished by Pipals right now. Gonna go in for the taunt. Fumi Echo is still alive. Circling Eagle right now available, and it's gonna be able to use it up against her. Again, the same situation. Mirai gonna try to go in for the chase. 1 HP, as Smart Omega says, we're not gonna go for more. We're just gonna back away for now. That was, wow, very, very precise from both sides. Shells was able to escape. Fumi Echo was able to escape. It's not that far of a lead if you think about it, Eterna. It's still from the side of Smart Omega, so I think this next Lord should be the deal breaker for both sides.
That was a clean engage though by Smart Omega Empress, and that's just one of the beauties of having a Matilda, right? The fact that you can utilize the Matilda to weave in and out of these team fights was so beautiful to see. And Smart Omega Empress, honestly, they had the better out of that entire scenario. And now the problem is Shinoa picked up a Holy Crystal, so that's a lot of magic power now given to the hands of Shinoa. So if Team Vitality can't respect that magic damage, it will be a problem in this next upcoming Lord fight, which is what we saw being a problem in the previous team fight as well.
Yep, the positioning here of Vitality is looking really scary. You got 3 heroes on the mid side. Mirai, the one to check in the bush, and here comes the engage onto Chels again. Still not able to take it down, but instead it is going to be Mirai being punished there by Team Vitality. There goes the Appraiser's Rat onto Keishi. Not enough damage yet. Black Dragon form has been used and the Lord has been reset. A miscommunication, I would say, because Mirai, again, if you look at it, like, Chels had a hard time up against Shinoa, but right now she has 2 assists, no deaths just yet, and this is exactly what you want as a marksman, right? Like, even though you get pressured on your lane, as long as you don't have deaths, it should be fine.
It was great cover, honestly, by Team Vitality. But now they're going in for the Lord.
Oh no, Amore as well. They find in the final slash there by Fumi Echo in the nick of time. They also take down Keishi right before the Lord. He was trying to go for the retribution, but it's still gonna be Vitality taking it in. 15 minutes in the game, 6-6 is our score here, and Team Vitality now has the gold lead.
That was a 3-4-0 trade. We were talking about teamfight prowess and we were really hyping Smart Omega Empress up. But in the 15th minute of the game, when these items are starting to build up, Team Vitality with their composition were able to get 3 members taken off by Smart Omega Empress. And mind you, this is a Lord marching in the mid lane. Team Vitality taking complete control back into their hands that was previously built by Smart Omega Empress.
Yeah, Shells right now has the most damage, like 2k up against Shinoa. She's playing this Claude, or rather, she's playing this Clint like a Claude, right? Like, she's just farming, and when it reaches this mid-game, she's just able to get that huge power spike, and you can see even the tankiest members of Smart Omega are just getting in a lot of the damage. Here comes the Lord, knocking in the base here of Smart Omega. You got City that has the Detona's Welcome, but the Detona's Welcome here from Keishi knocks in Vivian onto the base of Smart Omega. They still got the shields here, who is able to sustain Smart Omega to its fullest. They still got the Lord to melt down here. Smart Omega Empress, they're able to melt down that Lord as Vitality gonna be exerting a whole lot more pressure. They got in the mid inhibitor, and they're just gonna be backing away. So respecting the damage as well.
Oh!
Right, gonna be able to go
What?
all the way in, and now Smart Omega, they're gonna have to back away from that. I'm not so sure what the idea was there. I think she was trying to go for shells, but instead you still have the final slash coming out from Fumi Echo. They can just get punished here by Team Vitality.
That was a huge mistake, and now Team Vitality, they're looking for the end.
Yep. Oh no, Shells gets in, not Ayanami, and now Keishi and Amori left to defend in the base. Shells gets a double kill, but not enough time as they lock in the base. And Team Vitality will be able to take this series with a 2-0.
A clean 2-0, ladies and gentlemen, for Team Vitality in match number 1 against Smart Omega Empress. But don't worry, for those of you who are fans of Smart Omega Empress, they will be able to continue their fight in their lower bracket. But what a best of 3 series, what a clean game for game number 1 for Team Vitality. But honestly, in game number 2, I was sure that Smart Omega Empress would have taken that. But that last circling eagle, the last 2 circling eagles,
Yep.
it felt like it was a mistake by Mirai.
Yeah, I think she has that kind of gameplay that she can be very aggressive, right? Like, I think she was trying to go on the circling eagle onto shells, but there was a lot of CC, like what I mentioned, for Vitality, so it can really backfire up against Smart Omega. But I did mention it earlier, Aeterna, right? The lower bracket meta for Smart Omega. Let's do it, right? It's a 2-0, and I would say, despite the fact that it is a 2-0, it was pretty tight. It was pretty tight for both games, right? Like, the gold lead was not that massive. There were a lot of good wins as well for Smart Omega, but again, it's still not over, right? The lower bracket is still up for them, and yeah, let's see how they will pan through the lower bracket here for the Snapdragon Pro Series.
For sure. And I'm wondering what other tricks Smart Omega Empress has up their sleeves, right? Because we saw the Chang'e come out. It did have the impact that it was meant to, right? It was able to bully the Clint up until this 17-minute point. Honestly, where I felt like the Chang'e in the gold lane, that's kind of how long you can stretch it out, right? Early game was great, mid game was great, but when it gets to the late game, that siege potential definitely lacking for the Chang'e, as well as so one-dimensional in terms of damage source. It was so heavily on magic damage.
Yeah, I mean, look at the Shinoa's build here on the Chang'e. Very interesting too, right? Like, picking up the Feather of Heaven and the Golden Staff for the Chang'e, just to amp up like the basic attacks and of course the magic damage, which kind of explains why her emblem was a weakness finder to begin with. And despite all of that, right? Like, I was talking about Shells. One of her favorite heroes to pick up is actually the Claude, and we didn't really see so much of her in the early game, right? But by the time it reached the mid game, you can see her start to hurt, right? That's a double BOD on the Clint 404, despite the fact that she had a pretty hard early game up against the Chang'e here of Shinoa.
Definitely. And I'm excited to see if the Chang'e will ever pop up again. And if we take a look at the post-game stats here, Shell, despite being so heavily guarded in the early game by Shinoa on the Chang'e, was still able to get the highest GPM at 809, highest DPM as well, 5,875. So very impressive. Shell still untouched.
Yeah, I really love this throwback as well for our gold lane, Eterna. I mean, for the longest time, I'm pretty sure you know this because you've been an MPL ID and you've seen it several times. It's only a switch up between like Nathan, the Claude, Carry. Like these are the only marksmen that would appear in the gold lane. But now I like this kind of refreshing take by both Smart Omega and Vitality, picking up something new in the gold lane, but still managed to make it work for their side. And yeah, it's a 10-6. Again, a very low kill score for both games, which kind of proves to us why these are the two teams that will be heading into, or are MWI qualified, by the way, for our challenge finals.
I mean, honestly, there are so many other heroes that you can utilize in the gold lane, right? The Moskovs are available. We had the Roger up for grabs. The Roger wasn't banned, right, in the second game? No, it wasn't.
it
It was left
wasn't.
open.
Even
And
the
honestly,
Claude.
right now, the Roger is like number one prio because usually the Moskov is banned out and the Harith is banned out. So the Roger is so great for that early game, but I guess that's not what they were looking for, right? The entire purpose was very different. And if we take a look at the gold and EXP graph, we kind of get a little bit of a feel of what that game really kind of was. In the early game, Smart Omega Empress, they were able to dominate it up until that 10, maybe 13, 15 minute point where things kind of went and dipped. The fact that Team Vitality were always on the behind in terms of EXP and gold in that early stage of the game, but Pipal still managed to get the neutral objective takes was also one of the main factors to how Team Vitality were able to find that success, because the steamrolling, the snowballing from Smart Omega Empress, it wasn't as smooth and it wasn't as clean. So they were able to minimize that damage from Smart Omega Empress. But again, MVP
Yeah, wow.
for game number 2 and game number 1, it goes to Shell.
Yeah, back-to-back MVP for the gold laner of Vitality, and yeah, 404. I mean, this is, I think, despite like Shells being the MVP, a back-to-back MVP for this series, we have to give it as well to the entire Team Vitality for making so much space, right, for Shells to be able to farm up. Like, you really don't see Shells in the early. It's kind of like she disappears, and then when it reaches the mid-game and the late game, yep, this is the time to go. And speaking of that, Eterna, we're gonna have to take a look at the highlights here on what went down here in game number 2.
See, like we could even see from minute number 7 that Smart Omega Empress, they had the control with the damage output, with the burst coming through from Shinoa on the Chang'e. It was very difficult for Team Vitality to win in these team fights, and look how they were able to layer their resources so perfectly. The Yuzong in the back line dealing the damage, Shell unable to be as impactful in the team fights. And despite her not being picked off there, the fact is it was very difficult for her to find these spaces in the team fights.
Yeah, I mean, it's a heavily that was the circling eagle that you were talking about, right? Like they were
Yeah.
trying to go for Shells. I think this is Smart Omega respecting that Shells already has that damage capability, so they were trying to go for the pick off, and it just backfired on them again. Pretty much like the same thing that happened in game number 1. They were trying to go for the pick off in the late game, and they just forgot the fact that it is a kind of punishable type of play, right? And honestly, I do commend Smart Omega, but unfortunately for the side of Vitality, though, they're gonna have to move forward here in a 2-0 up against Smart Omega.
So who will be going against Team Vitality next? That's gonna be answered in match number 2, but I completely agree with you. I think Team Vitality, the cover was so great from the Minotaur. Every time the Circling Eagle came in, it's just they understand their winning condition as well. They understand that they need to protect Shell at all costs. She is the main damage dealer. She is the main, what do you call it, investment that they were looking for from the early game. And lose that investment in team fights, you lose your entire game. So props to Vitality as they get to step forward in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's still not over for Smart Omega, right? Yeah, you still have to. I think they do have one more game, so that's gonna be the last series actually that we're gonna be having here today, Eterna. So they're gonna be facing either Falcons Vega or ONICZ. Well, right on cue, right there. Whoever wins this match will face Vitality, and the one who will lose in this match will be facing Smart Omega in the lower bracket.
Okay, Kim, quick predictions.
I don't want to do this, Aether. You asked me this earlier. I have to ask you next, though. Falcons Vega or Onyx? Well, I'm pretty sure I know what your answer is.
Okay, what's my answer then?
Well, it's Falcons Vega 2-0, obviously.
No.
No, what?
I'll go for ONICZ 2-1.
Okay,
Surprise.
that's like, oh,
I can be full of surprises too.
Yeah. I mean, I think it might be that the high CD that you had earlier. Hopefully, I think it's much better right now. So ONICZ, I'm still gonna go for ONICZ. Like despite all of that, like we only have 4 teams here, so I'm gonna go for, of course, our teams here. And of course, I do respect the fact that Falcons Vega and Team Vitality are also very, very strong teams to go up against.
Yep. But, you know, Falcons, they're so used to being second place. So maybe that passive comes through in this match. We'll never know. Maybe we'll see after the break, ladies and gentlemen, as we are going to get into that. We won't be too long, so stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. This is me, Eterna, and Burger Kim.
Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas, so you got nothing left. Let's drive. journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it. Whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster.
How long can you twerk for? How many strip clubs that you work for? You a beast type of hoe you get murked for. I can tell a lot about a girl on the first twerk, 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 twerk. I can tell a lot about a girl on twerk. How long can you twerk for? How many strip clubs that you work for? You a beast type of hoe you get murked for. I can tell a lot about a girl on the first twerk, 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 twerk. I can tell a lot about a girl on twerk.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back at Snapdragon Pro Series Women's League Challenge Finals. And we are going to see match 2 of the day with Falcons Vega from Indonesia going head-to-head against their Filipino counterparts, ONICZ Vega.
This is the team you mentioned, Eterna, that is used to be second up against Team Vitality. So I think they have one thing in common for both sides. Like for both ONICZ and Falcons Vega, they're both used to being second place. For ONICZ, it's always like they're always behind Smart Omega Empress, and for Falcons Vega, they're always known to be behind Team Vitality. But this time, there can only be one that will move forward to our upper bracket. That will be facing, of course, Team Vitality. So either it's Falcons Vega once again, or is it ONICZ? I think, I don't know if I heard this right, Eterna, but for both Falcons Vega and Team Vitality, I heard that they're so used to going up against each other that they actually want someone else to go up against them for, just for something new.
I'm pretty sure that is true. So we're going to see if there's actually going to be some new challenger or new contender that will face Vitality in the upper brackets. But back to your point about second place, right? This much is so true because for ONICZ, they were also second place in Group B of the Open Finals. And if we take a flashback to MWI last year, it was Falcons, with a different name, obviously GPX Basreng, as they were previously known as, they were also second place behind Bigatron Era, now as Team Vitality with a 3-0. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I think even for ONICZ, right? This is for everyone who's not yet updated, but this is exact same roster that they had when they were still playing under another organization, another banner for Team Risk back in the Philippines, and then now this year with the MWI coming up, they're actually going to be known as ONICZ right now. They have a new XP laner as well as a reserve or a gold, a six-man or a six-woman here at this place. It is actually gonna be Taro. So I'm not so sure if they're gonna go for the same lineup. And speaking of that, we're gonna have to take a look at Falcons Vega first here, coming all the way from IT.
Oh, okay. So actually a swap in roster, right? I mean, we already knew that Falcons Vega had a little bit more flexibility in terms of their roster, but for the jungler, it will be Caramel that was playing today, as well as in the mid laner. They had two options. We had Funi as well as Agata, but it looks like Agata will be the one playing in that mid lane as well. So other than that, Tal in the roam, Chinchao in the gold lane, and XP Violet. Very interesting choice here, because even in WSL, they've been swapping up this roster. So not really sure in which direction they're going for with this particular change, but that's the official lineup that we're seeing today.
Yeah, actually, it makes me wonder too, like the possibilities of different rosters, different players being fielded out. Say, this time for Falcons Vega, right? Like you got the jungler and the mid laner that's different, right? Like maybe it could be a combination of a mid laner and a jungler who's a bit more aggressive, or sometimes it's a bit more passive, right? Like it really depends on the type of player that they will be fielding out. And I think it's the same case for ONICZ. They do have a reserve player, so I'm not so sure if it will be that player playing in, as we're talking about ONICZ. This is going to be their lineup today. So okay, it's going to be their original lineup from what they had even back in the C-Lab Open qualifiers that they've gone up against the likes of TNC Z4 and the likes of Smart Omega Empress. So you got Rain, Bene, Jewel, Rian, and Attorney Ang. So this is the same. They're all really close friends. They've been playing together ever since the start of like the female MLBB scene here. And actually, this is a very popular roster, I would say, next to Smart Omega, right? Some of their players are really, really popular on social media.
They're popular in Indonesia as well.
Oh, really? For
When they
ONICZ?
came in for MWI, a lot of the Indonesian fans were really like, wow, who are these players? They're so beautiful. And then they really enjoyed their gameplay as well. So they have fans over here in Indonesia as well.
Oh, that's so cool. I mean, I didn't know that, because I did know that they went to MWI like I think it was last year or 2 years ago. And I actually saw some of the players that were posting, right? And one of the most popular players here for ONICZ is actually the jungler, who's right there in the middle, the one who's smiling, the one who has red hair right there, Bene. Yeah, that's just all I'm gonna say. Like, just go out and check her social media. She has a lot of followers, and she's also really, really good at using assassins, by the way, which is something that a lot of people look up to her for doing. So like the Lancelot, even the Link. So I'm not so sure if this is going to be the same case for Falcons Vega. Will there be an assassin versus assassin here that we're gonna be seeing in the first game?
So we'll see. I mean, we already see a Nolan being banned out here in the first phase of the draft. So it does give the statement that you said more weight, right? We have a Grok in the first phase of the bans as well.
Oh, yeah.
These are all respect bans towards ONICZ. But meanwhile, we have the Luo Yi. Still, up until this point, a high priority mid lane pick that needs to be respected from all teams.
Yeah, it's I would say they did their research like you, Turner. They have their little handy dandy notebook on their side as well. This Grok has been spammed by Jewel, like the roamer hero of ONICZ, and she's really good at it, at a very high chance of winning the game if she actually has this on her hands. But at the same time, there's also like deadly options like the Minotaur for Jewel that she has been prioritizing as well when it comes to the draft. But I'm not so sure. Like, it seems like the case here for Falcons Vega, they're just gonna respect Jewel, and they're gonna respect Bene at that. They're taking away two of the heroes here of Bene, two of the heroes that she's pretty good at. I think she's also starting to adjust as well to the new patch, so she's been using junglers like the Barretts and the Fredrin as well, so that might also be an option here for ONICZ.
Yeah, the latest thing that she picked up was the Nolan and the Martis. But I don't know how the Martis will be doing in this current meta. For utility junglers, we usually see the Baxias as well as the Barats and the Fredrins.
Oh, yeah.
So let's see how the adjustments are made. We do have a Ling being banned out. We have the last ban coming through from ONICZ. But remember, the chip is still open. So many priority heroes are still open. The Matilda is as well. But
Carrot
it looks
too.
like they've opted for Novaria. So all these priority heroes have actually been left open, and now Falcon will be able to pick up that first hero.
This fairy tale ended.
Oh,
in
it's a big
Vexana.
Okay, yeah, that was a really fast pick. Like, usually you'd kind of think about it, right? Like, there's the chip open, there's the Harriet open. What do we take? They pick out the Vexana, kind of like anti-team fights here as well. Of course, care of the Eternal Guard. So I think for ONICZ here, they might go for Jules hero. I'm thinking like Minotaur, perhaps like Minotaur and maybe Ben's hero already, or like pick up the Fredrin Minotaur. It's also a very good pick. Fredrin Arlot is also a very good answer to like the Vexana here. Someone to engage first, and ONICZ is known to be very aggressive, so I think that would be a very good first two picks.
Terizla? Okay.
Wow.
I heard the
Oh, yeah, you heard the
the
voice
voice and I'm like, okay, Terizla gonna be picked up earlier on here. I mean, we saw match number 1, it was a flex, but for ONICZ, I don't think we've seen it being flexed just yet. I might be wrong, but Kim, do you have any insight on this?
Yeah, the Terizla, I think it might be, they're kind of saving up the hero here of Jewel. So they kind of want to see what Falcons Vega will bring out first to kind of see what Jewel has to put out here. And with the chip being open, like what you mentioned, right? This is going to be a global presence for the side of Falcons Vega. The usual counter I see to this, a Minotaur is also a very good counter. Crowd control once everybody comes out of the portal. I see some answers like for MPL ID and MPL PH. Like I usually see Carmilla answers to like the chip. So that might actually still be a thing for Jewel here. It really depends on what she wants to get. But usually like based on like stats, she usually goes for the Minotaur. Oh, there you go.
And the Minotaur it is. Nice prediction.
Yeah, I
So the
mean,
Minotaur is going to be locked in for ONICZ here. Definitely, like you mentioned, it can be utilized because of the fact that the chip with the global present relies on the clumping up of all the 5 members when they go in through the portal. That actually can be utilized and can be capitalized over the remaining teams, right? We have the Terizla with the penalty zone, definitely can play into that role. We have the Minotaur as well with the knock-up and the Minoan Fury. So that definitely has some leeway, and there's obviously some opportunities for ONICZ to capitalize over the chip pick here.
Yeah, I'm looking at this, right? 2 CC picks coming out from the side of ONICZ, which is a good counter to the chip pick here. And at the same time, they can kind of exert a lot of pressure as well onto the sides, because honestly, the chip can really get so annoying. I've never gone up against it in ranked games. I've only gone up against it once, and it was really so frustrating, right? Like, you don't know where all of these heroes are coming from. The chip rotates so fast. I think there was also a time that it was a meta here in the Philippine MLBB scene, the Philippine female MLBB scene to be exact, the Loi chip combo, but that was already banned out. So now it's going to be up to the gold laners, so they're taking away Rian's heroes this time.
Harith has been banned out here by Falcons, but remember the Exborg was also a really big ban from ONICZ because in that EXP lane, the Terizla and the Exborg does a little bit better and can definitely punish the Terizla as well as the Minotaur. So taking that away from Falcon definitely is a big priority.
Yeah, now final bans for both sides. Again, this could still be a flex pick here, Eternal. Like, remember, the Roger can still go to the jungle position here, which is something that teams like Smart Omega does. Like, they go pick up the Roger for the jungler and pick up another gold laner. Glass Cannon cap of composition. Last ban for the side of ONICZ. They're just gonna take away another possibility here. So okay, I think they're anticipating the fact that okay, it might just be a flex pick here for the Roger. We'll take out the Martis. We'll take out all the possible options. And now for Falcons Vega, they're just gonna be limiting Rian's hero pool here, which means that the only option left to take is the Claude. I'd say it's a very good answer to like to pretty much anything in the draft. It's so mobile. It can dish out a good amount of damage when it comes to the late game, and I think Rian's pretty comfortable with that.
It's also very versatile, right? That's what I love about the Claude, because even if things go kind of not in the way that you'd want, especially in the later stage of the game. In the team fights, you can always go for a split push meta that we've seen so often with the Claude going in with the back doors. So that's definitely something that they can utilize. Obviously, if they want to go head to head in the early game, they could try with the Brody. It is a lot more risky against the Roger, but they go for the Barats first.
Yeah, this should be the pick of Bene here. So I think that's what they were going for. So they're kind of like trying to make Falcons Vega think, okay, what is this Minotaur? What is this Charizla, right? Or where's it gonna go? So now with the Barrets being locked in, this kind of signals that this is gonna be ONICZ's jungler. And now for Falcons Vega, their last 2 picks, they still need a possible gold laner if this Roger's gonna go through the jungle, or perhaps like pick up a very good XP laner to go up against the Charizla. The only thing here for ONICZ is the difference that they have up against Falcons Vega is they don't really have a coach to do the drafting for them. So it's pretty much what they're yeah. So they don't have a coach right now, as far as I know. So they're really drafting it themselves. So if you can see where they're at right now, it's just the 5 of them drafting this.
Oh, interesting. But the drafts though,
Yeah.
Alpha, as well as the
Jungle.
Edith and the Moskov last picked in the gold lane. Now this is going to be a very interesting matchup because technically the Alpha does great against heroes like the Baxia and the Barats. So they're trying to level that up in the playing field, especially when it comes down to these utility takes, as well as the Roger and the Moskov. Now the Moskov is great with the CC, the click point CC against the Roger, but in the early game the Roger does a little bit better in terms of damage. So the skill matchup between both of these gold laners from both of these teams is something that I will be looking forward to.
Yeah, honestly, you did mention about the Roger, right? Like it's so good in the early up until the mid game, and you know that you're going up against a Moskov that pretty much needs the items. Oh wait, I stand
Yeah.
corrected. I actually saw Coach Jimmy, who used to coach ONICZ when they were back in their back in the roster that they had before, which was Risk. So he's actually assisting the team. So it's good to have a coach like this, somebody who knows your history, somebody who knows your comfort. But ladies and gentlemen, we're now gonna go into the Land of Dawn. This is gonna be the first game between Falcons Vega and ONICZ, the 2 teams who are vying for that one slot to go to Riyadh this year.
Let's see who's going to be able to lead this best of 3 series between the Indonesian representatives as well as the Filipino representatives. As we can see, both junglers already starting out on different buffs. Caramel opted to go for the purple buff before the orange, and it was the exact opposite route for Bene on the Barrets.
Yeah, I'm not so sure if ONICZ is just going to let Falcons Vega like go for the prio position onto the turtle, right? Like Ben is going for that kind of rotation, going to the gold lane. So like some teams actually do that. Like they let go of the turtle, maybe perhaps gank in the gold lane. Speaking of the ganks though, like the top side, it is going to be Rian a little bit in trouble there. Like the chip's gonna be so hard to deal with, right? It has that knock up. You got that Roger that can kind of pounce on you at any time. So far it is currently Falcons Vega that has the gold lead here. Caramel already reached that level 4 power spike. You will flicker out. 1 resource use away from the side of ONICZ.
That's already very aggressive rotations coming in from Falcons Vega, understanding that they do have that level 4 power spike that they need to wait for, right? But meanwhile, in the bottom lane,
Okay, that was the portal I saw being used by Tao. And just like that, we're gonna go into a quick technical pause first, once again, to let the players check on what they need to check before the first turtle fight, actually.
we want to make sure that all the players, everyone involved, as well as you guys back at home watching the tournament right now, gets the best viewing experience. And of course, for the players, the best playing experience, because sportivity is our utmost priority, ladies and gentlemen, as we are going to take a technical pause. But we'll resume in a quick moment. But meanwhile, we do have a little bit more to talk about for the early stage of the game. In terms of emblem choice, I thought it was very interesting for the Vexana to go for Tenacity in the early game.
Oh, I've seen this meta, Eternal. Like, it's a tank Vexana. I don't think it's going to be built that way, though, here in this game. But I've seen some players actually use this, and it kind of gets irritating, right? Like Vexana is a hero that dishes out a lot of damage, and with the tenacity, right? It's not gonna be so easy to reach her. You have the Eternal Guard, you also have the tenacity, so it's not gonna be easy to take it down. So I think that's what they're going for here, since it seems like Falcons Vega wants to go for that early game type of thing. So tenacity is gonna be really important too to have.
Yeah, in the early game, tenacity does give a lot of benefits in terms of control of the damage that is being hit on towards you. And I think as well, because of the matchup in the mid lane against the Valentina, who was very aggressive with the what would you call it? The side steps. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
call it
the
the
one
side
two.
steps.
I call it like the 1-2 combo
Yeah,
because
the
honestly, that's
1-2 combo.
because that's what the Vexana, that's what
Valentina.
the Valentina does, right? Like it only does like 1-2, and then okay, when it needs the ultimate, okay, that's when I pop in skill number 3. She's pretty much that kind of hero.
Yeah, but the Valentina does have a lot of wave clear Minotaur as well. So the Vexana, the Agatha, she's trying to respect as well the damage in the mid lane that will be given towards her, especially when they're going for the mid clear prio.
Okay, so it seems like this gold lane is going to be safe and sound right now. There might be a huge fight though on the XP. Nobody has reached that level 4 yet. So both for Rian, for Rain rather, and Attorney Ang. So it's actually going to be Falcons Vega that has that wave clear first. So they were able to clear out that lane, get that level 4, and now Bene in trouble here right now. Caramel goes in for the ultimate. Attorney Ang going to be able to soak up all of the damage. Trying to go for the penalty zone here. It's not available. And she's going to be first one to fall. First blood going to get taken in here by Falcons Vega. Care of Chin Chow. Caramel secures in that turtle as the rest of ONICZ going to be able to back away.
This is the snowball that the Roger can give you in these team fights, right? It was a 5v4 situation, but of course the trade-off, other than everything we saw happening just now, is the fact that the Moscow was very free in the gold lane to go in for the farm and also take a little bit of that gold shield turret. We see Tal immediately go towards in this top lane to try and go for a punish onto Rian, but doesn't quite get it just yet.
Yeah, now with this global presence, right? Like Tal is just like, okay, you need help here. Nope. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bottom side of the map, maybe go into the mid side. So it's just really good to have this chip, right? Like you kind of know what's going on in every single part of the map. Not to mention that it has a very, very good amount of damage too with its knock up here. So it's a very good pick coming out from Falcons Vega. And right now, ONICZ, they're in a pickle on what to do next, right? Like they've been kind of zoned out from the turtle, and so far it is Falcons Vega that has secured it.
Because basically, if we're talking about ONICZ, their winning condition is towards the later stage of the game. All they need to do is try and weather out the storm of the early and the mid game that, of course, Falcons Vega can protrude on towards them. And the fact is that they need to try and look for a way to slow down the snowballing from happening from Falcons Vega, because that's exactly what's happening right now, right? A 1k gold lead already built up. We have the Roger already given the first blood as well, so already some kills onto the Roger. So the later this game goes, it will favor ONICZ. All they need to do is try and weather out the storm.
Yeah, the early game's going to be very crucial for ONICZ to be able to kind of have that power spike in the late game. So it's going to rely on Rian, the Moskov here, which they really need to be protecting here at this point. So I think for ONICZ, the best case scenario is perhaps to try and aid Rian, because I've seen them do this several times in different tournaments. Like try to assist their gold lane, not go for the objectives, and just make sure that their gold laner is farmed up so that they're able to get in the win.
But we are, ladies and gentlemen, in a technical pause, but we are going to be right back into the game very soon. Of course, priority is our players at the moment. Of course, you guys at home watching, but we're getting straight into the game. 3 minutes has elapsed in this first game of this best of 3 series in match number 2.
Okay, looking at how this is going to be played out, Caramel actually going to be positioning herself over to this side. Like, I mean, this is where the gold lane is. They need to have their focus there. It seems like they might actually gank Rian there on the top side, while the rest of ONICZ going to be able to clear out that lane. Falcons Vega has control so far in terms of the gold, 1,400 going to 1,500. And I think, okay, they're doing this diamond type of move onto Rian. Right now, going to be able to knock them back in. There goes the knockup from the Minoan's Fury here from Jewel. Nice setup play. Caramel's going to be the first one to fall. Violet as well, going to be able to sustain the damage. There goes the ultimate coming out from the Eden. Gonna be able to flicker out to safety. Only one casualty here for the side of Falcons Vega.
That was a very, very risky play by Falcons Vega to go for a dive under turret, and unfortunately, ONICZ were so great at that counter engage. The fact that the Minions Fury from Jewel was able to knock these members up under the turret, deal that damage, gave Falcons Vega an unfavorable trade. So that initial 1k gold lead that they were able to build up from the early game has now diminished to only a 300. And now both of these teams are going to be posturing around the next neutral objective. The turtle is up, and remind you guys, Bene is one level below Caramel.
Yep, there goes Attorney Ang. They have to weather the storm, and that's exactly what the Filipinos are good at. We have so many storms coming in here, the country, and I'm pretty sure that ONICZ can weather it through. Finally, they get in the turtle, and it's all because of that setup play that Falcons Vega did right on the top side. Everyone was chunked down real low. They went back to the base, which gave ONICZ a much better position in the turtle.
Great timing by ONICZ. Beautiful, right? And again, that gold lead is slowly disappearing for Falcons Vega. ONICZ now hold on to the cards, and looks like they're putting some focus into the gold lane, seeing as Chin Chao already picked up another item with the golden staff. So that's heading towards the power spec that Chin Chao requires. But wait a second.
Okay, Bena, gonna be able to get in the Spear of Alpha there. There goes the Eternal Guard as well from the backside. Bene is taken down real low. Tal gonna be able to get up the kill onto Bene. Attorney Ang as well working onto Agata. Will be able to pick up that kill as well. And now Rain, Violet gonna be able to work in that Primal Rat to super low HP. Gonna be using it now 1-2 combo, but from the backside, Rian gonna be able to pick up that double kill. 3 for the price of 2. And I would say that was a pretty good bounce back from the side of ONICZ.
Again, right? These team fights have not been working in favor of Falcons Vega. Every time they look for initiation, it looks like ONICZ with the Minotaur, with all these utility tools that they have in their arsenal, with the composition that they brought, have been able to get a better ground in these team fights. And ultimately, they're slowly but surely giving over the control, the tempo back to ONICZ. Falcons Vega, they're losing control, and ONICZ pick up the tempo in the 6th minute of the game.
Yeah, pretty interesting too that Rain is the one who has been dishing out the most damage, right? Like she's picked up the magic penetration boots instead of the cooldown boots that you'd usually see on the Valentina, since we know that the cooldown time is a bit more longer this time after the nerfs that it has received. So now we go into the last turtle here, Eterna. Onyx gonna be able to start that up. Tal as well, giving vision to the entire team. Falcons Vega, they know they have to secure this as well, because ONICZ, they definitely need to do this. Attorney Ang gonna be first target here. All the ultimates being invested onto her, and she's able to still survive. And they go in for the counterplay. You know, it's Fury by Jewel. Everybody's knocked down real low. Conceal play has been made here as well. Jewel's gonna be taken down, but look at Rian from the backside. Gonna be able to get in another kill, but there's the shutdown by Chin Chao. 3 versus 4 as ONICZ, they're left with 2 members here in the turtle pit, and it's all because of the initiation started by Attorney Ang.
Complete reset on the turtle, the last turtle of the game, ladies and gentlemen, for 2-2 trade. And initially, that was such a great play by Rian, using the Spear of Misery to go into the back line and dish out the damage, but unfortunately, in a 1v2 situation, that damage was not enough. Ultimately, going to be able to buy enough time for ONICZ to pick up the last neutral objective there before the Lord spawns, and that does put ONICZ in a better condition now for the next few minutes of the game. But meanwhile, Chin Chao going to be trading quite well in the top lane and picking up a turret.
Okay, Violet spots in Rian here. And now they're looking to take this tower on the bottom side, kind of like mirroring the move that Chin Chao is doing there on the top side. They should be able to do so, but let's not forget, Falcons Vega has a global presence here with Thal. Gonna be able to use that Eternal Guard. Rain as well, gonna be able to pick up the ultimate coming in from the side of Falcons Vega. And despite all of that, Eterna, it's just 1,000 gold lead here for Falcons Vega.
But the problem is, I think Chin Chao already has 2 items. I don't know if they have the 3rd item or what kind of build she's going for, but DHS as well as the golden staff already in the belt of Chin Chao right now, and Rian is still far from that power spike. So what we were worried about for ONICZ in that mid game to the early game, despite all these team fights going in favor of ONICZ, the fact is they haven't been able to shut down Chinchao. And now Chinchao is ready for these team fights. 2-0-2 KDA so far. And it looks like they're looking for a play here with all those three members in that bush. Are they looking for a play in the mid lane maybe?
Yeah, they were trying to go in for some type of play there, right? Like care of Thal, but no one initiated because like several times they tried to do that, but they failed to do so. But instead, you know what? They're just gonna go for the neutral objectives here, and it's a good call for ONICZ. Like, I mean, Falcons Vega can keep doing this, right? Remember, they do have that chip that can just send anyone through the portal and just clear out the lane. So they really have that sense of urgency as well to be able to take in all of those turrets. But right now, so far, ONICZ has managed to maintain their ground here, able to farm up pretty well. And it's not that far of a lead, just an 800 lead here by Falcons Vega.
This is such a close game, honestly. From game number 1, we kind of already knew where the direction was kind of heading for match number 1 between those previous two teams. Ooh, Flicker already burnt out. That's a big resource wasted in for Falcons Vega right before they go in for the neutral objective take on that Lord. But for this particular game, the back and forth has been quite steady. And now Caramel at level 13, meanwhile Benny at level 12. Agatha though?
Okay, she was trying to escape, but yeah, ONICZ was able to take her down, and that's one member down right before the Lord Day. So I think that was either a misposition, miscommunication from the side of Falcons Vega, and just like that, ONICZ will be able to take in this first Lord of the game.
Caramel is two levels above right now of Bene. Falcons Vega should have had priority on that neutral objective. But that kill over to Agatha, that was just the nail in the coffin for them.
Yeah, that was huge, right? For ONICZ. Like right after they took down Agatha there, they were just like, okay, let's just go for the Lord. The rest of the members there of Falcons Vega were just a little bit too far from that Lord pit. So yeah, right now we're in a technical pause, and both of the teams still need to fix there's everything that they need to fix before we head on to this, still the first game of our best out of 3. And so far it seems like ONICZ has the control, despite the fact that Falcons Vega has that gold lead. And right now this first Lord of the game, not the luminous one, can be able to help them at least push the turrets, or at least pressure in the side lanes that Falcons Vega has been taking so far this entirety of the game.
For sure. But of course, Falcons, with the composition, do have the high ground. They do have a good wave clear as well. So it's up to ONICZ to figure out a way on how to go in for the siege, seeing as the Moskov... I mean, I'm not really sure yet. We're going to take a look at the items for the Moskov later on. I hope we get to sneak peek as to whether or not the Moskov has reached the item power spike yet or not. But if not, Moskov's still not ready for these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that power spike that Rian had earlier on, right? Like she was able to pick up a double, was able to at least like take down 3 members of Falcons Vega once they're like mispositioned, or once they try to make in a play that can backfire on them. And so far, like I would still say the late game kind of sort of favors ONICZ here and what they're trying to go for. So they're still fine, but the biggest problem that they have to face right now is going to be the Roger of Chinchao that does not have any deaths just yet. 2-0-2 on the Roger, and we all know, like we've all seen how Chell was able to pull that off in the first series, right?
For sure. We just got an update here, ladies and gentlemen. For the Moskov, for Rian, it looks like she has already built the Golden Staff, DHS, and the Corrosion Scythe. So that 3 item power spike is already there. But looking at the composition, maybe she would want to go a little bit more defensive, maybe on the way towards the 1 for a little bit more safety in these team fights. But according to the 3 item power spike, she's already hit it. So this might be a big siege for ONICZ.
Yeah, and she's also rocking in a basic common emblem at that, right? Am I right? Yeah, it is a basic emblem on the Moskov. I guess it's to aid the mana regen as well. So I mean, she has it all so far. Like the key items that the Moskov needs to have, which kind of explains that power spike she had mid game. So right now, maybe try to go for maybe a Wind of Nature. I'm not so sure what she's building for her next item. Is it a Malefic Roar or is it like more damage item, right? And I do agree, you need that defensive item right now since Falcon's Vega seems to be dishing out a lot of damage already.
Yeah, with the Roger already at the power spike, you would want to respect that damage coming through because previously in the team fight, when she used a spear to go into the backline to deal the damage onto the backline, that would have worked well now, right? With the power spike, with the 3 items already built in. But earlier on, she wasn't there just yet, so that's why she was taken down. But if she pulls in a similar strategy again, that just might be the end of Falcon's backline and basically the end of the team fight.
Yeah, I think it has to be timed really well, right? Like all of the ultimates here coming out from ONICZ, even from the side of Falcon's Vega, it has to be executed really well. If not, like you can see like a counter setup that's going to be made by the other team. And so far, I think all the team sites have been very clean. I can't really tell like who has the upper hand. So far, it's ONICZ. They have secured in the Lord, but in terms of the lead, in terms of the turrets, it seems to be very even out.
Yeah, it can swing both ways, but like you mentioned, right? Late game gonna be held on by ONICZ, so it's up to Falcon's Vega to try and close this game as soon as possible. And the fact that they let go of the Lord with the play from Agatha, it was just brutal to their gameplay, to the entire strategy that they built in from the early stage of the game. That flicker that was burnt out in the mid lane preemptively was huge, right? Because if she had the flicker in the Lord pit when she was taken down, that was the way that she would have been able to get out of that situation. But because she burnt the flicker earlier on and because she got caught in the Lord pit that eventually took her down, that was a Lord that was meant for Falcons.
Yeah, I think she was trying to go for the flicker Eternal Guard play. Like that was a possibility, right? Because ONICZ was like grouped up together at that point. So I'm not sure if it was a play that everybody agreed on for Falcon's Vega, or was it a play that Agatha wanted to do on her own, right? Like thinking that she could pull it off. But then again, it's still the first game, right? The momentum is going to be very important. They're very crucial here for both sides. And we're seeing like a switch between the player camps of both ONICZ and Falcon's Vega. It seems like everybody's playing in the same place, which is good. Like most of the time I see like either one player is playing from somewhere else, but this is a huge boost Eternal, like everybody playing all together at the same place at the same boot camp.
Yeah, there's always issues with communication sometimes, and like even with the support that isn't there when you guys aren't in one. All these things like factor into your gameplay, because we've seen some teams actually do great when they're grouped together, but as soon as they're separated or they play on the stage, it just isn't the same, their performance and their gameplay. So to see them all together, and they all look pretty calm, pretty chill. As ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go straight into the game here. 10 minutes has elapsed and we're gonna get right back into it.
Yeah, just like that, ONICZ, after taking in that Lord, they melt down that mid tower. Huge for their side. They got the Lord advantage here as well. I believe Rian and even Attorney Ang should be able to push out at least the sides, give in that breathing space for the side of ONICZ. You see the presence as well being made. I think for ONICZ, they need to be wary as well of the portals that Thal will be doing here.
Jewel got taken out? How? Did you see that happening? How did that happen?
It was off cam, right? Like, how did that? Oh no, she was spotted by Tal, and then eventually, like, everybody used the ultimate, right? So I'm not so sure if it came from the side of Falcon's Vega or ONICZ. So this is the second time it happened. This time from ONICZ.
Oh wow, what? That's a big pickoff as we get into the technical pause. I wish I could get a replay of what happened there.
Yeah, it was so fast, right? Like in a blink of an eye, it was like Jewel's gone. I didn't even see she was gone yet because I was so busy looking at Falcon's Vega, right? They were already grouping up. So I think they were trying to make a play, and then they spot Jewel in the bush, and then they just decide to, use up all of the ultimates on her.
And that's before they push in with the Lord.
Yeah.
They're gonna need Jewel just in case Falcon's Vega go in for an engage. The counterplay from the Minotaur is so imperative in these team fights that without her, I don't think that they can maximize on that Lord push.
Yeah, even I think Jewel here is pretty surprised. She's right there in the middle of where everybody is. I mean, it's just understandable. She is the roamer, right? Like she is the one kind of giving the information to the rest of her team, and she's also pretty surprised. So I think there was some she needed to fix some stuff there before we head over into the Lord fight. But yeah, this has been like a seesaw battle between like the pauses that we've been having, right? Like all of the exciting moments that have been swimming here and there. So yeah, let's take a look at that replay once again. I mean, Eterna was confused. I was also confused. We have to take a closer look at that, what happened just there. Okay, there was the flicker. I think that was a flicker play by Agatha, trying to go for the Eternal Guard, and right after that, it just went to the side of ONICZ. Eventually, after they picked off
No.
Agatha, they just went for the Lord.
The flicker was burnt out before they went in for this engage, so she got stuck in the skill from the Barretts, and she eventually got taken down.
She was trapped
I don't-
basically in the Lord pit.
Yeah, and because she used the flicker earlier on in the mid lane in the bush, if you recall, she couldn't use the flicker to get out of that team fight. And then in a 4v5, even though Caramel had the 2-level lead, they didn't want to go for the contest. They didn't want to go for the risk.
Yeah, I actually
was-
thought she was trying to make a play there
Yeah.
because it makes sense, right? Like if you think about it, like, okay, why was the flicker burned there? Because it had like 120 seconds before it was still available. So I thought she was trying to go for a play. But this time, it's actually Jewel. Let's see if we can have an instant replay of what went down there. But I believe everybody used the ultimates. This is huge, right, Eterna? They need to have that front line. Now it will be in the form of Bennis, Barrett's, and Attorney Ang's Charizla to go in for the front line here, but this is just the first sword, so I think Falcons Vega should be able to take this down very quickly. And at the same time, it's quite unfortunate that ONICZ didn't push forward anymore, knowing for a fact that they don't have Jewel on their side.
Oh no, Val used the flicker to get out of that. Ooh, that was
And the
close. That was a
conceal.
4v1 situation. Wow. All right. But again, right? Without Jewel, they weren't able to utilize or capitalize over the Lord that they were able to get. So basically, we're back to zero. We're back to square one. A complete reset for both of these teams. Chin Chao now picking up as well the next item in her arsenal. And it was just an unfortunate kill over to Jewel after the play onto Agatha.
Yeah, a lot of ultimates being invested. The conceal play is also gone here from Tal as well as the flicker, right? And now I think this is one of the moments during the game that it gets really slow. We're kind of waiting for a play to happen, and there's so many possibilities here. They're not the teleportation coming out from Tal, the play coming out from Jewel. So I think all these dead bushes will be important, or they have to take note of that. I think ONICZ is really preparing for any type of play that's going to be made here by Falcons Vega.
Yeah, you can see the way that they're posturing, right? They're anticipating
Yeah,
that
they
Tal
are.
will be roaming around these bushes, and the rotations are coming through so well. We can see them opening up the bushes one by one to make sure that Tal is there. But honestly, Tal's just here, meanwhile, in the bush doing nothing, right? So the mental exhaustion that you have to go through going
Yeah.
against the chip is already enough strategy
Oh
to
yeah.
try and manipulate the opponent. And you can see it coming through for ONICZ.
Yeah, it's like the Loyi diversion play, right? Like
Yes.
it's kind of like asking, like you're going on a family trip. It's kind of like asking, are we there yet, or can we go yet? I think that's pretty much what Tal is trying to do here. Can we go for the engage yet? And it's been like how many minutes? And it's honestly, yeah, it's really tiring. The mind games that the Falcons Vegas doing, as well as ONICZ, because they're being very careful at this point, right? Knowing that there can be some ganks that will be made here by Falcons Vega. Not to mention that the wave management is so much better on the side of Falcons Vega. Now the first Lord is up, second Lord rather. The Luminous one for both sides pick up. Earlier it was ONICZ that picked it up. And right now let's see who will take the second one. It seems like ONICZ is in a much better position to take this though.
Oh, so the fourth item from Rian was actually not the Wind of Nature, but actually
Sea Halberd.
Sea Halberd.
Yeah. Makes
Very
sense.
interesting.
It does make sense because, I mean, there's so many regen heroes here. Caramel, you got Tal, that's really tanky, so you really do need these items. But wow, look at how Chin Chao is just working there. He doesn't even care about the Lord Pit fight. He just knows that Falcon's Vega can take it down or perhaps like deal with this on their own. She's just gonna push the turret. She's just go for a split push here, forcing the rest of the members of ONICZ to actually take control of that situation. But right now, it's gonna be the Lord fight here for both sides. Bene gonna try her very best to get in this Lord. It's already at 1/4 HP. It's gonna be Agatha this time. That will be taking that in for the side of Falcons Vega for the price of Bene and a Torny Ang as well. Jewel really in a bad spot as Chin Chao will be able to pick up that triple kill for the side of Falcons Vega.
That was a bait! That entire play in the bottom lane was a bait to separate them. Jin Chao completely utilized, outplayed ONICZ, and now they're gonna be able to end this and lead this best of 3 series.
Okay, they're not even gonna wait for the Lord here. They're just gonna tank it up as Falcons Vega finally pull off the biggest heist for today. And that was right before the last Lord. They get in the first game of the series.
That was a mind-blowing bait. Because as you were saying it, I was like, okay, Chin Chao gonna look for a split push play, and they want to force a team fight, but they saw that ONICZ saw it coming, and then they start to disperse to go back into their own base to go for the recall. We saw that the Valentina was already pushed far away from all the other team members, and then she went back through the portal to re-engage into the team fight to get that triple kill and eventually go for a wiped out onto ONICZ. That was beautiful. That was a beautiful play by Chin Chao. She's my MVP.
Yeah, I mean, okay, here's the thing about what they did there, right? Like, it has to be a huge communication that happened right before that. I was like, okay, Chin Chao will be trying to go in for the split push, and then what happened there, what ONICZ didn't expect was they're gonna try to force out the Lord, right? And by the time that they noticed it, they were all split across the map. Like, Agatha was able to land in that Eternal Guard right in the middle, taking in the Lord. Everybody was split up, so it was going to be really hard for Jewel to actually heal everybody up or get a nice Minoan's Fury onto everyone. And right after that was, yeah, a bait, like what you said, the biggest heist that they needed to pull off. They were trying to do this from the start of the game, and now they were actually successful in the most crucial moment of them all, the last part of the game.
I've never seen the chip utilized that way. That was beautiful to see. Usually we see the chip like just normal stuff, right? Like just ganks here and there or re-engage into team fights, but to use it as a bait like that, understanding that in a 5v5 team fight with the Moskov already at her power spike, they understood that perhaps let's not go for that 50-50 chance. They needed to look for a different strategy, and that was their strategy. 15 minutes and 40 seconds. I'm still so surprised by that play.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a good 2 minutes that Tal was waiting for something to happen, right? And she was positioning herself in that bush. And I was telling you, like, she was just waiting for that signal. Like, is it time to go? Is it time to go? And finally, when it was time to do it, everybody in the team was like, yes, Tal, it is time. Time to pull off that play. And it was done so beautifully. I've never seen, I've only seen like a chip being used to gank the lanes, but not to be played in that way, which kind of just shows that, you know, there's just so many possibilities that you can do with this chip play. And that's why it's currently at least like the most banned hero, or one of the most banned heroes currently in the ranked games and even in the professional play.
For sure. And the way that Jin Chao was able to weave in that final moment after she portaled in was so beautiful as well, right? The fact that she understood the targeting, the skill positioning, highest GPM as well, 869 for Jin Chao. It was just so brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, 800, it was a huge lead for the tower damage as well. I mean, you can see the two gold laners doing their very best, like Chin Chao and then Rian as well. But ultimately, I think the clapback here for Falcons was that that last play. And definitely, if you've been trying it from time and time again, like it's definitely going to work at least one time. That was beautifully executed by Falcons Vega. They were also able to get that Lord at that time, but with the rest of the members of ONICZ, it was a wipeout in that last match, and eventually they were just able to take everything in. They didn't even need to have the Lord anymore. Everybody was just tanking it up, and it was just a very explosive way to actually kickstart off the series.
Yeah, despite all the issues with Agatha being killed earlier on, with, the Minotaur also being taken off the board, the conclusion to that was just chef's kiss. But we'll take a look at the gold and EXP graph now for that particular game. We can see it just really fluctuate from that early stage, right? We saw that Falcons Vega had a little bit of more to say. The tempo was really secured in by them, but eventually ONICZ in these team fights that they were able to get advantage out of, were able to get the gold lead happening, but the dip was so huge. And that final play, again, was just really groundbreaking, because if that play didn't happen, ONICZ would have, especially with Rian picking up that extra item in that last moment of the game, would have won that team fight.
Yeah, this is why, it's very crucial to have a very good position, right? Especially when it comes to the Lord. And Tal with the chip had a very good mastery of that hero, was able to kind of execute that type of high level play, and eventually enabled our MVP of the game, Chin Chao, to be able to get in this type of kill. I think it was a triple kill for this game, almost close to a maniac actually.
If we take a look at the replay here for the MVP highlights, again, right, in the early stage of the game, this was that pick-off that they were trying to pull off in the top side that didn't really end in their favor, and ONICZ were able to capitalize over it. And then it happened again in the second team fight that they tried to go for, and Falcons Vega, they fell short despite that 1k gold lead that they were able to amass in the early stage of the game. The fact that Rian was able to get this double kill as well to finally get to that power spike was just so brutal for Falcons Vega to turn this completely around for ONICZ to take.
Yeah, despite the fact that the ONICZ also had the heals, right? Like the team fights just were very difficult to deal with. Like you had Rian dishing out the damage, but once she goes in, it makes sense why Falcons Vega picked up that Edith, right? Just to control that Moskov, to make sure that it actually goes back. And you can see, like, even in this late game, the beautiful play that we've seen, like the porter right there where the Lord is, they were able to teleport the rest of the members here of ONICZ. Chin Chao was able to pick up a triple and eventually sieging in the base here of ONICZ, and eventually getting in this 1-0 up against the members of ONICZ here in our first match.
I will bring that in my brain forever. That is seared in my memory forever. Chin Chao, I am a huge fan now. I wonder whose call that was, because if it was executed based on Chin Chao's call alone, wow, huge fan. I need to go find where she lives. Okay, that's kind of creepy actually. That's actually stalkerish. Wait, I'm not a stalker, guys.
Well, I mean, you're in Indonesia. I guess you have better access to that aspect, right? But jokes aside, Eterna, jokes aside, I mean, I think that was probably the most beautiful type of play that I've seen from a chip, and hopefully I'll see more of that, right? And yeah, I think we have to take a breather first before we head over to our next match, because it's going to be match point for Falcons Vega.
So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back.
Here we go!
Always get what you want, alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back, and I know that you want me back. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back in the Snapdragon Pro Series Women's League Challenge Finals. And in match number 2, we do have Falcons Vega leading this best of 3 with a 1-0 against ONICZ.
Yeah, and the masterfully executed portal play by Tal and everyone else from Falcons Vega was able to actually close out that game. It was, again, pretty much like the series that we had the first series that we had here for the Snapdragon Pro Series, where, Team Vitality, Smart Omega, it was a very close game. But eventually, I think what's really lacking here is how to actually close out the game. And for Falcons Vega, they did exactly just that in our first game. And yeah, hopefully there should be a chip ban. But wow, that's very, very fast bans coming through here for both sides. They actually go in with the same bans here. Eterna, no other bans at all. No chip ban here, which means it's open for the taking. ONICZ can actually steal it away from the side of Falcons Vega.
I mean, I usually say, like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But, I mean, it broke, but it looks like ONICZ don't want to fix it, right? The same bans coming through, like you mentioned. We have the Novaria being banned out as well, Roger. And Terizla is the change, however. So we can see that for ONICZ, they're putting a little bit more emphasis onto the gold lane, perhaps utilizing the Roger to go for the snowball play. But the counter plays coming in from Falcons is also very quick, right? With the Minotaur and the Fredrin for more early game neutral objective control.
Yeah, lots of beefy frontliners here for Falcons Vega. I mean, you have to get through to this. Now they've taken away the Minotaur here of Jewel. They've also banned away the Grok, which means that she might actually just go for something completely different. She's more of the setter type of tank, so I'm not so sure how good she is or how comfortable she is with playing, support type of heroes like Matilda, which is, by the way, still open right now for the taking. I think, if they want to beef up this lineup even more, maybe Bene can just go for, classic Mortis, or maybe even just go for the Barretts, just like what she did in game number 1.
That's definitely a big possibility. I think also for her. Oh, right. The Harith has been left open. So Flex pick on the Roger.
Yeah.
Flex gonna be putting the Roger in the jungle with the Harith in the gold lane. This is a top priority hero through and through. I think in MPL ID and MPL PH, just a season ago, the Harith was at 100% ban and pick rate.
Yep.
So early game, great. Late game, the damage is also there.
Yep.
Mid game, very strong. I don't know how Falcons opt to go for the win in this gold lane.
Yeah, there's a lot of dive heroes here as well for Onyx Zol, which kind of explains like what kind of team they are. They're very good with the aggression type of play too, so they still need someone to kind of enable that. I still would say Matilda. Okay, yeah, right. As I say that, they're gonna be banning it away from Falcons Vega. Good call. But now I think for Onyx Zol, they have to ensure that Rian actually wins her lane, so they're taking away as much marksmen as they can. Now having the Roger on their side, this might actually just be Bennis here, or maybe even like put the Harriet on the jungle role. Like it's so flexible here for Onyx also. Now last bad, they should actually focus more on Chincha or what you can actually pull off here in this second game.
With the export banned out as well, it's also respecting the EXP lane. They definitely want to give a priority lane for the EXP. These side lanes are so strong already for Onyx Zol at the moment. And we've seen so many teams look for a counterplay towards this Harith. In MPLID, we saw an Esmeralda.
Yeah.
We saw even a Lunox being placed into that gold lane to try and vie against the Harith, to try and look for that counterplay. But none have been successful as of yet.
Well, if it's ranked games that you're talking about, I've actually seen the Esmeralda work out. But if you think about it, like overall, right, the Esmeralda just isn't so good right now in the current meta. Like it favors heroes still, like the Fredrin, the heroes that benefit from the class of the Oasis. But now it seems like Onyx Zol is going for a very similar setup as what Falcons Vega had earlier on. You got the Eat It, the Onwards was very useful earlier, as well as the knockups coming out from the chip, which by the way, I don't think is going to get picked up here at this point, not unless, Onyx Zol is saving that for their last pick. But it seems to be that this Eat It pick is a jewel hero. So this might actually be the roamer here for Onyx Zol.
Yeah, I don't think there's any more flex coming through
Yeah.
from Onyx Zol. They're just looking for that mid lane, which is why the Lilia was the priority ban coming in from Falcons. They didn't want them to gain more early game pressure, understanding that the Lilia has such great wave clear in the mid lane. So they're gonna go for a different route here though for Falcons, completely different. They're gonna go play for the late game,
Yeah.
Arlet and the Natan.
Yeah, this is a very honest draft coming out from Falcons Vega. It's very straight up, right? Like you kind of know where these heroes are gonna go. Very standard type of roles. Great early game, great late game as well with the Nathan. So it's a very balanced lineup. But for Onyx Zol, this is a very risky type of draft that they're pulling off. Not to mention that there's two heroes that need to scale up. You got the Roger, you got the Harriet. Now they need someone to kind of mesh that in all together, right? It might actually be Bennis hero, or perhaps it should be Bennis hero. Maybe is it gonna be an assassin this time for her, or wait,
I think it's gonna be a mid laner. I think it's gonna be
mid
a
laner.
for Rain. They're gonna go for the Farsa. So
Farsa. Okay.
that's exactly what Alilia can offer, right? Early game, wave clear. They want to have that priority mid trio in order to roam around and play with the side lanes. This is a very scary early game for Onyx. I definitely see
Yeah.
one of the biggest winning conditions for Falcons Vega to try and weather the storm and get to that late game.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at this, right, these are heroes coming out from the side of Falcons Vega that you don't want to face as a Roger. Like instantly after the Roger was picked, for the side of Falcons Vega, they already had answers to that. Picking up the Fredrin, picking up the Minotaur. I mean, if you're a Roger, you wouldn't want to dive in those two beefy front lines that you have, right? So I think it really takes a whole lot more time here for Onyx Zol to be able to scale up, especially since their jungler right now needs a little bit more time, right? The Roger needs like at least 1 or 2 items before it has that power spike. So Onyx has to be a little bit more careful as they head over into the second match, which is, by the way, Eterna, the match point already for Falcons Vega.
Definitely one more game to go for Falcons Vega to make it to the next stage in the tournament. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's head into the Land of Dawn for game number 2 in this best of 3 series between Falcons Vega and Onyx Zol.
Yeah, 2 glass cannon heroes for the side of Onyx Zol. You got a marksman, you got the Roger into the jungler role, and the classic Harriet. Actually, I think this is a signature pick as well coming out from Rian. So I would say that this can really pressure out the Nathan in the early game. You were talking about the Nathan earlier, and the Nathan really needs a those items. Really needs a good rotation from the team to be able to scale up. But now Jewel in trouble. Flickers out once again. Very, very early on. There was a lot of pokes coming out from Agatha and Tall.
Yeah, very great early game damage from the Vexana, but the problem is mobility, which is what the Farsa has a little bit more to play with, right? With the Wings by Wings, she can roam across the map, help out those side lanes to push in that snowball even quicker than before. And that's exactly what we're seeing really just unplay and unfold in this second game between both of these teams.
There's a lot of plays that can be made here by Falcons Vega. You got the Fredrin, you got the final slash coming out from the Arlot here as well. So I think team fights, they have to be extra careful at that. And looking at both of our junglers, they've already reached that level 4. And right now, the biggest question is, who's going to be able to take in the first turtle? Not unless someone goes for the engage. Okay, it's going to be Jewel, going to get worked on here by Caramel, going to be able to dash out to safety here for Jewel, but it's going to be Bene picking up that first blood for the side of ONICZ.
But it looks like Caramel actually committed her retribution to try and look for that kill. So there's no retribution for Falcons Vega yet. And they do have to buy some time if they look to go for the consideration on the turtle. You can see Ariang already posturing, opening up the map, opening up vision for their team to look for this neutral objective, but it has been resetted.
Attorney Ang seems to be so comfortable with his hero, right? Like twice, this was a priority hero for the side of ONICZ. So this means that they did put a lot of focus on the XP lane here for the side of ONICZ. So Attorney Ang looking for the right timing to land in that penalty zone. Jewel as well. That's waiting in for that onwards in case somebody goes in. Finally shows herself. But right now, no one's starting up that lore just yet. Violet as well getting that final slash ready. But ONICZ, you can see their hesitation right now, right? Before getting into the lore because they know all of these ultimates are up. Pere gonna be the first one to fall. Violet gonna work on Jewel. Attorney Ang as well trying to look for something. But it's still not enough damage. Jewel gonna be able to pop in that Primal Wrath, forcing everyone from Falcons Vega to back away. So it's Bene for the price of none, actually.
Yeah, Falcons Vega, they win it out completely, right? Because right before they went in for this turtle fight, Bene was 2 levels ahead of Caramel. So even if they wanted to go for a 5v5 play, that 50-50, ONICZ would have had the advantage in this regard. But Falcons Vega, they forced it into a position that ONICZ couldn't go for the contest. But here we go.
Yep. Now Violet gonna be able to zone away Bene. Now she's gonna be punished as Attorney Ang. Actually secures in... No, actually that was Falcons Vega picking up that first turtle of the game. Caramel with the retribution on point. But ONICZ actually finds some clapback there, finds some kills, but they are unable to secure any of these objectives just yet.
See, this is insane, right? Because despite all that going through, Bene still had a level lead. It was no longer 2 levels ahead, but it was a level ahead. And yet Caramel was still able to get that retribution down. Super clean team fight from Falcons Vega that quote-unquote has the better late game composition. And they've been working really well to work against the clock.
Yep.
Meanwhile, for ONICZ, they require that snowballing potential. They require that early game presence. As we take a look into the item build, so the Natan already has 1 item built into his arsenal, very far from that power spike, but the Harith with the Starlium is also already dealing some damage, can have an impact in these team fights.
Yeah, a level ahead for Bene, like what you mentioned, right? She also has the most gold so far. Next up is going to be, of course, Chin Chao still leading, so they need to focus fire on Chin Chao at that, but right now it's going to be a team fight. That's going to get bursted down. Agatha, first one to fall. Caramel, not going to be able to take anything. Attorney actually goes all the way back in and gets punished there by Chin Chao. And now the rest of the members of ONICZ, they're going to have to back away. And if you think about it, there's a whole lot more heals, a whole lot more of crowd control here for the side of Falcons Vegas. So there's a lot of hesitation here coming out from the side of ONICZ, especially when it comes to the team fight. But now Rian, you see that damage coming through here as well, forcing Tal to back away right now.
Was it a miscommunication earlier on for ONICZ? Falcons Vega looked in for a re-engage into that team fight, but ONICZ members were dispersed. It looked like they weren't ready for that pickoff, and Falcons Vega were able to get the advantage in that regard.
Yeah. The feathered airstrike is a problem too as well for Falcons Vega, right? They have so many good tools for the team fights, but with that feathered airstrike from Rain, it just kind of lets everybody disperse away. Right now, here comes the second turtle. Jewel gonna be the first target here for Violet. Gonna be able to knock back up as Violet goes in for the final kill. Caramel once again secures in the Lord, and the rest of ONICZ. They're gonna be melted down here by Chin Chow. But Attorney Ang is able to find a trade-off onto Agatha.
That's a 2-for-2 trade, ladies and gentlemen. But Falcons still going to be able to pick up that neutral objective. And to make it worse, Chin Chow picks up those kills. 2-0-1 on the Natan earlier on is definitely not a sight that you would like to see if you were on the opponent's end. And unfortunately now Chin Chow already picks up the second item, the Starlium Scythe, already in her arsenal to utilize in these team fights.
Caramel as well, gonna be the focus fire here of ONICZ. They want to take in this tower as Rian. Chin Chow as well, mirroring the move on the bottom side. They actually don't get the tower. They're still able to defend it. 4-5 is the score. It's not that far of a lead just yet, but you know the time's ticking, especially for ONICZ, right? They need to take care of Chin Chow right now, who has been taking down towers. And this is a Nathan that we're talking about. It's not as broken as it was before, but it can just shred these towers apart, especially once it has the item. Earlier, it had that penetration boots, it had that Feather of Heaven. So like one more item more, it can actually dish out a whole lot of damage here up against ONICZ.
Yeah, I imagine like the Holy Crystal or the Blood Wings, just depending on the scenario at the moment, is going to be a problem for ONICZ as this game continues to progress. And you can see that ONICZ are looking for some trade-offs on the map, right? They were looking for that tower in the top side. It was denied away for them. So Falcons Vega, they're really taking control over this game. And remember, sure, the Feather Airstrike does amazing burst damage even from the early game without items. But the problem is, you're a standing duck with so much dive and CC coming through from Falcons Vega, and the way that Violet has been playing immaculately in the backline. Rain really needs to time her Feather Airstrike properly in order to maximize that damage in these team fights.
Is she really a standing duck? I feel like she's more of a standing
Bird? Parrot?
bird. Yeah.
Chicken? No.
No, I think it's more of a bird. Falcon? Phoenix? I think it's a phoenix because she has the phoenix skin, the collector skin. So I think, yeah, standing phoenix. Yeah, honestly, the timing has to be right. Positioning has to be right. And speaking of that, Falcons Vega, right now, they know they have the control over the side lanes, over the turrets. They're going to be working on this Lord. Half HP already. Attorney Ang looking for the proper setup as well for the penalty zone. Jewel as well looking for the right target, but right now, speaking of the target, it's going to be Thal. Going to be able to knock down 4 members on the side of ONICZ, forcing out the feathered airstrike from Rain. It's going to be able to force everyone to back away, but this is what we were worried about. Chin Chow on a killing spree. Violet as well able to aid everyone with that final slash, picking up a double for the side of Falcons Vega. 3 members are down for the side of ONICZ and Falcons Vega. They are free to be able to take this first Lord of the game.
Violet has been doing work this game on the Arlet. It's been a question why this Arlet has been banned out, and on Violet, we understand why, right? Despite that beautiful engage from Aryang with the penalty zone onto the backline, which, by the way, hit 3 members, the follow-up just wasn't there. And Violet was doing so well in the backline of the opponents that they couldn't even dish out the damage in that team fight. And now, Chin Chow, Holy Crystal.
Yeah, that's huge, right? We were waiting for this. They are waiting for this. And it is time to activate all of that. You see the members of ONICZ actually backing away from all the damage. And that's just coming out from Chin Chow. They have to defend up against this Lord too. And I think for Falcons Vega, they want to work their way towards the side lanes, or at least push down the second tier turret. And the biggest problem here for the side of ONICZ is the heals coming out from Tal as well, right? Like Attorney Ang, you've seen her set up a lot of good penalty zones, but it's always either cancelled out or getting nullified by Tal's heals from the Minotaur.
Definitely, it's definitely been a big problem. And now Feather Airstrike has been opened up. And it looks like ONICZ will be able to defend the inhibitor turrets for now. But ladies and gentlemen, all 3 lanes are still pushing in favor of Falcons Vega. And it looks like they're going in for another strike.
Yeah, they don't have the Lord anymore. Second tiers are gone right now. A lot of pokes coming out from the side of Falcons Vega. They just know how to pressure the side of Onyx all. 10 minutes in, they know the power spike is on their side. Chin Chao has been farming a lot. Look at the damage onto Rian. Bursted down just like that. That was the basic attacks coming out from the Nathan. And you get Agatha's skills as well that is able to take her down. Just 2 hits.
Now you see her, now you don't. And now it's a 5v4 situation as it looks like Falcons Vega is looking for the end.
Tall gonna go in for the Minoan's Fury just to make everyone back away. And right now, all the mini rays are crashing in. Onyxol has to clear this one out. And Falcons Vega, though, they know that Onyxol is slowly starting to get their items, so they have to respect that as well, not forcing out any team fight because they know that everything is under control right now. They can get this Lord, get in another Lord, push in the side towers, and maybe at least take in the game. But taking a look at the items here, Eterna, what can you tell us? It seems like all of these players from Onyxol are building up the Athena shield and the Radiant armor, of course, to counter out the Nathan and to counter out the damage from the Vexana.
But honestly, with how far Jin Chao is leading right now, 2k, 3 items in the belt, it's going to be a lot more difficult to try and look for that counterplay in terms of these item builds, right? I mean, even the Harith, right, just was able to secure that Divine Glaive. Hopefully in these team fights, that damage will come through. But the main problem is not the damage that is there or not for Rian, but mostly the counterplay that Falcons Vega have set up to make sure that Rian doesn't even get a chance to compete in these team fights. We saw that damage already given in by Chin Chao, and now Chin Chao makes it a lot worse, picking up the Bloodwing. So in addition to that magic power, Chin Chao already also has a little bit more shield to play with, more versatility in these team fights, and more staying ground in these team fights.
Yeah, you see how Caramel and Thal are just baiting out the ultimates here from Onyxol, right? Like making sure that they don't have it right before a big objective. Look at how fast Chin Chao is chunking down that Lord. It's so fast. They can take it down in less than a minute with no contest at all from Onyxol. You were talking about the Harriet here of Rian, and yeah, even though with the Purifier, right, she's unable to dance her way through the members of Falcons Vega due to the counter engage, due to the heavy CC that Falcons Vega has. Now they're going to pressure out this bottom side. Rain to go in for the Fettered Airstrike Authority, and of course to flicker out to safety, but not to their safety because Thal is here to go in for that setup. Minoan's Fury right before the Lord. Violent as well picks up that killing spree. 4 members left to defend the base of Onyxol. Falcons Vega, that's looking clear to them. They want to get in this game. They're used to be second, and now they finally get in a win. A first place here up against Onyxol, but it's still not clear yet, Eterna. We still don't know who's going to Riyadh because we still have a whole lot more games with Falcons Vega. They're going to be moving forward, and they're going to face a team that they know very well. Team Vitality in the upper bracket, as Onyxol, of course, will be facing our the very own Smart Omega of the Philippines in the lower bracket run.
Team Vitality is just like, you again? Really? After the 100th time we've gone head to head? Alright, let's try it again. But wow, a clean sweep for this particular team, for Falcons Vega. Super clean. The drafts, I would admit, was a little bit risky for them, but they were able to make it work with the way that they were able to get more advantages in the early game against Onyxol. But wow, 2 matches, 2-0s. How are you feeling about this, Burger Kim?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, I'm still trying to absorb everything, but I think for yeah, I didn't expect this. I was expecting like at least a game number 3, but you know what? Lower bracket is a thing, Eterna, and we're gonna be seeing that today and right now. And unfortunately, I think for the lower bracket though, it's gonna be a whole lot more crucial for Onyxol though. Like if we're talking about like the final ticket to Riyadh, they have to get through to Omega first to be able to get in that slot. But now let's take a look at the overall picture first. Again, a low kill score count here for our final game between Onyxol and Falcons Vega. I think the major difference here is that Falcons Vega actually went in for a whole lot more objectives this time, kind of denying Bene of that power spike from that Roger. A lot of good plays as well from Violet and Thal in this game, right? There was a lot of counter plays that were being done, especially after Attorney Ang was able to set up the plays as well for their side. 41k as compared to Onyxol that only has a 32k up against the side of Falcons.
Yeah, I definitely would choose Violet as my MVP in this game because the space that was given that allowed Chin Chao to really just carry in these team fights with the damage that she was able to give was definitely set up by Violet. On the Arlet, she's shown it was very evident in game number 2. And even with her items, super respect. We have a little bit of damage coming through from her, which why she was able to pick a few kills with that Fury Hammer in that early game. It really did just propel her further. If we take a look at the stats of the game number 2, Chin Chao, again, the gold miner. How is she able to do that on the Natan is like the biggest question. Natan in the early game is not supposed to be great in team fights, right? The impact is super low. She was so facilitated and she was able to work around the deficit in the early game to be able to carry through in the later stage of the game. And we saw that just really portrayed really well.
It seems like team fight is a priority for like Falcons, right? Like they really always initiate since they have two good initiators here in the form of the Minotaur and the Arlot here. So most of the time you see them go for the engage. And I think the very crucial part here, if you see like the total damage or the total team fight between the two mid laners, Agatha and Rain, it's because Rain's like feathered airstrike always gets baited out, right? Either by Caramel, either by Violet. Like if Rain thinks they're gonna go for the engage, she's gonna immediately pop up that feathered airstrike. This is just the biggest difference of what Falcons and ONICZ has in the team fights, right? The ultimates are always up here for their mid laner or their damage dealer, which kind of explains why they have been winning all of the team fights. And this time, I think it's a little bit more balanced out. Eterna here for the second game. The XP and the gold just kept on going up here for Falcons Vega.
Yeah, I would argue that it wasn't balanced at all. It was a snowball for Falcons Vega with a composition that wasn't meant to snowball. The composition that was meant to snowball was more for ONICZ with the Harith, with the Roger, with the Farsa as well in the mid lane. They had the mid game with the mid lane trio prio, but they weren't able to capitalize over it. I think the decision making was just so brilliant from Falcons Vega. I do want to give a round of applause to Bene, who was able to get so many EXP leads. Supposed to have the advantages in these neutral objective contests, but you know, the decision making again from Falcons Vega was so on point, and this player in particular for me, Violet, just executed it so well. And the choice of emblems are actually quite interesting. We have the Rupture as well as the Tenacity, Burger Kim.
Yeah, it's not often that we see this. Usually you'd go for like a fighter or a tank emblem just to sustain a whole lot more damage. But the basic emblem, right? Just again to sustain the mana and, you know, so that Violet doesn't really need to keep on going back to the base and just keep on going for those team fights. And the equipment as well, the priority as well of Violet on building her items, going for the Athena shield first, which kind of means that you know, she can really launch in the backlines here of ONICZ, right? Especially if the feathered airstrike is up. So you can see her actually getting in a lot of wins, a lot of these final slashes that were made onto a lot of these key members that ONICZ had, mostly on Rain, sometimes even Rian, right? Which made it a hard time for ONICZ to actually engage in those team fights, especially when their damage dealers are already out.
See, even there, right? Rian was trying to dish out the damage, but she got final slashed by Violet. Despite Rian having the Purify, it didn't matter to her. So the fact that she went for a very interesting emblem set just really also accentuated her playstyle, as we're getting a little bit of a slow-mo here in the replay, and that damage was brutal from Chin Chao at that point.
Yeah, I mean, like two bursts. Like you combine it with the Nathan and the Vexana. It's just way too much to handle, right? Before Rian could even pop anything in, I guess it was really way too fast, right? Like how they ended the game. Like they couldn't even defend their base for ONICZ. But then again, we have to take a look at our victors for the game. It is going to be Falcons Vega moving forward with a 2-0 in this series.
So we'll see both Indonesian representative teams move forward in the semifinals upper brackets. Meanwhile, we do still have one more match ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen. So don't you guys worry, we got you, right? In the lower bracket, we will unfortunately have to say goodbye to one of these teams between Smart Omega Empress as well as ONICZ.
Please don't ask me my predictions. It breaks my
I won't.
heart. It breaks my heart. But you know what? It's gonna be a really interesting though, Eterna. We've seen a lot of clean sweeps here today so far in both of our PH and ID teams. But I think for Smart Omega and Onyx, all if I'm not mistaken, the last time I've seen them was in a qualifying match for the Philippine team, right? And it actually
Mhm.
ended in a 2-1. So it's always a very long match between these two teams, extending up to like what 18 to 20 minutes. So we can expect to possibly see a game number 3, especially for Onyx All, who wants to still secure their ticket to Riyadh.
But remember, in C-Lab, when both of these teams met, it was a 2-0 for Smart Omega Empress.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not looking good for Onyx Zol in terms of history and data, but anything can happen at this point, right? With all the backs in the corner, right? Most of the strategies are going to be taken out. Maybe some surprise picks will be expected in the next match. So I'm looking forward to what both of these teams have to bring at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, both of them are pretty much like the Team Vitality and Falcons Vega. These two are just like, oh, it's you again. We've been seeing each other several times, and hopefully, yeah, it's only going to be one team, unfortunately, that will be moving forward. So Onyx All, if they want to hold on to their dreams to go to Riyadh, they have to make it through Smart Omega, and I'm pretty sure they have all of the information that they can get because they've been, it's the first place and the second place all the time in the Philippines. So that's going to be coming up real soon in a match after this, again, in a best out of 3.
Oh, it's gonna boil down to this, ladies and gentlemen. Usually in tournaments we get to drag these days a little bit longer. In the first day we get to see just like a feel of all these teams. But in this particular tournament for the Snapdragon Pro Series Women's League, we're gonna have to say goodbye straight away on day number 1 to one team. So which team will it be, ladies and gentlemen, as we are going to throw to a short break before we get the answer to that question. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
How loud can you twerk for? How many strip clubs that you work for? You a beast type of hoe you get murked for. I can tell a lot about a girl on the first twerk, 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 twerk. I can tell a lot about a girl on twerk.
Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big dude, so I never duck, duck. Just keep our head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big time status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is, yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all, we got, we give it all, we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all, we got, we give it all, we got. Oh yeah. Then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise. Bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX code. Run it again, XOX code. Run it again, steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise. Bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX code. Run it again, XOX code. Run it again, got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue.
Hey everyone, we're back, ladies and gentlemen, to the SPS MLBB Women's Challenge Finals, down to our last match of the day after some grueling action from match number 1 and match number 2. But finally, we are going to the lower brackets, where we will be sending one team home between Smart Omega Empress as well as ONICZ.
Yeah, I mean, if Indonesia has Team Vitality and Falcons Vega that go head-to-head with each other every single time, this is no surprise to Smart Omega and ONICZ. I'm pretty sure, they already know each other ever since. I think it was a very tight rivalry, even up until this day. And I think it's going to be even more crucial as well for ONICZ, right? The last slot to Riyadh. They are aiming to get that one, and they want to go with Smart Omega. And, they have to face them first right before Riyadh. And, of course, it's going to be here at the lower bracket match. The last time a tournament that they've gone up against each other was the IESF qualifiers for the Philippine team. And actually, it ended in a 2-1 in favor of Smart Omega. And if I'm not mistaken, they were very long matches. So this is a best out of 3 that we're talking about. So let's see if this will be the case, or will the momentum just go to one team?
Definitely, we're going to see the adaptations coming in from both of these teams. With, of course, in this particular matchup in the lower bracket, Omega does have a little bit more of a favorite in this particular matchup due to history and, of course, like you mentioned, the way that they met the last time around. But just a sum up from the upper brackets, with Team Vitality winning it out against Omega Empress, they move forward alongside with their fellow Indonesian representatives with Falcons as well. So they are going to be waiting in their upper bracket slot. But let's take a look at the official team lineup for Smart Omega Empress. It should be the exact same. Not Ayanami, Keishi, Amor, Shinoa, as well as Mireille.
Yeah, the exact same team that have been playing together. They don't have a 6-man, so they are a solid 5 that have been playing together ever since. And it's a long story for them, a long journey as well, being able to get into the main city of the Philippines, playing under the banner of Smart Omega Empress. And I think there was also a time that I actually heard that they were kind of debating whether they should kind of continue this, right, or focus on their studies, but they were actually able to make both of it work. And now they're here in one of the most prestigious MLBB stages, in the Snapdragon Pro Series Women's League, and now they're looking to take in, well, of course, the last and final slot to be able to get into the final upper bracket later on. Either ONICZ or Smart Omega will have to take it.
And not just that, right? They have the prize pool to fight over. So that's something that they do want to keep in mind. But for ONICZ, we have Ariang, Bene, Rain, Rian, as well as Jewel. So still the same 5 that we saw earlier on. No Taro in the gold lane.
Yeah, still going to be the same lineup. And I think this was the same lineup too that they use up against Smart Omega, especially in, qualifiers, major tournaments as well. And the latest addition is going to have to be Attorney Ang in the XP lane. Pretty much the same story as Omega. And Attorney Ang, just a little quick trivia for everybody, she's also studying to be an attorney. That's why her IGN is actually Attorney Ang. She kind of wants to make it a reminder that, she has to work hard, not only in school, but here also in MLBB. So it's nice to see all these players have that good balance between the, studying and playing MLBB at the same time.
Wait, what? That's so
Yeah,
cool.
right?
I just knew about that.
See, like her IGN, like kind of it makes you wonder, right? Like, is she already an attorney, or is she studying to be an attorney? But yeah, I think she also had like some exclusive interviews about that when they went on to the C Lab stage. Like they were asking her about her IGN, and she gave a very inspiring story. So I mean, for everybody who's watching Snapdragon Pro Series right now, you want to study to be an attorney, you want to study to be a doctor, anything. You can be anything here, right? And you can still play good MLBB, like these ladies over here.
That is actually pretty awesome.
Mind blowing,
and of course,
right?
we're wishing the best of luck for her in that regard. But let's go back to the game as we are now entering the drafting phase, ladies and gentlemen, for the final match of the day, the lower brackets. One team will move forward and one team will have to go home. Looking at this, it looks like ONICZ have the first pick, Smart Omega with the second, and already Angela and the Harith have been taken out of the board.
A lot of respect bands coming through as well for Mirai. Actually, both sides actually have very good roamers here. So they take away the Angela mobility, the Minotaur that both sides are known to be using, and one of the best heroes to go with right now when it comes to the roam position, Kira the Flash of the Oasis. But we're seeing some respect bands coming through for the gold laner here of ONICZ. This has been a strategy that Coach King Salman has been doing several times, even when Smart Omega is going up against other teams. They really ban out a lot of these gold lane picks to make sure that Shinoa has the best pick or the best time that she can get in the gold lane.
And that's really interesting, right? Because the pattern is in the other leagues is that usually second pick would have to prioritize banning out these priority picks, right? With like the Luo Yi, the Chip. But here we see the Moskov being banned out alongside with the Harith, and the Novaria also respected away from Smart Omega Empress. So do you think they're going to go for the Luo Yi Chip ban, or are they going to go for a respect again?
Ooh, yeah, this is kind of like forcing or rather like kind of Omega thinking that okay, maybe they can take for ONICZ they can pick up the chip for their first pick, but they can also pick up like their gold laner since they're already banning out so many of these gold laners very early on, and they can either answer out with the chip and Loi, which is still open right now, not unless they ban it away for their final ban, and it's gonna be a Matilda ban for the last ban of Smart Omega. So first pick for the side of ONICZ, chip is open. They can also start to pick up their gold laner if they want to do so. But there's a lot of things open here. Eternal Loi as well is open.
Yeah, that's why.
There
I
you
guess
go.
Smart Omega is like, all right, if we want to go for the Louis chip, if they do pick it up, then we'll go, which one do you prefer? We'll take the other, right, with the Matilda being banned out. But remember, if they want to go for early game prio, they can still go for the Roger. Roger's still open. We do still see that the Fredrin is still open and up for grabs as well. It has been a priority today for those neutral objective takes.
Yeah, I think it's good for Smart Omega to pick, like sometimes they do this in their draft, like they pick up like the Roger for Keishi, or kind of flexing it, right? Like it could also be Shinoa's heroes, but most of the time it actually goes to Keishi. So Roger and the ship maybe for Mirai if they want to go head to head with this Loi, but instead, they go for none of that actually. They go for the Roger, and the Lilia for the mid lane. A good wave clear and the black shoes as well to be popped in the nick of time in case she gets bursted down by the Loi.
Yeah, the Lilia is quite interesting, right? We don't see the Lilia pop up too often unless there are so many bans in the mid lane. There are so many other priority heroes in that mid lane, but the Lilia, again, like we mentioned earlier on before, really good wave clear in the early game, right? Doesn't need that level 4 power spike, just needs that early level 1, level 2, gonna be able to dish out that damage, that burst is already there. And then later on, if she goes in for a more utility kind of role, the Ice Queen wand is gonna be great arsenal to the slows and the utility in these particular team fights. But the Grok and the Natan has been left open here, Burger Kim.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say that the Grok was still open because I was looking at the bans and the Grok was nowhere to be found. And if not the Minotaur, it is a priority on Jewel's heroes here. And this is looking really scary. Like both the roamers here of ONICZ and Smart Omega are very comfortable with the Grok. It's actually a steal from the side of ONICZ. But wow, wait, hold on, Eterna. You think that it's only ID that's seeing like assassins being used, right? But this is serious business coming out from the side of Smart Omega. They're like, okay, you know what? You think it's the Roger that's going to the jungle? No, it's actually going to be the Ling here for Keishi. Oh, a classic pick coming out from her side too. Great early game from both the gold lane and the jungle. So for ONICZ, will they go that same route? Will they also go for like an assassin jungler? Since Bene is also very known to be using like Lancelots and the Nolans.
It's definitely possible if they want to try and contest in that early game, right? Because looking at the Ling, looking at the Roger, looking at the Lilia, this is so prio in the early game that the Natan might have an issue when it comes
Right.
down to, just barreling down in the gold lane to try and get to that power spike, because the Ling, the mobility is there. We have the wave clear from the Lilia. The Roger also goes for a snowball against the Natan. It's such a good lane for all these three heroes. And of course, the Martis gets taken out. So they're like, you know what, ONICZ, if you want to go for early game, let's start eliminating your heroes, right? Martis is also really great in the early game, and they take it out of the board. But counter here, with the respect ban, the Charizla gets picked off.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a priority as well for both sides. I think so. Onyx Zol and Smart Omega really love this pick. I think for Omega, if they wanna kind of limit out the hero pool here of Bene, maybe consider like the Barretts or maybe some of her assassins to be taken out here for the last side. Oh, they're actually eliminating also all possibilities here, even taking away the Masha here that can have that one hit delete thing. So it's kind of far out, but I know this has been used, especially in special situations. The Barretts that I mentioned, that can be flexed in the XP lane will also be taken out here, which leaves just a few options here to take in. Oh, I completely forgot about the Orlot. It hasn't been banned away, and they actually lock it in. A comfort pick for not Ayanami as well as Mirai. So this is again a flex pick. We still don't know if it's going to the XP or the roam position.
Honestly, if they want to play into the comfort heroes of not Ayanami, put this Arlet in the mid lane, go for Khalid in the EXP lane. That's definitely still an option, despite the limitations coming through with the bans. But it sounds like another alpha game coming through here for
Wow.
ONICZ. So they're doubling down here. Not really sure why they would go for the alpha. I guess they're looking
Taking
for
notes.
some snowball too.
Yeah, they're taking
Because,
notes, right?
alpha is so good against utility heroes, but against the Lings, but
Wow.
the Paquito, that's a different story now.
Okay, is it? Wait. I'm kind of geeking out here. Is it a throwback to the Paquito jungle? But I think with the way things are going,
I don't
right?
think so.
No, I think it should be the XP lane here for the Paquito. But it's a possibility, right? Because it's so flexible. These last two picks of Onyx All, the true damage as well from the Alpha, I think is something that they are also considering here for this point. But Mirai still needs to lock in her hero. Oh, actually, okay. So it is an Arlot roam here for Smart Omega. That's just the beauty of it. Having like a very flexible type of lineup, like two players can actually switch up their heroes. And yep, a Yuzong to deal with the Loi and the Nathan, which is actually a very good last pick here for Smart Omega.
Technically, I would disagree. I think the Natan is great against the Yuzong, but the condition is the Natan needs to be able to scale into the late game, because at the late game, if the Natan gets the power spike, despite the Yuzong going into the Black Dragon form, that damage will shred through the Yuzong. So you can say it's a counter, but it really depends on the situation.
Yeah, I think for the set of Smart Omega, they still need that type of hero that can reach the backlines, right? Like the Loi, the Nathan, and I think what better way to actually use these heroes, especially in the early game, the turtle fights, right? It's going to be very crucial, especially for not Ayanami as well as Attorney Ang to be able to get in that level 4 power spike before that hits. Early game is going to matter here, and yeah, the only two Philippine teams that are here in the SBS Women's League, it's going to be Onyx Zol and of course Smart Omega that are vying for the last spot to the upper bracket finals. But now they have to go up against each other right now for that spot in this first matchup between these two teams.
So this is it, ladies and gentlemen. It boils down to this best of 3. And of course, the results from game number 1 will carry through to the rest of the series. One team will be going home. And will it be ONICZ or will it be Smart Omega Empress?
Interesting farming pattern here as well as the emblem set. So wow, a lot of quantum charges. So from our XP laners as well as our junglers, and even our roamers have, like, even the Brock here has the basic common emblem, or the quantum charge rather.
They're all vying for speed,
Yep.
right? They're looking for that speed. They know that the composition that Smart Omega Empress has committed to and with has so much damage and so much rotations in the early game that they're trying to go in with the speed, with the emblems that they have utilized. But you can see actually in the mid lane, despite the fast clear from Amor, that early game damage, that base damage from the Luoli is giving Amor a little bit of problems.
Yeah.
So she will be forced to recall despite her being able to clear a lot quicker.
Yeah, you can see why Omega Empress actually picked up the Lilia too, right? Like just in case like Amore or Shinoa gets bursted down, like there's still the black shoes to be able to regen that life. But now there's a lot of possibilities again with this draft. Pretty much like the chip, you have that global presence. You can gank anyone from the lane. The first turtle is up here right now, and Jewel gonna get stuck in between, forces the flicker out for the side of ONICZ, while the turtle is still gonna be worked on here by Bene. It's going to be a retribution battle between these two. It's going to be zoning out. Ben is still going to be able to pick up that retribution, and ONICZ will secure in the first turtle.
That does propel them with a little bit of a gold lead in this early stage of the game. Both of these junglers were at the same EXP level, so it was a 50-50. But it turns out Bene will be able to win out in that retribution battle. Keishi so far has no problems with picking up her own purple buff. So in that regard, no concern whatsoever. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, you do see that the Grok is giving a little bit more support towards that Luo Yi to be able to clear quicker, because we all know what the Grok is known for, right? Other than the prowess that it has with initiating team fights, the wave clear is also really good.
Yeah, you see the XP lane matchup here as well, right? Like a smart pick on the Paquito that really keeps this Yuzong in check, or kind of keeps her contained in this lane. But now here on the bottom side though, Shinoa, 1v1 duel. There is also the Luoyi. First blood picked up here by Rian. You got a wild charge in. Mirai to the rescue. No avail. 1 HP left here as Keishi to the rescue as well. Tempest of Blades onto Rain. Will it be enough? They actually back away as ONICZ off to a great start.
Definitely, right? Already a pick over for their team. This is quite huge. A 1k gold lead in the first 3 minutes of the game. It looks like their plan is working with the composition that they brought in the draft pick.
Yeah, I think Omega as well was adjusting to what ONICZ was going to bring out, right? They immediately pick up the Ling here, yeah, just to gank out or give the Nathan a hard time. I think their plan was perhaps like maybe have the Roger for Keishi, but instead, Shinoa actually picks this up, and, Keishi goes in for another hero. And right now, rotations are going to be heavily centered around the bottom side, the gold lane. Rian has already picked up the first kill, and something that you definitely don't want to see if you're a Nathan. Black Shoes has been popped up here by Amori right before the turtle. Remember, ONICZ has already gotten in the first turtle of the game.
So we'll see the setup now, right? Bene at the moment at level 7, Keishi at level 7 as well. There's a lot more utilities and tools that they can utilize here, but Black Dragon form.
Retribution again gonna be used here by Bene. Secured in for ONICZ once again, and right now everybody's gonna go for the clapback. Tempest of Blades here by Keishi, but look at the punches coming through from Attorney Ang, able to pick up another kill for the side of ONICZ, but now there's gonna be another gang. Keishi gonna be forced to go out. Beautiful diversion play there by Rain, catching the members here of Omega off guard.
Oh, meanwhile as well in the bottom lane here, not Ayanami gonna be able to put some damage over to Rian, seeing as he's only picked up one item. But wait a minute,
No.
that's a kill
Shinoa.
over onto Shinoa.
Yeah, man, 2 deaths already for Shinoa. And this is not looking good for the side of Smart Omega. And now it's going to be not Ayanami. Going to be forced to back away. She just has to give this turret to ONICZ. So this is looking really deadly for the side of Smart Omega Empress. Not only is this Nathan shining very early on, there's just so many things going all across the map. All care of the global presence here. A lot of ultimates being used right before the team fights.
And it looks like Keishi is having problems, right? With the diversion play earlier on. Sure, they were able to put some damage over to Keishi, but the main point was to be able to take that orange buff away from her. And now, that kill pressure is just not the way that it should be. Meanwhile, again, Ariang on the Paquito with the Hunter Strike first item, going in for aggression with that choice, is going to be able to pick up that turret in the top side. So you can say that ONICZ are controlling the map. Front, left, up, down, and center.
Wow, look at the damage leaderboard. It's all going to Rain and Rian here. The dynamic duo here, 30,000, 12,000, and it's so far all care of ONICZ, knowing for a fact that they've gotten in a lot of the turtles. Diversion play has been made. Jewel is here. They get spotted out by the grooms here of Amore. Nice, timely drops in of the gloom just to make sure that the ONICZ can't be able to make in those ganks that they want. And now they have successfully defended in this top lane, but that's 3 members of Smart Omega. While all that is happening, Keishi are going to be able to steal that turtle away finally from the side of ONICZ. Rian, though, going to be able to get a trade onto Not Ayanami.
Whoa, too many things were happening at once, right? There were split engages in the top lane as well as in the turtle pit. And it looks like Keishi was able to steal that out under the nose of ONICZ. But despite all of that happening, ONICZ still hold on to the gold lead that they have amassed, a 3K and counting, with this turret now falling in the bottom lane as well.
Yeah, we know that this is a case that we've seen for Smart Omega as well as ONICZ. It's always the late game for the Empresses. And for ONICZ, they're so good at this very, very early game aggression. And so far, it's working so well for them, not unless we have to wait for that power spike coming out from Amore as well as Shinoa. But right now, look at the damage coming out from the rotation dispersion coming out from Rain. It's just way too much for the side of Smart Omega. And not to mention, the map control is theirs as well. 3,500 gold lead for the side of ONICZ.
That's why Louis is so pile. But
It-
another
Oh!
diversion play?
Was that a bait from Amore? She was trying to bait out all of the skills, right? Like, you see how many ultimates were invested there, and she just popped in the black shoes. That would have been a big kill, though, for ONICZ right before the Lord, the first Lord of the game.
For sure. 30 seconds though for the next Lord to pop in. And it looks like all of those resources have been popped up already. Already ready to use, already on standby, waiting in for the diversion from Rain. But back to that point, oh wait a second, Addy Yang.
Dorniang is gonna get in that final slash, but right now there's a diversion play coming in, bringing the entire cavalry of ONICZ. And right now, Shinoa forced to retreat to safety. There's a lot of damage coming in from the side of Onyx, but right now Rian gonna go for the target. Keishi gonna be bursted down there, actually. Gonna be counterplayed there. On the side of ONICZ, one by one, the members here of Smart Omega falling down. A double kill for Bene, and they go straight for the Lord.
Keishi got outplayed there, and it looks like Addy Yang does mean business. Dishing out the damage onto Shinoa and Amor will be able to zone them away from their own turret. This Paquito is doing great so far, and it looks like Onyx gonna be able to pick up the Lord in the 9th minute of the game.
Shinoa, wait, does she know Jewel is there? There was a diversion play that was made. I'm pretty sure Omega. Oh!
Oh!
It was a double kill for Authority, and 3 members are down for the side of Smart Omega right before the Lord even pops in. A beautifully timed diversion play from Rain onto Jewel.
You mentioned that the Grok was an expensive pick, and now we see why. A groundbreaking moment for ONICZ as they look to push the tempo. All 3 lanes are crashing with the Lord marching down in the bottom side. Smart Omega Empress, they need everything they can to try and defend this one.
Yep, and now the Lord still up and kicking. One by one, turrets are gonna crash here for the side of Smart Omega. They haven't picked up any kills just yet. Here of the aggressive rotation here coming out from the side of ONICZ. 6,000 lead for their side, and they managed to take in the tower on the bottom side as well. Huge wins for the side of ONICZ, and this is not something you want to see. The Nathan that has been activated ever since diversion play, okay, nope, it is just for them to get that cooldown time. Guardian's Berry has been committed here as well. 10 kills for ONICZ, and we have yet to see an answer from the side of Smart Omega.
And they haven't found it, right? They were banking with the composition that they brought for the early game. Shinoa needs to get that item. At this point, getting the power spike might be a little bit too late. Sure, you have the Wind Talker. You also do have the Endless Battle. There's a little bit of true damage there, but 2 items in compared to an Atan with 3? It's oh, wait a minute.
Yep, that is huge. Okay, Mirai, first one to fall. A lot of the first damage coming through. Beautifully timed diversion play. And now Amore does not have the black shoes. Rian pops in. A a double, and still Smart Omega. They always find themselves in a pickle here up against ONICZ. This is a crucial matchup for them, but this is ONICZ. The ONICZ that a lot of the people have come to love it now. Another diversion play being made. Still Rian unable to be shut down here by Smart Omega. And I think this is it. They're locking in the base. ONICZ will take in game number 1.
GG to ONICZ for that game. What in the world? We did not see that ONICZ earlier on in their matchup against Falcons Vega, but here they understand the pressure that they're under. They understand the risk. They don't want to be eliminated in this tournament, and they are bringing out everything they have. What a play. The Grok was phenomenal. Paquito was also doing his job guarding Yuzong in that EXP lane and dishing out the damage onto Keishi. Keishi was out microed so many times that the Ling didn't have the power, the presence, the kill pressure that the Ling was supposed to have. That was overall such a beautiful game by ONICZ.
Yeah, I think the Ling here of Keishi was brought out just to take down the Nathan. But by the time that Keishi was gonna try to take down Rian, it was not enough. Like, they're always outmaneuvered, always outplayed. And to think that the biggest factor also was ONICZ securing in 2 of the turtles in this entire game. I think all of the turtles went to the side of ONICZ. We'll find out later on when we head into the post game. But Eterna, this is crucial for ONICZ. You see this kind of play, like, it's not even like it's a perfect game for ONICZ, if I'm not mistaken. There was no kills at all for Smart Omega.
I guess they were warming up. I guess a few matches was all it took for ONICZ to, wake up, get warmed up, because that was a completely different ONICZ that I saw. The diversion play was also immaculate. All 5 members were performing to how they were supposed to, right? Because all they needed to do was buy time for the Natan to get that power spike. The Natan didn't even hit the power spike for them to end it because
early.
everyone else were performing so well.
Yeah, the power spike was like way too early. I mean, oh man, I think like 3 minutes in, the Nathan was already on a double kill, was not even shut down just yet. And like what I said, yes, this is a perfect game from ONICZ. And it's so rare to see this type of game coming out from them, especially when they're going up against the Queens of the South, Smart Omega Empress. A very clean game, 14 kills, a total snowball, I would say, from the side of ONICZ. And I think they're playing like this. It's all because of the fact, too, a quick trivia too, if ONICZ is going to be eliminated here, Eterna, there's no chance. It's going to be Falcons Vega that will head into Riyadh this year. So they're really, really doing the best that they can. They're doing their best to power through up against Smart Omega. And as you can see, right, 2 of the turtles went to ONICZ and only one taken in by Smart Omega. Why was this the case, right? Like, it's all of the diversion plays by Rain, either sending out a Attorney Ang or sending out Jewel, and not to mention the beautiful flicker wild charge that was played earlier on. And of course, the gold miner is none other than Rian in this game, having an 801, the highest GPM in this entire game.
And that's the thing, right? Because I wouldn't even consider Rian the MVP here. Because she didn't even get to that power spike. Sure, she was dishing out the damage. There was that outplay that happened against Keishi when Keishi went on to the Tempest of Blades onto Rian. But the cover from all the rest of the members was so on point. Rain diversion macro plays, game changer for me. It was so crazy to see the Jewel flicker charge. That was facilitated by Rain's diversion.
Yeah, I think Shinoa had some idea, right? Like that Jewel was there, but they did not expect that flicker in. That flicker wild charge that sealed the deal for ONICZ to be able to take in all of the second tier turrets. And there were so many diversion plays. I really lost count here in this entire game. And there has to be some sort of really good communication if you're gonna pull that off, right? Like, if you're sending someone to a certain area of the map, you kind of have to know what type of play that they're doing. And most of the time, you see it in the form of Jewel, in the form of Attorney Ang, the heroes that can really set up the place, which is why Smart Omega really has a hard time kind of positioning themselves all across the map. And as you can see, this is pretty much a snowball game. XP and the gold just went all the way up for ONICZ.
Yeah, it looked like Smart Omega Empress, they had a little bit of a fighting chance in that early stage of the game. We saw that Amor was able to clear really quickly and they were able to rotate faster. But when it came down to the neutral objective takes, when they wanted to go for the contest, Keishi couldn't get that retry down, and it seems like Bene had better retributions on the board. I think that was also a big factor that led to that snowball from happening. But the MVP for game number 1 in this best of 3 series in the slower bracket is Rian on the Natan. And mind you, there was no Holy Crystal, there was no Blood Wings, it was just Feather of Heaven, Starlium Scythe. She had the Wind of Nature as well to respect that damage output being portrayed onto her by the Ling that always dived into the backline, or as well as, you know, understanding that Murray might also try and look for a pick onto her. So there was respect there given before the damage, and I think that really led to how she was able to be more impactful in these team fights instead of going full glass cannon.
Yeah, it's just crazy to think that the Loi is now back, right? All because of the global map presence it has, the diversion plays. You've seen it several times, and combine it with the wild charge, combine it with the Spear of Alpha. There's just so many combinations that you can do here at this point, which kind of really made Smart Omega Empress wonder what to do next. Because if you see, every time they have a gank, it's almost all the time immaculate from the side of from the side of ONICZ. They're able to do the plays that they want, and eventually, right, like they didn't even need to wait for that power spike. You can see the smiles on their faces. I guess this is a very much highly anticipated win from them, because most of the time you see like it's always Smart Omega that gets in the victory up against them. But it's still game number 1. It turned out we still have a series, and this means that ONICZ is on a match point.
Best of 3 series, so we'll see if ONIC will be able to push over and force another game, or will they go clean 2-0 to make their way into MWI for that final slot to Riyadh? Because this is one of the most prestigious, I would even say the most prestigious esports tournament so far that we've seen, with a humongous, okay, I can't believe I just said humongous. Why humongous? Well, it is a humongous, ginormous, massive, whatever you want to call it, prize pool. So definitely their eyes are on the prize, and they will not go down without a fight. But before we get into game number 2, Burger Kim, we are going to throw to a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned for the next match.
Always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 fast.
How long can you twerk for? How many strip clubs that you work for? You a beast type of hoe you get murked for? I can tell a lot about a girl on the first twerk, 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 twerk. I can tell a lot about a girl on twerk. How long can you twerk for? How many strip clubs that you work for? You a beast type of hoe
Their tournament lives hang in the balance as we take a look at the lower bracket match. The final match of the day in this best of 3 series between both Filipino representatives. We have Smart Omega Empress as well as ONICZ going head to head, but it looks like ONICZ will be able to lead the series 1-0.
Yep, it was a short break that we had there. Well, a very short time as well for ONICZ as well as Omega to kind of think it through. It's interesting too that the ONICZ was actually the blue side earlier on. High percent of a win rate when it comes to teams that are playing on the blue side actually. So this time it's going to be Smart Omega here on the blue side, this time taking away the chip. The Nathan, I'm wondering if they want to pick up the Loi for themselves.
Or they just ban it straight out, right? I think the Luoyi has been such an expensive pick.
Oh,
They
there
might
you
want to
go.
go for the ban, and there you go. It's way too expensive, right? But this leaves up a few options that are still open and up for grabs, right? The Moskov that was earlier
Yeah.
banned out. The Harith is still open for the taking. The Harith doesn't have a great win rate so far, still at 0%, but it's still a big prio in that gold lane.
Yeah, there was a heavy prio or a heavy focus ban on the gold laner earlier for Smart Omega. So they took away like the Moskov, right? Moskov and the Harriet. I think Smart Omega should pick up like their gold laner here very early on, or maybe pick up or steal away some of the roamer heroes here of Jewel, like the Grok. That was just way too good in the hands of Jewel. And yeah, I think this is going to be the case. Smart Omega and ONICZ, both of their hero pools are pretty much the same. So it's a matter of what they want to prioritize first. Is it
All
going to
right,
be
but
Grok?
Matilda does get
Oh.
taken out in
Uh-huh.
the first phase, so they go for the Moskov first.
Very
so a lot
interesting.
of priorities for the gold lane. They want to give the gold laner a little bit more to work with, but still has that global presence per se, despite the Louis being taken out. But remember, the Harith is still open for the taking.
Yeah, I think for ONICZ, they can immediately take that in. I know Rian is very comfortable with that hero, or they can either go with something else instead, like maybe go for Jewel's hero as early as now. But then again, Smart Omega can answer out to that. Arlot is open. The Minotaur that was banned away in game number 1 is also up for the taking here for Jewel. Usually they go that route, like the mid roam. That will be a priority, or earlier there was a priority on the Terizla as well, so I'm not sure if that's going to be another case, but they lock in the Roger this time, something different for ONICZ.
Yeah, it's good flex, right? That's the main thing about the Roger. It's good flex. You can flex it into the jungle position. You can also flex into the gold lane. But after the changes towards the Roger is better in the gold lane for that snowball potential. And in the jungler position, it doesn't work as well. But now Smart Omega, they get a chance to go for the counter. Earlier on, they were able to utilize the Arlet, the Yuzongs. If they want to go for flex, maybe they can pick up the Arlet here. It still can be flexed into the EXP lane or the roaming position. Or do they want to go for a mid lane pick here?
Yeah. Oh, a Barrett's being stolen away from Smart Omega. Oh, okay. Since they already picked up the Vexana, like Smart Omega did not hesitate to pick up that Faramis specialty coming out from Amore. A lot of dive possibilities here from the side of Smart Omega as well. Extended team fights coming through here as well. And it seems like they're not going to prioritize either the Grok or the Minotaur. I think they're saving that for last. They're just picking up all of these heroes that have the damage. And there goes the Minotaur. I would say it was still open and Smart Omega had other priorities. They're going to give it to Jewel this time. And most of the time she has this in her hands, it's going to be a high chance of winning as well for ONICZ. But for Smart Omega, they have a lot of their comfort picks up as well for this particular round. What I noticed too, Eterna, is that they really need to give not Ayanami something that she's comfortable with. Like, she's played with the Yuzong several times. I do understand that it's to take down the backlines, but it has to be something that she's a little bit more comfortable with. I think she is more comfortable with heroes like, heroes that can set up the place like Terbizla, or maybe even the Arlot here that can work well for her.
And remember, the Barretts is still flex. And it is
Yeah.
one of the heroes that she's utilized before. So the Barretts is still a possibility for her to pick up in that EXP lane. But Florian gonna be banned out here by Onyx. And the thing is about the Faramis pick, it was kind of iffy for me, right? The Faramis, I understand, right? You want to have a little bit more to say, more leeway in these team fights, but the fact that you're grouping up together
Yeah.
just gives so much more potential for the Vexana to shine with all
The Minotaur, yeah.
with everything she has in her kit, and then the Minotaur afterwards. But the Faramis into the Vexana was a little bit weird for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think they will not unless it's a Mirai hero. I haven't seen her pull this off just yet. Most of the time, it goes to Amor. So they take away the Grok here, which I mentioned that Mirai is also pretty good at using the Terizla as well. That has been a priority for ONICZ, has been taken away. We haven't seen the XP lane matchup again. So many flex picks coming out from the side of Smart Omega. Again, it could be a not Ayanami hero. It could be a Keishi hero. We still don't know where this Barrett's is gonna go, but I think Smart Omega is going to adjust to what ONICZ will pick out here first. They still need either a jungler or a golden. I still can't tell if Ben is gonna use this in the jungle or is it gonna be Rian's hero. Harris
Honestly,
is
I
still
think an
open.
X-Borg pickup is still so good.
Oh
right
yeah,
now
up
for
against the
Onyx, right?
Faramis.
Because either way, against the Faramis, it's such a good counter towards the Barretts. If they want to flex it into the jungle, if they want to flex it into the EXP lane, that flex potential for the Barretts in the EXP lane with the Export pick should be impossible. It should negate it because the Export counters the Barretts so well. But we'll see the next pick. Oh, they go for the Benedetta. So focusing more on clear, focusing more
Yeah.
on the macro plays instead of going for team fight.
Yeah, Attorney Ang's specialty. Wow. Throwback to that. Like she's been using this as well. Like there was a priority on the Terizla in the earlier games, but right now I think picking up the Benedetta is good as well. Since it seems like Smart Omega is going for the team fights, care of the Faramis, and having that Benedetta kind of pressure in the side lanes is going to be really good. Smart Omega, they need to lock in either their jungler or their XP lane. Again, we still don't know. And it's going to be crucial to pick up Mirai's hero as well. She is the type of player that can do the place. And Arlot, will she still go for the Arlot or will she go for another type of setter tank?
That's the question, right? Matilda banned out, Minotaur taken away. But there you go, the Akai
Oh.
as well as the Arlet. So Arlet in the EXP lane, we do see the Akai should be for Mirai in the roam. We've seen her on the Akai before.
Yeah. Yeah, we've seen her on the Akai. This was something that I'm surprised too personally because like when they locked in the Akai, I was like, where's it gonna go? Is it jungle? But then again, yeah, Mirai is one of the few roamers that has utilized the Akai to be what it's supposed to be, right? It's supposed to be a tank that can set up the play. You did mention the X-Borg earlier, Eterna, and here it comes, a perfect combination up against the Paramis.
Bene jungle?
Is it? Yeah, it's a jungle X-Borg. Yeah, I was expecting
Oh,
like the
jungle X-Borg.
It's good up against the Barretts. It's good up against the Faramis. It's just good. They locked it in last, and here it is. The final picks here for both sides for Smart Omega and ONICZ in this match point.
Wow, I haven't seen a jungle X-Borg in so long. I think we've seen it in MPL PH, but for Indonesia, nada. I think the last time we
Ever?
saw it was like season 8. It's been so long since we've seen the X-Borg in the jungle.
Wow. Okay, I've seen it in the XP. I've seen it in the jungle. I've seen it in the jungle. Yes, in PH. I've also seen it in the XP lane, heavily used in MPL Cambodia. Like they really love the X-Borg so much. Great crowd control. I think this was also a thing. Centuries ago, I would say centuries ago, but probably like a couple of patches ago where the X-Borg was so OP in the jungle. I mean, it was used every single rank game and now it's a throwback. I would say it's good. Like it's a good counter to Faramis, good counter to the Barretts, and great way to actually secure in those neutral objectives as well.
And it looks like the wave clear is great at the moment as we're taking a look at both of these junglers. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's just get straight into game number 2. Match point now for ONICZ. If they can secure another game over the hands of Omega Empress, they will move forward into the next stage of the tournament. And we will have to say goodbye to Smart Omega Empress.
A lot of specialties from both sides. Ayanami, there you go. Having the Arlot in her hands once again. And looking at the emblems here, Eterna, we see a lot of concussive blasts coming through for both the junglers, even the XP laners. The Benedetta here has picked that up as well for their side.
Yeah, they're looking for better wave clear, right? With the concussive blast, it should aid them in this early game rotation. There's a lot of emphasis as well on mobility for Amor with the Faramis, and you can actually see that playing through into their gameplay, right? Already an early gank here in the top lane, understanding that the Benedetta does clear really, really quick in this EXP lane. They want to try and look for a counterplay for it.
Oh, okay. She actually doing a different rotation this time, going towards the gold lane. Usually she would rotate towards the XP, but considering how Rian played earlier, they really have to put that in check. And looking at how things are panning out, a lot of pressure as well onto Not Ayanami on this top side. 3 members of ONICZ looking to burst her down. No level 4 power spikes just yet.
They want to try and set up for the next neutral objective, try to punish Not Ayanami, not even taking her out, maybe even just punishing her in terms of HP, forcing a recall will be just exactly what they need to go for this neutral objective setup, because at this point, Bene level 4, Keishi at level 4, so it's a 50-50 up until this point, but Bene has a little bit of more to work with, right? With that level 4, utilizing it can go for anti-CC against Keishi.
Yep. And here you have it. The first turtle of the game. We see that Jewel was already chunked down real low. No level 4 power spikes just yet. It's going to be Retribution Battle. Keishi going to be able to take that in as the Netherrealm has been committed as well. Jewel going to go for the clapback there. Keishi's going to be taken down for the price of Bene. So equal trades for both sides. Jungler for a jungler.
That's a 1-for-1 trade, but Smart Omega pick up the turtle.
Yeah, that was something that they didn't have in game number 1, right? Like there were pickoffs, there were at least equal trades when it comes to the kills, but yeah, this was something Smart Omega lacked in game number 1. The turtle takes, which all went to ONICZ, which further elevated their gold laner to get the items that it needs. And let's take a look at the items so far on what each of the team members have built. So far, it's a lot of the tough boots on, especially the frontliners of both sides. And we're seeing Smart Omega actually going towards their first item as early as now, as compared to ONICZ, who needs a little bit more time.
We also see a lot of steel leg plates and leather jerkins to respect that physical damage in the early stage of the game, allowing them to have a little bit more say in these team fights, especially earlier on when we saw the neutral objective take. But there you go. Shinoa with the first item, Corrosion Scythe, already built up. But meanwhile, EXP lane, both of these teammates, they're just battling it out.
Yeah, they say that the XP lane is the loneliest, right? Because most of the time, there's a lot of clashes all across the map, and you really have to sustain your lane and kind of outplay the other player. But so far, right, it's a Benedetta R-Lot, so we haven't seen any of those crazy plays yet. Attorney Ang has that Petrify, though, for a little bit more advantage when it comes to the team fights. And now Mirai will be soaking up the damage. This is a Kai after all, right? They're waiting for the proper time to lay down that Hurricane Dance.
That's why it's a surprise that Rian went for Purify, but Rain didn't. Rain went for Flicker. So with all that crowd control being thrown at her, all she can do is flicker out of it. So that's definitely something that Smart Omega Empress can capitalize over. Meanwhile, Benedetta finally reached level 7, so it's a 50-50 now in terms of Retribution Battle.
Yep, they're gonna have to go for the hero lock first, and now Rain is gonna be the first one to use up that Eternal Guard, forcing out the Netherrealm from Amore. Bene as well still has that last Insanity. Atori Ang here to join the party, goes over the Petrify onto Mirai, still able to survive. Last Insanity being committed here by Bene, but she does not have the Firaga armor right now, so this is the right time to go for the side of Smart Omega. They're gonna zone away the rest of the members of ONICZ, and Bene, without the immortality, without the Firaga armor, he's just not able to get anything. Not again, Nami. There you go. I was telling you this. Like, she's so comfortable with this hero, goes all the way, dives right back in, and this gives Smart Omega a better position to take in the turn.
She's gonna be taken down, but she bought so much time and was able to trade in Bene for it. That was definitely worth it for Smart Omega Empress as they pick up the gold lead and they go and move forward. Kishi gonna be able to steal that purple buff away as well. So that's a purple buff not being able to be utilized by Bene later on.
Yeah, so many big trades here for the side of Smart Omega. Beautifully timed final slash there onto Bene, because if it was not used at that time, like that would have been at least either a steal for the side of ONICZ taking in the turtle, and Smart Omega they just feel like they shouldn't give away these turtles to ONICZ. You see how fast the game progressed in game number 1, and they're not gonna let that happen once again. 2-2. is our score. 6 minutes in. They still have to take the towers here. And Smart Omega, they're looking to use in that heavy spin from Mirai onto Rian. He's just a Roger here right now. Half HP for the tower on the top side. And so far, it is Shinoa leading when it comes to the gold, followed by Rian.
You know, it's like what they say, right? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And it
Yeah.
looks like Smart Omega Empress here in game number 2, they're not going down without a fight. They are controlling everything left, right, and center, but they still can fluctuate. Murray, though,
Okay, I thought that Bennett was going to go for the last insanity, but that's just going to be a lot of resources burned before the turtle. Now we know that Rian and Jewel is right there. 3 members of Smart Omega trying to kind of sandwich in that top side while the rest of the members going to go in for the objectives once again. Smart Omega, remember they got in all of the turtles so far in this game and it really aids Shinoa to get in the items that she needs.
and there you go, another item in the belt of Shinoa. We have the golden staff being built up, so that should be 2 items. Unless we're missing another item. So just one more item to get to that power spike, and that global presence will be a problem later on, especially when the groupings start to happen. And that's where Adyang should come to play, right? With the Benedetta, tries to look for that far lane, tries to set up more pressure into the side lanes, but Adyang seems to be more positioned in these team fights.
Yep, it's gonna be Bennett, the first target though. Attorney Ang gonna try to go in for Keishi, but dives right in, goes in for the Detona's welcome, and there goes the Netherrealm as well, sustaining everyone. But there goes the knockout from Denoan's Fury. Amor is gonna be the first one to fall. There's no more Netherrealm, and it's actually a clapback from the side of ONICZ. They actually baited out the Netherrealm. They forced Smart Omega Empress to use up all of their ultimates before Jewel goes for the setup.
Keishi was a level ahead, so definitely the retribution. Oh, wait a minute, a re-engage from Jewel? But they don't commit onto it. But back again, right? Keishi was a level ahead, so they did have the advantage when it came down to it. And they saw that Shinoa wasn't even present for that team fight, so it was a 5v4. ONICZ saw that opportunity, punched the gas, and was able to get a trade out of it. But unfortunately, Shinoa, with that space, was able to get a turret in the top side and still leading with a 1.2k gold lead.
Attorney Ang, really mentioned the fast wave clears, and here it is, comes in the form of the Benedetta. A whole lot more, right? Like, you see why not Ayanami's not able to push these lanes forward. Like, it's just very good to sustain out the lanes of ONICZ on the sides. And so far right now, looking at the lead, it's still going to be Smart Omega leading right now with a 1k lead. Care of all the turtles that they've taken, but they have to be extra careful from the re-engages that will be coming out from ONICZ.
Rain has a Winter Truncheon now. 9 minutes in, Winter Truncheon. So that damage is starting to ramp up. And if Omega do not respect the capacity that ONICZ can have in these particular team fights, it might be a problem. And now you can see Attorney Ang also picked up the Malefic Roar. So expect more penetration, more damage, and more kill pressure for their side when they go down and dance.
It seems like both of these teams like have the team fight capability. You got the Faramis here on the mid lane, but what I'm just really worried about is the mid lane matchup too, right? Like the Faramis, it's great for sustaining all these clashes. You've seen it, right, with the Netherrealm. But when it comes to the AoE, when it comes to the range just has so much more, which kind of explains why she has the most damage right now. Everybody is a little bit more stable here when it comes to the side of Smart Omega. Like, there's a lot of heavy frontliners, and with the Vexana here of Rain, it just really enables ONICZ to take in all of these team fights that, you know, they want to engage in. And here comes the First Lord, 10 minutes in. Keishi already starting it up. They still have the lead right now, and not Ayanami doing her best as well to make sure that this bottom lane moves as well.
Keishi's a level ahead as well, so there's definitely a priority for Keishi to take this retribution battle. But
Oh, wow.
who's to say what?
Solo
Was that
kill.
a solo kill?
Yep.
On Attorney Ang? This is the perfect moment for Smart Omega to punch the gas.
Yep, and Shinoa can also push in the lane on the top side. Onyx right now, they want to force out this Lord, not Ayanami. Still has that final slash, gets it on Bene, gets it on Jewel, but goes in for the Minoa's Fury right after the Netherrealm has been popped. Rain as well going for the Eternal Guard, but somebody has to take control of that tower. On the top side, it's going to be Bene picking up that Lord with that retribution. But right now, will Omega just go for more here? Not Ayanami? not gonna go for more of the punish. Look at how fast Shinoa's chunking down the towers. Okay, they might have taken the Lord, but Smart Omega has just given, or Onyx Soul has given too much to Smart Omega. That's 2 towers taken in by Shinoa.
And it makes sense, right? You can see Shinoa already with 3 items. She has the DHS, the Golden Staff, as well as the Corrosion Size. So the attack speed is there. You can see the Shred coming through. And now with the Wind of Nature, so already 4 items in. Shinoa wasn't even present in that team fight. Imagine when she is. And the fact she's already building towards that Wind of Nature, already has it under her belt, will give ONICZ a bit of a harder time
Whoa.
to take her down. Look
Yeah.
at that shred! Look at
Yeah.
the damage! It's a worthless lord!
Yeah, I mean, you were trying to push it. Even the top side was not taken in. And this was, I think, the plan of Smart Omega, right? Like, okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, we'll try to contest for the Lord, but as long as Shinoa is able to farm up, that should be fine. 1v1 duel here on the top side. They're still both A-okay, but bottom side, though, Shinoa is in trouble there. That's 4 members of ONICZ gonna try to get in the lane, but there's no minion wave, so they have to back away. 3-5 is our score. Shinoa's looking really deadly right now. She has more gold than Rian and more items as well.
Exactly. It's reflected towards her items. And them utilizing this Roger in the gold lane again requires them to go in for a snowball. And the fact that they haven't been able to get that does put ONICZ at a little bit of a disadvantage when it comes down to it. Aryang as well, right? We thought that perhaps with so much underlining and so much presence in the team fights for Smart Omega Empress when they went in for the draft picks, that Aryang with the split push could be able to look for a loophole. But so far it's been Shinoa that has been better at the side lane pressure. And I don't think ONICZ really accounted in for that when they opted to go for the Benedetta on Aryang.
Yeah, I think she wanted to go for the split push, right? But you've seen the solo kill that was done by Shino and how fast she was chunking down the Lord on the bottom side. She has that damage. And you can kind of see Amor as well as Mirai just aiding her to push in this tower. And she has the most gold right now, so I wouldn't be surprised if there was some solo kills that are being made here. As compared to Rian, that is a little bit more team fight eccentric when it comes to the Roger. And so far, everything is at standstill right now. No one's going for the full commit just yet. Everybody has the items that they need. 13 minutes in, the next Lord is going to be important for both ONICZ and Smart Omega.
For sure. All of them are looking for the next neutral objective, right? They're trying to find as much information as they can to look for an advantage in this 5v5 because Keishi already at level 15. Meanwhile, Bene still at level 14. Just a little bit more to go to even out that playing field. But up until this point, still so much advantage that Smart Omega Empress have. I think in this next upcoming Lord, they need to figure out a way to try and bait out the Netherrealm from Amor, because if they utilize all their resources and Amor still has the Netherrealm up and available to utilize, they're not going to be able to win these team fights in a long drawn fight.
Yeah, they need to have that burst damage, right? But with the Netherrealm, it's more of, sustaining in the team fights. And again, a 1v1 duel on the bottom side. Attorney Ang and Shinoa. Actually, you know what? Attorney Ang is backing away from the Moscow of Shinoa. She actually took down the tower on the bottom side, but here, it's another story. It is going to be a battle between ONICZ and Smart Omega Empress. Global presence here from the Moscow. I'm not so sure. Okay, Shinoa already joins in the fight, but here comes Niminowa's Fury. Netherrealm for the save, as Bene does not have the immortality. We're gonna go for the fight here. Bene chunked out real low, immortality being popped in. And Natayanami gonna go in for the final slash as the rest of the members still being able to sustain the team fight. Everybody is still up. No one was taken down. How clean was that from both sides?
Exactly. And it looks like Rian wanted to go for the re-engage onto the turtle, on the Lord rather, and they were like, nah, okay, no chance, right? Smart Omega Empress, they were low, but none of them were taken out, but it did give them ONICZ a little bit more time to play with, because right before Shinoa went in for the re-engage with the spear, she picked up the Malefic Roar. So she is definitely ready for these team fights. She is ready to battle it out in a 1v1 in these particular team fights, depending on how she goes in and weaves in and out of these team fights. But ONICZ, I don't know what they should do at this point. Do they look for a pick onto Shinoa? I mean, they see the pattern that Shinoa goes for, right? She
Yeah.
always looks for a split push before she joins into the neutral objective fights. But it looks like ONICZ, they're still going to play into this pattern.
Yep. Without Attorney Ang, that shouldn't be a problem for, Amor as well as Shinoa and the Lord. It's not being let go here of Keishi. He's been stacking up. But right now, without Attorney Ang, that's a really big factor, right? Like, and at the same time, like, Shinoa is able to get in all of these solo kills onto the split push that Attorney Ang is doing. And right now she's already here at the Lord fight, not Ayanami going in for the final slash. There goes the Minoan's Fury right into the Nether Realm, still able to sustain everybody. Attorney Ang from the backside going in for the Petrify right after the Nether Realm is down. Lord is still up. Who's gonna be able to take it? It's gonna be Keishi with the Retribution on, stolen in from their side as ONICZ gonna try to go in.
Whoa, 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 Rian!
Rian going for the double. Is she gonna go for the triple? Gonna go in for a double for both Rian and Rain, denying the triple, but it's all fine. 3 members of Smart Omega, they're down, but they do have the Lord on their side.
That was huge! That was a huge play for ONICZ, right? Just when you thought that perhaps losing the jungler meant that it was the end of them, ONIC were able to find a loophole in these team fights and look for a push in the mid lane. Only 2 members are left standing, 9 seconds left on the timer. They should be able to get their hands on this inhibitor turret, but not just yet.
Heavy spin on to Jewel. Okay, he's been taken down. One problem out for the side of Smart Omega, but that was such a heavy price to pay. It turned out there was, wow, all of the turrets on the mid lane taken out. Rian getting a killing spree, 302, not yet shut down, and she just waited for the right timing to actually use in that Lycan Pounce and just wipe everybody out. 3 members of Smart Omega gone just like that.
That was a big play, right? They waited until all the resources from Smart Omega Empress were utilized, and then Rian went in with a dive with the Lycan Pounce and was able to get that many kills. That was a big moment for ONICZ, and there is a possibility that this could prolong this series, right? Roger, now we can see, looking at the items, already at full build with the Wind Talker as well, very interesting, as well as the GDS. So a lot more movement speed when she goes into these team fights with the Malefic Roar. There's also penetration, so despite Smart Omega Empress building against that physical damage from Rian, she's going to be able to burst through that with the damage that she's already been built.
Yeah, I mean, Rian is already catching up right now. Like, it was just Shinoa being able to get in a lot of these solo kills onto Attorney Ang. She was able to build up her items first, care of the turtles, but right now it is ONICZ that has the gold lead, 1,300. And right now, Mirai, Amor, okay, Jewel, does she have that flicker? She has it. Does not commit to the Minoan's Fury just yet, but this is a lot of pressure from Smart Omega right now that Rian has already gotten in that killing spree. So it's gonna be up to Shinoa. If not that, it's Amore. But she has 2 tasks. She has to sustain the team fight. She still has to give out the damage output. So it's really, really difficult to pull off this Faramis, like what you said, right? It needs a whole lot more AoE for the side of Smart Omega. But as compared to ONICZ, it's a more balanced lineup that they have here right now. But again, late game, it is gonna favor the side of Smart Omega Empress. They still do have that Moskov.
Definitely. Yeah, this Moskov is going to be a problem, but Shinoa is going for a very interesting build, actually, right? Shinoa built in the Rose Gold Meteor and the Wind of Nature. Usually we see players go for the switches between these items, but she goes for both. So she is opting for more of a defensive build in these team fights. Perhaps, like you mentioned, right, a lot of pressure on Shinoa's shoulders right now to dish out that damage. So she's respecting it with that, but she's also sacrificing her damage output, which is going to be very interesting to see how this pans out in this next team fight. Finally, we do see a read from ONICZ. We see that Rian is opting to go towards this bottom lane. I don't know if Shinoa is aware of this or not, but it looks like Rian gonna go for the rotation back into the Lord Pit.
Yep, 1 member out for the side of Smart Omega, but at the same time, Shinoa has that global presence, can drop in that spear anytime and join in that team fight. Lord is already at half HP. We might just see a setup play coming out from Jewel, not Ayanami, perhaps even Mirai, getting in that heavy spin onto Bennett, onto Raid. It has been laid out here right now. Shinoa gonna try to go in for Jewel at the exact same spot. There goes the Nether Realm. Jewel goes in for the setup play, and now they're able to take her down. But there's a whole lot more heroes to take down. Rain from the backside here, if not Ayanami. And now Bene without the immortality here. She still has the last insanity though. Members of Smart Omega are cornering her out. She's still at 1 HP. And finally, Smart Omega get what they wanted and get a clapback. And it's called care of Shinoa, dropping in that spear dead and going in for the initiation.
Yeah, 3-0 trade, ladies and gentlemen, for Smart Omega Empress as they regain control in the 21st minute of the game. They're gonna go ahead and try and blitz the Lord here. Without a jungler from the side of ONICZ, they should be able to get this uncontested. Only 2 members are left standing from ONICZ, and they don't have anything to say unless Attorney Yang wants to go for a miracle play?
Yeah, I think it's way too risky right now, Eterna. She's just gonna respect the fact that Smart Omega just won in that trade and they finally get in the Lord. The second Luminous Lord for this game goes to Smart Omega. They are dubbed as the late game queens after all, and it seems to be working well for them so far, even though that ONICZ has gotten in that clapback, and this is the time where we see all of the immortalities being purchased here by both sides. It's Smart Omega on the driver's seat once again.
Yep, 22 minutes. One of the longest games that we've had so far today in all 3 matches. And you're right, Smart Omega Empress, they have been pushing it up until this point. And the fact is, ONICZ has not been able to look for a loophole up until this point. Amor with the Divine Glaive as well, going to be able to dish out that damage. You don't feel it, you don't see it, but the Faramis does a lot of damage, especially when ONICZ comes up with one another. The Lord is marching here in the top side. We'll see the siege coming in from the Smart Omega Empress.
They have to watch out for the setup here of Jewel. She does have that flicker that can kind of turn the tides around. But right now with Smart Omega, they want to get in those objectives right now. Look at how fast Shinoa is chunking that in. They have the super minions. Will they try to go for the end? I think it's a little bit too risky here right now because ONICZ can actually clap back here. Keishi gonna be soaking up the damage. There's the Nether Realm. There is the Minoan's Fury here as well, but there goes the heavy spin onto Jewel. Gonna be knocking in, going for the re-engage. Final slash completed by not Ayanami, as well as Atornia getting taken down there by Shinoa. The rest of the members here of ONICZ are down low. Double kill for Shinoa. They lock in the base. There's enough minion waves. He gets a triple and ends the game as Smart Omega Empress will balance out the series. 1-1 is our score.
We're finally going to a game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. After 2 matches of a 2-0, we are forced into a game number 3, none other by Smart Omega Empress, one of the tournament favorites to win the Women's League. But they don't even look phased. They were able to win this, and look how chill they are in their gaming house. What in the world? Are they robots?
Yeah, it was just like, it was just a regular day. Just a regular tournament day, I guess, for both sides, right? Like, they're just enjoying the game. But you know, that was beautifully played, Eternal. Like, for the longest time, I thought that the plan of Smart Omega was just to get Shinoa to do that split push into the base of ONICZ. But actually, it worked really well for them, right? Like, they pop in that spear, they go for Jewel first, and eventually, you know, it kind of turns the tides around for Smart Omega. They were able to play it out nice and slow and eventually get what they wanted, getting in at least like the last 2 lords that were able to go onto the side and eventually take in the game.
Yeah, there was a moment, right, for ONICZ where they were able to find that opportunity to go in for that team fight, but eventually, you know, Omega Empress, they, you know, sustained through that. They stayed level-headed and they were able to push it to the late game, wait for Shinoa's power spike. And it turns out the Rose Gold Meteor did give them a little bit more room to work with in that team fight. So sacrificing a little bit of damage for, you know, the overall team fight result was the way to go. And you can actually see it here. Wind of Nature, Rose Gold Meteor for Shinoa there, alongside with her damage items, obviously with the Corrosion Sight. We have the Golden Staff, the Malefic Roar, and the DHS for that consistent damage. And it was just so brutal that at the end, ONICZ, they couldn't sustain at all through what she was giving out to them.
Yeah, I heard that the matches for both Omega and ONICZ will really stretch out to like 30 minutes even in like other tournaments. So I'm not surprised that this was the case, but I'd say this was a a hard-earned win for Smart Omega. It was a very tight matchup. You can see it from the score. You can see it from the goal that really bounced back to Smart Omega when it reached the late game. So speaking of the late game, of course, the gold miner is going to be Shinoa here, the highest one with 758 GPM. We also have to kind of give props to Jewel here as well, doing in the counter plays with the Minoan's Fury and healing up the entire team in team fights, which is why some of the teams actually really respect this Minotaur. But this time, Smart Omega was able to find a way around it. Like, if you notice, Eternal, like in the last few minutes of the fight, like Shinoa was just targeting no one else but the Minotaur of Jewel.
Yeah, definitely, because Jewel was looking for the encounter engage, right, with the Minoan Fury, but she got shredded. But I get what you mean, right? Really big props to Jewel. Very high team fight participation earlier on as well. I think it was up to that 90% level out of the 10 kills that they were able to amass in this game. But again, Shinoa just really shone for me in this game. And especially, also props to not Ayanami, right? Lots of those moments where the Arlet went in and the team fights was able to displace the core members of ONICZ was a big factor to how they were able to win the team fights as well.
You know what her name's Shinoa Eterna? I mean, it's a very Tagalog joke, and I mean, okay, if I translate it here, I think it'll be a bit funnier. Like Shinoa,
Okay.
like in English and Filipino, it's like it's a Taglish word for showing, right? Like I don't know if that's how
Oh.
Shino, or parang like she kind of like showed what she can actually give out in this entire game. But I think her IGN was not taken from that. I was just joking. Like it's probably from her favorite anime character. I have to ask her though where she got her IGN. But of course, we have to take a look at the gold and the XP graph here as well. A lot of different like bounces all throughout the game, right? There were times that ONICZ was able to take in the driver's wheel, and eventually it went to Smart Omega, but it really took a lot of time. Like even if you see the gold and XP, especially in the latter parts of the game, it's really crazy.
It really was. And like honestly, I thought it would have been a steamroll for Smart Omega Empress, right? You can even see from the graphs that it almost was a snowball until that team fight that happened, and that's when we see that dip going through in the gold and EXP graphs that eventually went to stale in the EXP at minute number 20 when all of the members were at level 15. But we gotta give it to Shinoa in the gold lane from Smart Omega Empress on the Moskov. It's been a day of gold laners, by the way. So
Yep.
many MVPs taken in from the gold laners, because that's just it, right? Because when it comes down to it, when these games get dragged into the late game, that's when these gold laners shine, and that's the pivotal role of the gold laner. Again, given all the resources to the gold laners to get to that power spike was very crucial. And the fact that even we saw that ONICZ was looking for an engage onto Shinoa in that bottom lane, it looked like she kind of read through it. So she played really safe. Her item build was also really safe. So she still respected the damage output and as well as the playmaking potential that ONICZ could have.
Yeah, this is one of the key moments that we've seen from Smart Omega, right? You see Shinoa joining in the fight, and the moment she joins in, you just know the timing from Amore just comes right in. Pops in that Netherrealm, is able to sustain everyone. This was one of the last few fights that they had. You were able to take down Bene, get in 3 members, and eventually get in the Lord to be able to push forward. So there were a lot of shining moments here for both sides, but ultimately, once it comes to the late game, of course, the Moskov is going to be really difficult to deal with. You see Shinoa picking up a triple here, and at this point, there were so many minion waves coming in. They locked in the base, and Smart Omega, they pick in a 1-1 up against ONICZ.
Yeah, the pierce of the Moskov is brutal. And then we saw there were moments where in the last final moment that the Vexana was dishing out the damage, but Shinoa had the Rose Gold Meteor, so the shielding immediately came back up, and it was enough time. It bought her enough time for her to finally go for the end into the base. So that was a spectacular performance by Shinoa. We gotta tip our hats over to her, and we'll see what happens in the next game as we're headed to a game number 3 in this best of 3 series. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, to see the conclusion and the finale of both of these teams, remember the tournament lives are both at stake. We are gonna throw to a short break, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Here we go! about a girl on the first how many strip clubs that you work for? You a beast type of hoe you get murked for. I can tell a lot about a girl on the first
We're now down to the final battle between both of these teams. Ladies and gentlemen, the Filipino representatives from ONICZ as well as Smart Omega Empress are going to game number 3 in this best of 3 series if they want to prolong their tournament lives and go forward in the upper brackets.
Yep, for ONICZ, right? This is the end of their this is the end of the road for them if they want to get in a chance for that last slot to Riyadh. So if ONICZ will actually lose this matchup, it is going to be Falcons Vega that will get in that last slot to Riyadh. But for Smart Omega, right, they have to at least move forward here. They are, after all, the #1 team in the Philippines, the #1 female MLBB team, and of course they already got that MWI slot. It is a series that we have here. It's sort of the first best out of 3 series extended into 3 games that we're seeing today.
Finally, right, we get to see the utmost potential from both of these teams. And I'm really sorry to put you on the spot here, Burger Kim, but I gotta ask for your prediction as we're heading straight to the drafts.
Oh, it's so hard to tell. Maybe I'll get back to you after the draft. It's all gonna boil
Okay.
down to that. But you know, if you're talking about stats, Eterno, if you're talking about the history, if you're talking about just purely those, it will have to be Smart Omega that will take in the series. If you know, if that's the case, right? They've been through situations like this, a 1-1 series wherein it's already a match point for the other team. They're able to get in at least a reverse sweep. But in this case, right, like you've seen game number 1, that was a different ONICZ that we've seen. So again, I cannot count them out just yet. These are 2 of the best female teams here in the Philippines, and I wouldn't be surprised if ONICZ takes it. I would be also happy to see that Smart Omega makes it forward, but there can only be one here in this lower bracket, right? It's either ONICZ or it's either Smart Omega here in this lower bracket rounds. And now, of course, it's going to be still the same blue side, though, this time to ONICZ.
And it looks like you mentioned, right, blue side has been looking better
Yep.
in terms of the win rate, right? Game number 1, it was ONICZ. Game number 2 was Omega, and they were able to win it out from the blue side. So with ONICZ picking up blue side, will we be seeing the same pattern showing through? Novaria gonna be the ban here in the first phase of the bans, as well as the Luo Yi taken off the board. Now, ONICZ, do they want to take away the Moskov here and now, or are they gonna let it slide again?
Or are they going to pick it up for themselves? There's also the Matilda Open here, which I know Smart Omega banned away in game number 1. Or I think for ONICZ, just straight up take the Moskov for themselves, like steal it away from Shinoa, right? It had a great performance in game number 2. Why not just steal it in for themselves? And yeah, it seems to be this pattern this time for the ladies of the female MLBB scene, the Moscow priority once again stolen away from Smart Omega. Let's see if Keishi, or rather Shinoa, will actually pick up her hero this time around. The Harriet is still up, but knowing Shinoa, she's actually a bit more comfortable with marksmen like Carrie, marksmen like Beatrix. So yeah, I think those are some of the things that we have to consider here for the second phase.
We'll open our eyes for that as the Roger is still up for grabs, because so far in the series it's always been a Natan Roger or a Moskov Roger. With Natan being banned out, they actually go in for the
Oh.
Harith
Yeah.
early on in the first phase of the drafts, as well as the Matilda to aid in that mid trio, which is quite interesting, right? Because like you mentioned earlier on, Burger Kim, Smart Omega Empress, they find their best comfort in the late game, but for going something like the Harith and the Matilda, it's already a different shade of Smart Omega Empress here in game number 3.
Ooh, that's a lot of shields to take in, right? Like if you're talking about the Esmeralda here right now, she's gonna have a field day with these two. You got the Matilda, you got the Harriet here, which is great for pressuring out the Moskov. But for ONICZ, they are still gonna go with the staple pick. Of course, the Vexana still on their side. Are they gonna go for a jewel hero? Oh yeah, there you go. The Grok. That had a very, very good performance in game number 1. Eternal. The Flicker Wild Charge, it was just way too good. And right now it's looking really scary. The combo here of the Eternal Guard, the combo here with the Moskov as well. So this is looking really deadly as well coming out from ONICZ. A good balance between early to late game.
And one of the weaknesses of a Harith is crowd control, right? Even though the Harith goes in for the Purify, let's say, that's still a cooldown that they still need to account for with so much crowd control over on the side from Onyx. And it looks like that's exactly what they're trying to punish over onto the Harith. So the final pick. You've been great with predictions so far. Okay, I was a little
there.
late. The Fredrin gonna be the choice here, locked in. Is this a flex or will this be going into the jungle?
Yeah, definitely. I think this should be a jungle pick. Like we've seen the Fredrin. I mean, if you ask the other players, if you ask the coaches, what's the best jungler right now, it is still the Fredrin. I know there was a time where Fredrin was first released, and he really took a long time before he actually made it to the meta. But right now, it's a staple. It's been several patches. It's been several seasons between like major tournaments, and Fredrin is still a thing.
Yeah, people keep saying like, man, I'm so bored of the Fredrin. Like even Mirko, he's like, God, why is Fredrin? Why does he still exist?
I mean, it's the same case as the Valentina. It has always been in the meta. Like, there are some heroes that seem to fit any type of patch, not unless it gets a massive nerf. Honestly, me too. Like, every single tournament I'm in, it's like this Fredrin is following me. It's here. It's present every single time. I mean, it's so good. It has crowd control. It can soak up the damage. It has a decent amount of it's a great way to secure in those neutral objectives as well. So I can kind of understand why the teams really just go for the Fredrin every time.
It's haunting you. It's following you wherever you go.
I'm gonna be dreaming about this Fredrin later on. I mean, when I play ranked games, I still see the Fredrin. I mean, come on, it's everywhere. It's omnipresent.
It truly is. And now the Barretts has been taken off the board. So they're starting to limit the jungle options that, of course, Onyx can go for. With the Boxia still up for grabs, it still is a possibility. We saw it in MPL ID being one of the main focuses of picks, especially with the export being banned out. There's not much counterplay unless, of course, the Alpha suddenly pops in.
Or the Martis actually for Bene here. That can also be a great pickup, right? Anti-CC at the same time, a very good early game, something that she really picks up. And it's also a great way to go up against the Fredrin when it comes to those objective takes. It's going to be real good. But now it is going to be Smart Omega that will lock in their pick. They still need something for Not Ayanami. The Arlot is still up for the taking. It can actually zone out the backlines, or will they go for a Yuzong, someone to take down the backlines? But considering how she was using this, it will be. Wait, what? I thought they were gonna go. Oh wait. Oh no. So it is a classic of Moore. She loves this hero. She's been spamming this, but I don't know how. I don't know. It turned out. How does this fit in the current meta? Like a savior?
I wouldn't really vouch for the win rate so far. I think we saw Xavier once at MPL ID, but it didn't work out. Sure, there's global presence with his
Yeah.
ultimate, obviously, but it's just so vulnerable. The clear is also not as great as a Vexana if you want to go for a head-to-head of the mid laners. And talk about dive, right? We have the Paquito, we have the Alpha, not to mention the Grok, and even the Moskov can go in
Yep.
into the back line. It's a very, very risky mid laner to go for, and it will require a little bit more cover other than the Matilda. So we'll see the last pick coming through, and it's gonna be Lapu Lapu, a playmaker.
They definitely need that right now because they all so far, if you look at the lineup, there's no one to set up the plays, right? It's only the Fredrin, and having the Lapu Lapu here can really disrupt the team fights or at least take down the backlines here of ONICZ. Yeah, I know this is a comfort pick for Amor. She really loves this hero. I've been seeing her post about it on social media couple of patches back. Like she really loves spamming this hero. I believe she even reached like top global savior, if I'm not mistaken. It's a comfort pick, and I think they're going for this to kind of have that global presence on the Moskov as well. But I don't know, right? There's a lot to consider here, right? You got the Paquito, you got the wild charge of the Grok. There's just so much to take in here.
It's really vulnerable against the composition that, of course, Onyx have brought in, but I guess that's what it takes. Burger Kim, I guess that's what it takes in this final game of this best of 3 series. With their tournament lives at stake, they want to go for comfort and they want to go for their pocket picks and their pocket strategies, just keeping everyone on their toes. So without further ado, let's jump into the Land of Dawn for the final game, not just of this series, but in this game. Will Omega be able to move forward in this tournament, or will they have to say goodbye to their tournament lives and say goodbye to that final ticket to MWI?
Yep, Smart Omega here. They have that huge potential to have that reverse sweep, right? But right now, I want to talk a little bit about the Savior, right? It's so vulnerable right now. It only has the Flicker. It doesn't even have the Purify as of the moment. So Amor just has to really position herself really well. You got the Bargain Hunter as well onto the Harriet as well as the Savior so that they can get their items very early on. But, you know, you can expect to see a very aggressive ONICZ here. You got Jewel on the Grok, so she's just not going to let up against Keishi, making sure that she's not able to farm that well in the early game.
But like you mentioned, right, with so much just aggression coming through from ONICZ, you would expect maybe the Xavier to go for something a little bit more safer in terms of that emblem choice, but he went in very aggressive, right, with a Bargain Hunter as well. There's Impure Rage,
Yep.
there's no tenacity, no movement speed for Amor, but I think what they're going for with the Xavier is that late game,
Oh, no.
right? When Xavier, oh, so close!
Yep, way too close. Mirai, okay, they both are chunked down real low before the turtle, so they have to back away. I did see them pull this off. Like, I'm trying to, like, scout my mind if there's, like, any info that I can get on the Savior. Yeah, there was a match that they actually pulled off the Savior pretty well. They were actually able to get in that series, so it's really a pocket pick for Amor. So I do understand why they would bring it out in a crucial game like this. It's a comfort pick. She's very comfortable with it, so why not just go for it, right? It's already the last matchup. Let's see. I think they're just gonna give away the turtle for ONICZ. They're just gonna give it without any contest at all from Smart Omega.
Yeah, I think, again, right, back onto the Xavier, I think late game is what they're
Yep.
looking for, right? Because when the Xavier, with the Bargain Hunter especially, will be able to get those items a lot quicker, those items are going to be detrimental in how these team fights will happen. Jewel going to be able to get out of that particular engage safely. But again, right, if ONICZ are banking on team fight, and if that's what they're looking for, the poke from the Xavier is going to be a problem. Meanwhile, though, in the bottom
Oh,
lane,
wow. Yeah. Rian was able to actually back away from that one. That was 3 members of Smart Omega. And then you got the Dawning Light as well from the Savior. So I think that's also what they're going for, right? The snipe kills here onto like any of the low members, especially onto Rian, which really is a game changer for the side of ONICZ. 3 minutes in, we still don't have our first blood, but it's ONICZ that has taken in the first turtle of the game. Right now, not Ayanami in trouble. Still immune, pops in the bravest fighter, but now Bennett is here to aid the Sage, and they're gonna draw in first blood up against Smart Omega.
1-for-0 trade earlier on. ONICZ will just really pick up the pace here with the composition that they have brought in. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, you do see that Amor is having a little bit of trouble clearing out the lanes with Murray, sorry. Caught off really quite low here, gonna be forced to exit the premises as they look for a pick onto Shinoa.
Yep, Eternal Guard and the Guardian's Barrier. That's a lot of ultimates invested onto Shinoa for her to back away, making sure that Rian has her lane up. Ben is here to join the party as well right before the turtle take. No ultimates have been committed just yet, but so far our gold laners are just dancing up against each other. Keishi as well. Okay, not gonna be able to use the retribution. Okay, they were just checking that in, but you see Jewel as well dishing out so much damage. Here comes the second turtle of the game.
Yeah, it looked like Jewel wanted to go for a pick onto Keishi's retribution, but Bene is a level ahead. 2 levels ahead, actually.
Wow, the Guardian's Barrier for Bennett just to be able to take in again the second turtle. This was the pattern that ONICZ had in game number 1. They got in almost all of the turtles, which kind of made it hard for Smart Omega to be able to get in the XP and that gold that they needed. But right now, they're just buying for time. So it's fine, right? The Harriet, the Savior, these need the time to be able to scale up. But ONICZ, we can kind of see their composition. Jewel, Bennett, these are very early game, aggressive type of heroes.
Yeah, and that's their comfort, right? They love to play in this early game, but meanwhile, Circling Eagle committed.
A lot of ultimates being invested here. Appraiser's Brat and the Dawning Light enough to take down Bene. Shinoa joins in the party as well. Who's on the mid side? It's actually Authority. I'm going to be able to soak up the damage. A double kill for Shinoa in the 5-minute mark. ONICZ wanted to go for the engage, but they actually gave 2 kills straight to Shinoa.
Rian?
Yep, she's able to take down the tower real low, but that's 2 members. Mirai does not have the Circling Eagle just yet. Look at Shinoa dancing through, pops in the Zaman Force. Oh, the Rian! Oh, Dawning Light misses! But here comes the Circling Eagle, takes down Rian. 1-for-1 exchange. Definitely worth it for Smart Omega.
For sure, right? You would trade in a gold laner for a roamer any day. And the fact that they can try and stop Rian from progressing into her items, that's already so much value for Smart Omega Empress here in the 5th minute of the game. And back to this, right? Bene still has the upper hand when it comes down to that EXP, a level ahead so far. So as they're going to dance around this next neutral objective on the next turtle, they do still hold the advantage. But Smart Omega Empress, they have been trading beautifully, limiting ONICZ's advantage to only an 800k gold lead.
You can see the global presence being felt here as well from the Savior, the Dawning Light that kind of, peels some of the members of ONICZ really low, and then maybe perhaps like Shinoa goes in for the final kill. There's a lot of possibilities here. Still ONICZ in the lead right now, 500, not that far just yet. We can't safely say who has the ball in their hands, but so far, Smart Omega, they have to get in this last turtle. They've been giving all of these turtles to ONICZ so far.
Bene still has a level ahead here, Burger Kim. Let's see who gets it.
There's a wild charge. Bene gonna be able to get in that retribution. Wild charge being popped here as well. Moskov joins in the party. Rian in the right time. Chucks down Nata Yanawi real low. 1 for the price of none. Definitely still ONICZ here that is leading. They got in a kill onto the XP lane and they got in the turtle as well.
But remember that damage is already showing from Amor on the Xavier, right? That Dawning Light was able to really stop Rian on her path to wreak havoc onto the members of Smart Omega Empress, and that will be a problem moving forward. Might even require an Athena shield at some point in the game as Rian picks the next core item with the Golden Staff.
Yeah, 3-3 is our score. It's still still ONICZ that has been, taking in this game, right? Like 3 turtles for them to boot, and right now Jewel going in for the Guardian's Barrier, able to get the shields up here for Shinoa, Cure of the Guiding Wind, but right now ONIC, 4 members here on the top side trying to get in the lane. Circling Eagle onto Rian, but look at the damage coming through. Shinoa still able to defend that lane.
It was a good Circling Eagle by Murray, buying a lot more time for Shinoa to clear out that lane. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, the Paquito as well as that Lapu Lapu gonna be battling it out, but it looks like Addy Ang will still be able to clear and push in those lanes. But I'm worried about this far lane, right? With the Lord spawning in this bottom lane, there is gonna be more leeway for Smart Omega Empress to play with, seeing as one of those turrets has already been taken down. Despite ONICZ's gold lead that they have amassed, it still can flip the other ways. Look at that.
Yeah.
Shinoa constantly going on the clear, and they know that Rian will be forced to go for the clear. They're looking for a pick. Don't find it just yet, but this is the dire moments that really will tell the course of the game moving forward.
Yeah, you see how they even put Keishi there towards the top side, right? They were trying to go for a
Yeah.
gank onto Rian. So they're just really careful on what to do next, especially since the Lord is already up 9 minutes in. I think for Smart Omega, they should or they actually want to take this one definitely because they need to move in their side lanes. And at the same time, right, like Rian has been pushing in the sides, and you can see on the top side though, you see Jewel trying to make in the play. There's the counter engage from the circling eagle. Shino as well forced to pop in that salmon force. Gets in that the blood wings as well, just in the nick of time. Look at the damage. Forcing the
Oh!
flicker out from Rain. Dawning Light misses by just a bit, but trunks her down to low HP, forcing her back into the base.
That's a lot of time bought for Smart Omega Empress to start and set up for the Lord. And you could already see that coming to play. The Lord almost at half HP. Remember, Bene still has 2 levels ahead. Let's see who wins this Retribution battle. It should be for ONICZ.
Yep, there's the Salmon Force. Shino as well. Rian to be able to free hit everyone. Not Ayanami onto the backside, zoning everyone away, but she gets bursted down. Numbers advantage towards the side of ONICZ. Look at Rian getting trapped in the field. Amore now gonna get targeted here by Bene. Appraiser's Rat. She's down. It's gonna be a Torny Ang taking down Keishi as well. 3 for the price of 1. It's only Rian down, but that is still ONICZ that won that trade. They lost their gold laner, but for the price of 3.
You could even say 4, right? With this Lord going to be blitzed down. Wouldn't even require the Retribution up until the point. But they do utilize that Retribution for safety. But what in the world happened there, right? You'd figure that Smart Omega Empress, with the way that they've been playing so far, would have a better advantage in the team fight, but I guess the crowd control coming in from ONICZ was a little bit too much to handle. They were able to kite down not Ayanami first. She was a little too far ahead, but wait a minute! That's a lot of damage on the Shinoa!
Yep, he's trying to go for Shinoa there when the Lord is dancing in on the bottom side.
Oh!
Mirai still has the gun win. Bene goes all the way in under the tower, but now gonna get punished by Shinoa and the rest of the members here of Smart Omega. They do get that tower on the mid side. They still have to take down this Lord on the bottom side. ONICZ finally able, or rather Smart Omega able to take one down. 2k advantage for the side of ONICZ. They also got the Lord in, but you know, you have to check in Shinoa as well. Level 12 right now, not yet shut down by the side of ONICZ. 302 on this Harriet.
Yeah, and it looks like they will be able to get that advantage. That Lord doesn't amount to too much. Not much damage has been given over to Smart Omega Empress. But that was such a good engage that just completely turned around in just a second, right? That Wild Charge did hit onto 2 or 3 members earlier on from the side of Smart Omega Empress. And then Bene follows up with the ult, but I guess the tower damage was a little bit too much, and they had to lose Bene in the process, and they were unable to capitalize fully on that Lord push.
Yeah, I think for ONICZ, right? Like Bene went all the way in because, like, okay, she was like, okay, probably Smart Omega after that they lost all of their ultimates. Maybe it's the best time to go in, and she was actually maybe perhaps thinking that the rest of the team members are going for the tower, but that was a whole lot of damage onto Bene, right? They were able to get the takedown onto her, but it's still ONICZ reading right now 2,500 can be changed if they get a shutdown onto Shinoa here. Now, speaking of
Oh,
Shinoa,
God.
there's the Wild Charge Flicker. Still have the shields from the Matilda. There goes the Eternal Guard. Dawning Light from the backside. Peels everyone from the side of ONICZ to 1/4 HP. But right now, they have to back away. Nice initiation, but no one got taken down there.
Yeah, no follow-up. The counter engage potential from Smart Omega Empress is also super big because of the guiding wind that Murray can offer. And so they're able to weave in and weave out of these interactions that ONICZ really need to pay attention to. But for the most part, 13 minutes in, It's a very similar kill count on the board, 6-5, but Onyx Zol has been picking up most of the neutral objectives and they still lead the series. In the late game, Rian Moskov is going to be dealing out a lot of damage. But the problem is from Smart Omega Empress, despite them going in for the Harith, with that mid-game power spike, they still have a more. So that damage is still going to be going through, and it looks like Ariang knows this, right? Positioning in a way to look for a flank to deal that damage into the backline.
Yeah, I mean, 1-2 punches coming out from the Paquito is going to be really deadly, especially for Amor. She only has the flicker. And right now, Lord's going to be worked on here by Smart Omega Empress. 1/4 HP. Onyx just waiting for the right time to set things up. You got the wild charge here. Jewel does not have the flicker just yet, but yeah, Keishi's doing a lot of work there up against the Lord. I'm not so sure what's the next call here, but I think all of them are just waiting for the ultimates to be up or the flickers to be up.
But remember, Onyx Zol, Bene has a 2-level, okay, now a 1-level lead.
Yeah.
So they do still have the advantage when it comes down to that 50-50 retribution battle.
Whoa, there's the combo coming out from Amore. The signal for everybody to go in. Dawning Light has been used. And we see the rest of the members of Onyx Zol actually backing away. Still no casualties from both sides. But Brian, Bene, are they gonna go for it? Even the Lord is pretty confused at this point. Who's gonna start it? Is it gonna be Omega? Actually, everyone's just gonna back away. As long as all the ultimates are down, everybody knows this is a hefty price to give to either Onyx Zol or Smart Omega, right? This is a Luminous Lord that you're talking about. And everybody needs this to push forward, especially for Smart Omega.
Yeah, they don't want to gamble on this, but you can already see the damage that Amor is dealing with the Dawning Light, especially with that Holy Crystal pickup. Jewel looking for it!
Yep, the follow-up is a little bit too late. Amore out toward the act from the backside. Shinoa gonna be able to pick up a kill there. Still on a mega kill. Lord's gonna be taken in here by Bennett. And Onyx Zol, they're still at it. They're still going for more. Smart Omega still gonna be able to sustain as much. They still give the Lord to the side of Onyx Zol. And they still do not suffer any casualties. They did get rain, but the Onyx Zol, they got in this Luminous Lord.
It's a 1-for-1 trade. And it looks like it's 15 seconds left for Rain to come back and spawn in the Land of Dawn. And with the Grok, they can go for the strategy to buy some time, right? With the wall. But we'll see what happens here. The Lord is still marching. Nobody wants to push it. They want to wait for Rain to respawn. And that was so brutal. And now Rian has picked up the Malefic Roar. So even more damage coming through in this next upcoming interaction.
Yep, it is going to be a battle between who engages first. Like Jewel always lands in. As long as she has the flicker, the wild charge, she's just gonna go for it. But right now, Omega backs against the wall. They have to defend their second tier tower. They can't afford a wipeout right now. Amore going in for the Dawning Light just to chunk everybody, heal everybody. They still have to knock this Lord down. This is a Luminous Lord locking in onto the base of Smart Omega. They are able to chunk it down, defend their base up against Onyx Zol, and successfully take it down.
But unfortunately for them, the inhibitor turret that gets taken down is on the opposite side of the map to when the next Lord spawns. And so that's definitely some macro play that will be advantageous for Onyx Zol to utilize, as it will be naturally pushing in favor of Onyx Zol towards Smart Omega Empress. So in the next upcoming Lord fight, when they go for the neutral objective take, Smart Omega Empress, they need to be very quick and stealthy about the way that they utilize and manipulate those waves, especially in the top lane.
Yeah, there's so many things to consider here right now for Onyx Zol. You see several times Attorney Ang trying to take down Amor, trying to take down Shinoa, but there's two heroes here you have to consider, right? The global presence of the Savior. But if you left Shinoa unchecked, she can just keep on dancing, keep on using that Zaman Force, and she hasn't been shut down just now. And if you look at the XP graph, it's slowly slowing to dip here for Onyx Zol as the game continues to progress. 37 seconds they turn up before the next Luminous Lord, but map control, right? Like when you mentioned, the top side is pretty empty, so Smart Omega just has to send either not Ayanami or maybe even Shinoa just to clear up this lane. So map control is still on the side of Onyx Zol here.
For sure, for sure. It's a lot more housekeeping the smart Omega Empress really need to think about. And you can actually already seeing that, right? As ONICZ are starting to set up for the next Lord, you can see two members had to be utilized to clear in that top lane just in case there are ganks available because there's no information on the map so far. And of course, Amor can go for vision spotting with the ultimate, but I think it's too expensive up until this point. Now, we see that most of these members are at level 15, so it's already a 50-50 in terms of that retribution battle. Onyx already starting it up, looking for some baits to spot out information as to the positionings of the members of Smart Omega Empress, but they're not going to fall for it. This is going to be a very interesting Lord dance, especially now that the top lane has been slow pushed in by the Kido.
Yeah, they have that advantage for Onyx, all right. Somebody has to take care of that. Somebody that has the initiation, not Ayanami, sent back in. Jewel as well. You can feel that she's trying to make in the plays, but the more you see that Dawning Light is starting to hurt. Instead, Smart Omega actually going to go for the objective on the bottom side. Concealed play has been made, but Smart Omega is able to reposition themselves. So again, the Lord here. It's going to be a retribution battle. Everybody is still up. You got the Guardian's Barrier here. ONICZ just has this contained. Let's see how this will pan out. Dawning Light has been committed. Retribution battle. Benny gonna be able to take that in. Once again, Keishi falls, and the rest of Smart Omega will back away for now.
That was beautifully done by ONICZ, by the way, right? Lapu Lapu was hidden in the bush for so long, so they don't give over that information that it's a 5v4 situation in the Lord Pit. As soon as they saw not Ayanami clearing out the waves, they went in for the initiation, was able to take the neutral objective. Hats off to Bene for getting that retribution down, and then they were able to disengage without any casualties. And Keishi had to lose there, so it was a very great moment for ONICZ, and they were able to capitalize on all fronts.
Now they have to melt down this Lord. 20 minutes in, second Luminous Lord for the side of ONICZ. They have the advantage right now. They have all of the tools as well for ONICZ. The flickers are all available. There goes the Eternal Guard. A lot of pressure from the side of ONICZ, but now Attorney Ang working in on the bottom side. Shinoa starting to hurt a lot as well. Zaman, of course, the Lord is still up, sending not Ayanami just to clear that one out. The rest of ONICZ actually backs away. They respect the damage Smart Omega has.
Yeah, they can't. They can't. Especially Rion just was able to pick up that Athena shield. I mentioned that earlier on, right? With the damage output in the later stage of the game, especially now that we're entering 21 minutes, the Dawning Light damage is going to be a big problem. Especially if ONICZ are looking for a proper play in these team fights. If they get chunked down before they can even set up properly, that's already a red flag, a red light for them to go back and disengage. If we take a look at the item builds, you can already see they even built in another defensive item here for Rian with the Rose Gold Meteor. So on top of that Athena Shield, there's also a Rose Gold Meteor. So it's a very similar build to what we saw earlier on the Moscow for Shinoa.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing that, okay, you build up all of those magic damage, and you can see, it takes a lot of time, right? For Amoris, Dawning Light, for her to get that combo right, and even Shinoa. It's massive respect to these two damage dealers right now. But once it comes to the late game, it's all gonna be about the execution. ONICZ, though, they have that advantage of taking in the inhibitor on the top side, especially this is where the Lord is gonna be in. So Smart Omega, they have to take note of all of their lanes as of the moment, the plays as well that's going to be done here by Jewel, and to make sure that Shinoa and Amore is always up when the team fight is going to be initiated here by ONICZ.
But it's actually an advantage for Smart Omega Empress now, right? Because the lane that doesn't have the inhibitor turret is the lane
the top
with
side.
the Lord spawning. So
Yeah.
it will be much easier for them to control these waves pushing through. It was very different to the Lord that spawned earlier on. So now on ONICZ, that moment of capitalization has actually been eliminated, and now they have to look for a different way to capitalize over this team fight. Understanding that 22 minutes in, the damage from Shinoa, the damage from Amor, they're already ramping up.
Yeah, the Purifies are still up here for Mirai and Shinoa. So they have to save that up, right? Like once you get in the spear of alpha, or maybe even get that wild charge in, so they have to save it for that moment. But right now, with one member, the initiator lacking here for the side of Smart Omega, Onyxol, they make a conceal move onto Keishi, zoning her out, but there's a lot of damage coming out from Shinoa. Half HP for the Lord. Mirai as well, aiding everyone with the shields, and now Onyxol actually backs away. You got the immortality here for Keishi this time, so it might be different. Will they go in for a play here? It might be a little bit too risky, considering that, momentum-wise, it's gonna be towards the side of Onyxol. I think they might just force a team fight, or maybe go in for a pick-off here for both sides.
There was so much poke, right? And that's the problem. ONICZ saw that the Lapu Lapu was clearing in the bottom lane, and they had that small window of opportunity to look for an initiation play, but they couldn't find it. As soon as the Lapu Lapu just remained invisible, went back into the bush, no visibility on the map, that's when they were like, okay, no, I think it's a little bit too risky for us to go for the commitment onto this Lord. And now they're playing into Smart Omega Empress's plan. The Lord is going to be reset once again, however, and it looks like ONICZ, they're thinking and cooking up a different plan. Are they going to be sending the Paquito to clear in that bottom lane to force Smart Omega Empress into a top position?
Yeah, not Ayanami has been sent towards that lane several times just to make sure that's cleared up. So a lot of pressure is being done here by Onyxol. But as of the moment, right, Jewel gonna go in and use in that wild charge. It already has been used up. Now Mirai gonna go for the counter play. Guiding Wind out to safety. But that's two ultimates being used here by the roamers. Keishi's still gonna be working on that Lord. Everybody is still pretty healthy right now. 1/4 HP onto the Lord. Keishi gets in that Guardian's Barrier right now. They might just go in for the hero lock. Look at the damage coming through from Amore. Appraiser's Rat also onto Bene. Everybody's super tanky at this point.
Oh, no.
I'm not... Authority though, first one to fall here. Immortalities have been purchased. Keishi is going to be the target here from Bene. She's super low. She has Immortality, is able to back away. And I think Bene's just going to go for more here. Minions though, going to pop right in. And I think Smart Omega, they make it in time. They make it in time. So it was Keishi though, getting taken down there. Almost a win-win situation there because it's crashing in onto the base of Smart Omega. Again, a reset, but this is still Onyxol in control right now with Keishi out of the picture 58 seconds before she is up.
Yeah, they didn't have a jungler, right? With Keishi taken down, it looked like ONICZ made a moment decision to go in for the blitz onto the Lord, but they understand that most of their members are too low in HP for them to go for the commit, so they decided to retreat and they didn't want to go for the gamble. Look at these death timers, right?
Yep.
60 seconds, 70 seconds, we're already reaching this 26 minute, and both of these teams, they are not going down without a fight. Both of these teams understand the gravity of this particular game, the finale, the conclusion to this best of 3 match to see who will be able to move forward in the SPS Women's League Finals. And none of them want to let go of that opportunity. Shinoa picks up a Holy Crystal. More magic power for her to work with, as it looks like Rian is going for the blitz onto the Lord.
You have this already at 1/4 HP. It's gonna be hard. They don't have their jungler here. Jewel though, look at that. The dawning light from the backside. It's still gonna be Bene picking that up for the side of Onyxol, but I think Smart Omega, they're gonna force this one out. Bene, already Immortality being lost here. Winter Charge on play there, but look at Authority and
Rian?
look at the damage coming through as well onto Rian. Keishi's gonna be able to soak it up, but care of the Guiding Wind. Everybody is still alive from Smart Omega. They do have not Ayanami, who's already down 54 seconds before she's back up. This is going to be hard to defend for the Empresses. They not only get the super minions, but they don't have their initiator. So their only front line is going to have to be Keishi here.
They've lost control. Smart Omega Empress, time and time again, that retribution has been put to the test, and Keishi is still unable to gain that retribution over Bene. And now it looks like ONICZ are looking for the end. Shinoa's gone.
Big pick off for the side of Onyxol. They took down Shinoa, and now the Enhanced Lord is here, knocking at the base of Smart Omega. Will this be enough to take the Queens down? Rian has locked the base, proving to us that Queens can fall. But it's up to them to lift another one up. It is up to ONICZ to lift up the banner of the Philippines. And Myriad are still alive.
Against all odds, against all history, against everything pinned up against them, going against one of the tournament favorites, Smart Omega Empress, ONICZ stay persistent, determined, and they move forward here in the Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Women's League Challenge Finals. What a series! What a comeback here coming through from ONICZ.
Wow. I mean, I already lost count on how many times these two have gone up against each other. And you can see the smile on ONICZ's faces. Everybody was at a disbelief. I mean, to be able to pull off like 2 really long games for the last final 2 matches and be able to take in the series as well. So props to ONICZ. I think this is one of the first few times that Smart Omega has finally found their matchup. And for the longest time, right, ONICZ has always been second. And this time, they finally got in the series. And of course, their dreams of going to Riyadh is still alive.
There's a first time for everything, and fortunately for ONICZ, that first happens today at the final moment, in the final second, to determine their fate here at Snapdragon Pro Series. I did not expect this. I honestly thought that Smart Omega Empress were going to be able to take it. Sure, lose a game here and there to ONICZ, but at the end, a 2-1 for ONICZ. This is a huge achievement. And like you mentioned, right, in the gaming house, they were celebrating, all smiles, in disbelief. And honestly, I was in disbelief of what happened. But let's rein it back a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, as we take a look at the post-game items coming through. And, you know, despite Shinoa picking up the Holy Crystal, I guess with so much damage coming through from the Harith, it was so glass cannon, right? The only defensive quote-unquote item that you would consider would be the Blood Wings, but even then, it's only just a little bit of more shielding. It's not like a sure go away, like let's say the Immortal that even Rian has, or even the Rose Gold Meteor, Burger Kim.
Yeah, I think the important thing to take in as well here on our post-game stats is the number of turtles that ONICZ has taken in, right? And even the amount of lords that they've taken in for this entire game was just way too good. You've seen several times that ONICZ, Attorney Ang, even Jewel here has denied Keishi from reaching in that Lord pit, from denying her from getting near either the Lord or the turtle to be able to click in that retribution. So it was a very good overall play when it comes to taking in the objectives, and it really made Smart Omega struggle, right? Like when it comes to taking in the turtles, taking in the Lord, and the team fight was good though. But I think what was really difficult here for Smart Omega was the front line, right? Bene, you've got Jewel. It's really scary to go up against these heroes, especially if you're, a savior or you're a Harriet that can get bursted down by these 2 heavy frontliners, and not to mention the Vixana and the Moskov as well.
Definitely. Retribution was a big problem, right? With the fact with that, like you mentioned, all the utility, all the neutral objectives were taken in by ONIC, just really put Omega at a severe disadvantage. But despite them losing out, we saw that Shinoa and Murray, they did their best, right? 100% team fight participation for both of these 2 members. But eventually, like you mentioned, there was just so much tools that ONIC were able to work with that eventually gave them a little bit more of an advantage in these team fights.
Yeah, 13-7. I did mention, Eterna, that all of the games that ONICZ and Smart Omega had always ended in a very long game, right? Like 2 straight games that lasted for 20 plus minutes. This is not something that we see so often, right? Like it's so different from the first game that we see, where it was a super clean game, by the way, from ONICZ. But let's take a look at this game. It's the gold and the XP graph. It was kind of fluctuating up and down, but eventually, I think ONICZ in this game, they just had one goal. It's just to take in all of the objectives, and they did that very well. And you can see how mostly all of the XP and gold went to their side.
But you can actually say that it was very impressive for Smart Omega Empress, right? Because throughout the entire game, ONICZ held on to that gold lead. It was always a 5k gold lead, a 4k gold lead. You can even see on the graphs and how it fluctuates. But it was never a point where Smart Omega Empress held on to the gold lead, and yet they were able to prolong the game up until 27 minutes, almost to that 28th minute.
Yep. It's a well, I would say it's a I'm pretty sure a lot of people are surprised with the outcome, right? Like I think even ONICZ, it was a is a very surprising turnaround. And this is pretty much like Team Vitality and Falcons Vega of Indonesia, where it's pretty much always Team Vitality that gets in the win for almost all of the tournament. So this is a really huge win for ONICZ, and props to them. I think more than everything else, they were really preparing for this matchup up against Smart Omega. And this time, after several matchups, after several games, they finally snag in a series and still make their dreams alive. Our MVP in this game is none other than Jewel. 107 onto the Grok. I did say that her Grok was very deadly, and you've seen teams like Falcons Vega respected this pick, and you've seen her in game number 1 and even up until game number 3 being the playmaker for ONICZ.
And even on the Grok, right? She goes in for the Quantum Charge. It's not a tank emblem that we usually see from all these types of heroes, especially on the Grok. So there's so much emphasis on movement speed. And the question is why, right? She needed that extra movement speed to be able to look for the proper plays and the proper setups to facilitate the rest of her team. And like you mentioned, right, the flicker, wild charge, there were so many moments that she created. Albeit, of course, there were several moments that there was no follow-up. Maybe there was a little bit of a miscommunication or the moment wasn't exactly right. But you can always count on her to make that surprising play, to hit that down. And it was facilitated with a choice of emblems that she went in this game with.
Yeah, plus the Guardian's Barrier too, right? Like in the Lord fights, the Turtle fights even, like that Guardian's Barrier made it hard for Keishi to actually reach in the objective. Right? Like you see this, like putting up that Guardian's Barrier really denied Keishi from taking in the objectives and enabling the rest of the members here of ONICZ to be able to make in the plays or even land in the kills that they want. Unfortunately, for the side of Smart Omega, they also have some tricks up their sleeve, but it was not enough. This was a long game, and I would say that for Jewel this time kind of shows us the mastery of what she had in this hero. So it's really a deadly hero. You've seen it in the first game, the flicker, wild charge. Every time she has that flicker up, she just keeps on using it.
This was a big moment as well,
yeah.
right? We take a look at a slow-mo
Super
replay
slow-mo.
here to break it all down. And, that final moment as they were going for the defense and we saw that Shinoa was taken off the board, immediately in my head I was like, all right, that's GG, right?
Yeah.
Most of the damage that DPS does come through from Shinoa, and without Shinoa present, it was so difficult for them to look for a proper defense against the siege coming in through from ONIC. Overall, it was an outstanding, surprising victory here for ONICZ, and I'm super impressed.
Yeah, I'm super proud of these two teams. All of these ladies that have come a long way. All of them have, stories to tell. All of them have, journeys and even dreams to make. And ONICZ, it's still alive for them. They have to either face Falcons Vega or Team Vitality tomorrow. We'll have to find that out. But I don't know. I feel like whenever I predict the team to win, the exact opposite happens. I mean, it happens all the time, so I really don't want to give my prediction anymore.
Is it a Burger Kim curse? A Kim curse?
Kim curse.
A Burr curse?
Burger.
It
I
sounds
like
good.
that. Yeah, I like
Burgers.
that. I'm gonna use that.
Right? We have the Mir curse in Indonesia. Now you have the Burr curse
No.
in the Philippines.
It happens. I mean, I love all of these ladies. I'm so proud of them. And honestly, I'm really still happy to see that, not only does Smart Omega get to go to Riyadh, we also get to see the potential of ONICZ to possibly get in that last ticket, right? So let's see. This is our schedule, by the way, for tomorrow. And of course, this is our match results for today. Upper brackets all ended in a 2-0, except for the lower bracket that ended in a 2-1 in favor of ONICZ.
And unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we started off the day with 4 amazing women teams, but we have to say goodbye to Smart Omega Empress as they were taken down by their Filipino counterparts. in that previous matchup. So, like Burger Kim mentioned earlier on, we will be seeing 3 more matches ahead of us tomorrow. So, this is the schedule for day number 2 in the Challenge Finals Women's League, with Team Vitality up first against Falcons Vega in their upper bracket finals. Later on, we will be seeing the lower bracket finals to whoever does lose control over that first match. And finally, the last match of the day for tomorrow will be the grand finals in a best of 5.
Wow, this was a long day, but I didn't feel like it was a long day. It was just good MLBB all across the board from all of our teams here, all of our ladies. So yeah, it's a pleasant surprise, I would say, for a lot of the Filipino fans, right? Smart Omega Empress, they expected them to move forward, but it's actually ONICZ also. I can't wait to see the results for tomorrow. A lot of matches actually still TBD.
We'll see. Oh, should we ask for her predictions again?
No.
I think we should ask
No.
for her predictions.
Oh, but you did mention ONICZ all up against. Oh no, that was against Falcons Vega. Yeah, I was thinking that you had the same prediction, but never mind. Yeah, it always happens to me. I don't want to give my predictions tomorrow. Maybe, just maybe, in the match of ONICZ and Falcons Vega, or maybe even Team Vitality. We'll have to find out tomorrow. But let's just ask Eterna at this point. Let's just ask her.
Okay. Shoot.
Team Vitality.
Prediction?
Okay, you asked me about ONICZ and Smart Omega. So now I have to ask you, between the 2 Indonesian teams, Falcons Vega or Team Vitality, just to make things a little bit more exciting for tomorrow.
I have to say Team Vitality.
Good choice. Let's see.
I will not elaborate. I
Mhm.
will not elaborate. And I don't think I have to. 19 times championships, I think that speaks for themselves. But Burger Kim, unfortunately, I think this marks the end of the day. We will still have 3 more matches ahead of us tomorrow to end the tournament. So, thank you so much. It was an honor to cast with you today. We'll see you tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, with me, Eterna, and Burger Kim. This was the Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Women's League Challenge Finals. We'll see you tomorrow.
Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now and whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. And it's all good. Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it and the haters be looking surprised. Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now and whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. And it's all good. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I be climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.